Hello, 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 everybody. I'm hoping that you can all see me okay, that you can hear me okay. Do let me know. I've not touched anything from the last time I did a stream. So, by that assumption, I think everything should be okay. Heavy emphasis on the think. But just while I double check that everything is fine, hello, 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 everybody. Thank you so much for joining me for the August live stream. I say it every month. I'm going to say it today. How on earth has it gone that fast? I remember saying, oh, thank you so much for coming to the January live stream. And I feel like that was like 2 weeks ago. But no, we're already into August. If you are new here, then every single month we sit down and we talk about witchcraft, paganism, spellwork and spirits and everything in between. We just have a good chat. We have a good time just chatting about different topics. And you, my audience, are completely in control of where all of these live streams go. I really have no idea until we're already in it. So if you have any questions that you would like to ask, feel free to put them in the Q&A tab. There should be a little button that says questions for the stream, go here. And I think if you click that, it should come up with a tab. And it's going to be in different places depending on where you are watching this from, whether you're looking at it on a TV or a laptop or a phone or whatnot. But we basically go through all of your questions, which I think is so cool because I love seeing the different topics people want to talk about. I love going over some things that people might be really confused about. But if you have no idea who I am, I should probably introduce myself. I don't think I've ever done this on any of the live streams, but my name is Hearth and I am a practicing witch and I love talking about witchcraft. If I could talk about it all day, every day, you know that I would, but I can't, so I do it on here instead. So let's have a look-see where everybody is from. I just choked on words. This bodes well. Right, let's see where we've got people from. We have Idaho. Let's have a look-see. Germany. Oh, Georgia, Chelmsford in England, Ethiopia, Norway, Nebraska, Philadelphia, North Idaho, Maryland. Though I've learned I don't say that correctly. Is it like Maryland? I don't know. My accent does not permit me to say it like that. What else have we got? Washington, Chicago, Missouri, Idaho, California, Ohio, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Australia. Wow, I can't imagine how early it must be for you right now. Let's have a look-see. Wisconsin, Rhode Island, Hertfordshire, Arizona, Kent, Arizona, Florida. Loads of people from Arizona today. Wow. So, as I sort of hinted at, wow, my voice is already going. Hopefully it does not go anymore. We work through the questions from the start of the live stream to the end because I don't want anybody to miss out on having their question answered. So I try where possible to answer as many questions in the order that they came in so that I'm not just bouncing around too much. That does mean though that sometimes I can be a bit delayed on answering a question. So if I haven't got to your question yet, please don't spam the chat just because it does mess up how the chat looks and eventually kind of breaks the chat after a while. You'll see if you stick around for a while, the chat will just break. So we try to limit that as much as possible. So if you could be patient, I'd really appreciate that. If you aren't able to stick around for the entire stream, that's cool too. We do post them afterwards so that you can check them out on the replay. Okay, with that being said, let's go and have a look at some of the questions. I have 2 tabs open, so if you see me like bouncing around, that's what I'm doing. I am also just going to fix this. The corner of my my softbox is sort of broken. So, okay. There we go. I'm not being blinded anymore. So one of the first questions I got in was actually a book question. And I always love the book questions, but this is in regards to, I believe, this book. So, hi Hearth, do you have the title and author on the book for the book of Graveyards that you got at Christmas? Which is this one. This is Graveyards, A History of Living with the Dead. And it's by Roger Luckhurst. Don't know if that's going to be too reflective, but that is the book. And this one just looked so interesting. Well, it is so interesting, but I keep it very much, I'm like very careful because I want to keep it looking perfect. But it goes over like all different kinds of practices, the way that things were dealt with and perceived. And wait, there it is. Look, that's Newgrange in Northern Ireland. That's where you can go and see the a bit like Stonehenge. You can go there during the winter solstice, and it lines up perfectly down the corridor, I want to say, that goes into the center of this Neolithic tomb. So cool. So I spoke about that one in one of my Christmas book videos. Really, really cool book. If you want something that is like a coffee table odd book for somebody that is just a bit odd, which I get it because I really love it, that one is a great one. Another one that I got in straight away was this one. And I feel like this is something I need to put like a massive PSA on, because I've noticed this so much, which is, hi Hearth, I noticed an author named Gottfried Liberto has been plugging their books in the comments of your last 2 book videos. I'm pretty sure that they're AI. What do you think? I've noticed this happening a lot, and I think it's no doubt not just going to be my videos, it's probably going to be lots of other people within the magical community, is that you'll get somebody, multiple somebodies. Now, I'm not saying that this specific person is, say, the only one that's doing it, or if they even are included in this, but you tend to get very similar comments, all written by a bunch of different people. So I'll have maybe like 15, 20, 30 accounts, all posting basically word for word the same comment. And it's usually about a book that nobody's heard of, or it's about a quiz to find your witchcraft archetype or something. As soon as I see them, if I get them in, I just delete them, because I can tell straight away, if you see 4 accounts posting the same thing, it's gonna be a bot, that's all it is. But it's kind of hard sometimes to catch them, especially if they're in the replies. So if you ever see something and you can immediately see like, hey, this is not great, if you could I don't know if reporting even works, I don't know, or just if you could let me know, maybe by like, hi, this is happening, I'd really appreciate it, because I try to get rid of them so that nobody falls for it, but sometimes they just slip through the cracks. Oh, the Graveyards book is a hardback. So it is, I don't know if they do a paperback. I don't think that they do. I think they only do it in the hardback version, but it's a very bougie, very fancy hardback. Oh, right, let me just go through so I don't miss these. Thank you so much to Howard. Thank you so much, as well as to LV, and it's cutting off people's names because of the way I've got it. There we go, Phoenix Rose. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Right, let's have a look-see. So this one is actually on a topic that I hear brought up more now than ever before. And that is, can you say something more about shadow work? I'd like to know more about it. Do you have any sources that touch on this topic? I personally don't necessarily have any books that I would recommend, mostly because I've not read any myself. And so I don't really feel comfortable recommending a book that I've never personally read. I'm sure that many other people will have books that they recommend. And if you do for shadow work, please let us know in the chat or in the comments or wherever is best for you. The one thing that I will say is that shadow work it's a way of processing hidden aspects. And that's often why it's associated with shadows, the things that might not be visible all of the time, but will show up in certain times and places. And it's usually about processing things that have otherwise been suppressed. So whether that is really strong negative emotions, whether that is trauma in one way, shape or form, memories that your mind has actively gone through the process of forgetting so that it can shelter you. And it's a way of working through big and small shadows, negativities, to allow us to progress forwards. But what I will say about shadow work is it's essentially therapy without therapy. And that in some ways is really good because it gives people the ability to do things and work through things when maybe they can't afford the alternative. But what I will always put out as a precaution is that because it is therapy without therapy, you often don't have the support system if something doesn't process the way that you would want it to, if you're struggling with something. It can have the potential to re-traumatize a situation because you aren't able to actively process it and work through it. Instead, you just end up sitting in it all over again. So while shadow work is fantastic for some people, for other people, it would be much more beneficial for them to be working through it with somebody that is able to have the additional tools to assist if you do find that you start struggling. What I will say is, regardless of whether you are going to be doing something really big or something really small when it comes to shadow work, I would always recommend telling somebody in your life that you trust. It doesn't have to be a family member, it could be a friend or just a trusted confidant, it could be a therapist, what it is that you're doing so that they can be somebody to lean on if you do need additional assistance. One thing though with it is that while shadow work is massively being pushed as this one-stop shop perfect solution, you have to do it before spells and rituals, it's really important to remember that this is a very new concept. And if you don't feel comfortable doing that, or you don't feel like you need it, or you don't want to, you fully don't have to be doing it. So it's very, very much a personal thing. Some people love it and they find it is incredible for them. Some people do it alongside other things like therapy, and some people don't touch it at all. It's just really up to you how you feel prepared going into that situation, whether you even feel ready for it, because not everybody is ready for shadow work at that point in time, if that makes sense. So like, whilst the shadow work might benefit them, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're always in the right place right now to be doing it. So it's one of those, it's very unique, it's very personal. Everybody's going to have a different experience with it. But I would just say, if people go into it thinking it is what they have to do before spells and rituals, it really isn't. It's just something that people might want to look into. Right. How have you been recently? How's Fluffy Poo doing? She is doing phenomenally. She is happy. We've been going to puppy field so she can run around and she can play. She's just having a whale of a time, as always, bouncing off the walls. And currently my parents have her, so they're dealing with her barking at shadows and wanting to play fetch 50,000 times in a day, which is a lot. Right, let's have a look, see some of these. Thank you so much, Donna Smith. Thank you so much to Howard and Howard again, who said, shadow work is personal. It's about self-individualization and self-actualization. Learn shadow work from someone who has gone through it already. Yeah, I do think that's pretty useful. I think that it's very difficult to learn solely from a book as well, unless the book is like solely dedicated to shadow work and that person has loads and loads of experience from it. I do think there's something to be said about learning from people's personal experiences, because a little bit like with witchcraft, you might see something in a book, but being able to translate that into your life, it doesn't always line up. So seeing and hearing people's experiences can be really, really valuable. And thank you so much to Well Okay But. I know you answered this in a previous live stream, but where did you get that picture of the witches dancing behind you on the wall? Happy almost spooky season. True. Happy almost spooky season. I am fully in the vibe. Completely. So this one here, let me just double check that I have included it in it. I did a video a couple of years ago where I spoke about like home decor. And I'm thinking it might be in that video, but I'm just going to go double check. So I got most of these from Redbubble, like pre-lockdown, I think, so like 2018. So I'm not sure if the artists are still going to be there. But I did do a video, I think anyway, on homeware, like witchy homeware. And it might be in that video. So if it is, that's where to find it. But if not, then I'll have to do another one of those and I'll include it in that. And if I can find it, I'll post it in the comments afterwards, because I'm going to have to go through my Redbubble like history to try to find it. Is it this one? Yes, it's this one. Okay, so on Redbubble, it's called the Samhain art print, and it's by a designer called Keridwen. That's who I got it from. years and years ago. I'm surprised they're still on there. Maybe you can get it from other places as well. But yeah, that's where I got that from, and they do loads of really cool designs. So that one was just my favorite though. Okay, let's have a look, see. Any advice for doing magic for community justice / baneful work to energetically support the fight for justice and fight against fascism in the States? It's a difficult one, mostly because when it comes to any kind of energy that we are targeting in particular directions, the more people you are attempting to influence, the more instability that there's going to be there, because all people have protections, even if they're not purposeful. They might be ancestors, they might be angels, they might be guides, spirits in different varieties. Everybody has sort of a team, is how it's often described. And often that's completely unknowing to the person that is experiencing it. So in these kind of situations, to have the best success with that energy, to make sure that the most impact you can bring, what am I trying to say? The words. The most impactful that you can be with that energy would be to target situations and locations rather than targeting individual people or organizations, if that makes sense. Because people are harder to target than circumstances, locations. General energies are easier to influence. And so what I would say in this is, if you want to be raising large amounts of energy, target it in the best way to get the most result. And so if you can be doing it, say if it's particular locations that you know are being sort of harassed, then target the locations with that positive protective energy, trying to work it in a way that gives the strongest result. Because when you're targeting individuals, what can often happen is that energy tends to get dissipated. It gets ricocheted off. It is limited by the protections of the people. Whereas if you're looking at situations, you don't have to deal with that quite the same. Right. Can you gift a servitor to a deity? If so, can you gain permission from that deity to use the servitor in the future, or would it be better to just make one at that point? I've never had to think about this. I'm going to be really honest. With all of these questions, by the way, if you're new here, I'm going off my personal experiences, the personal experiences of my friends and people that I know, the books that I've read, that kind of stuff. And I'm genuinely not gonna pull the wool over your eyes. If I don't know the answer to your question, I'm genuinely going to tell you that I don't know the answer to that question. With this, I've never once had to think about it. Just immediately though, my first thought is, would a servitor be beneficial to a deity? Because usually when something is given in offering, it is either something that very closely aligns with that deity. So it might be something from their folklore, from their mythology, whether it's a drink or some food or something that resonates closely with them. Or it is something that is a sacrifice. Now, I don't mean like sacrifices like you might think. I mean, say you have a pack of cookies and you've been really excited about eating that pack of cookies and you realize there's only one left, and you give that last cookie in offering to your servitor, to your ancestors, to your deities. It is a sacrifice, just not in the way that you are perhaps anticipating. Now, whether a servitor would fall under this sort of category, I don't know, because a servitor is something that you could simply remake again. So it's not necessarily a sacrifice in that way, but it could be a sacrifice in energy. So say, for instance, you are using a servitor to gather together the excess energy that is not being released into spellwork and ritual. That way it's not going to waste, it's being stored in a spirit so that you can then utilize that energy later. If you were to then give that energy, that servitor, to a spirit, to a deity in offering, you are giving a large amount of energy. And I think that in itself would probably count as an offering. But typically when something is given to a deity, it is theirs. And at that point, it's not something that you would necessarily use yourself. Obviously, though, everybody is going to be different in their opinions on this, depending on their spiritual traditions. But for a lot of people, say, going back to the cookie analogy, if you were to give a deity a cookie, or if you were to give your ancestors a cookie, you then wouldn't eat the cookie yourself, because then you are actually taking back that offering. It is not a sacrifice that is being given. It is not something that is being given freely if you then expect it back again. I would say, though, go off your engagement with your deities, go off your previous experiences with them, how they engage with you. You can probably know exactly what's a yes, what's a no, what's a comfortable yes, and what's sort of like this is sort of on the fence, so that you can have a better idea on this, because I've never had to consider this one. If you do, let us all know how it went, if you feel comfortable doing that, if you ever want to come back and talk about it, because I would love to know, because every servitor is going to be slightly different. Every deity is going to have a slightly different reaction. It's an interesting idea, though, because especially in some circumstances, if you are, say, giving a servitor that perhaps has been with you for a very, very long time, that is a massive sacrifice. And then it could be perceived as an honoring to say, I have given you my trusted servitor, a spirit that I've worked with for however many years, to show how dedicated I am for this to be a long-term relationship. And then it almost includes that deity in on every single engagement that you have with that servitor from that point onwards. That could be an interesting way of doing it. Though obviously that's probably more for servitors that have been around for a very long time. Now, I'm just going to answer the question here just because I think it fits in really nicely, which is, what is your definition of a servitor? So for me, a servitor is a man-made spirit. So it is an energy that has been given form, that has been given purpose, that is then separated from you to go and do the task that it has been given. And sometimes this is a really short-term task, and that spirit may be given a almost time limit, I suppose, built into its creation, so that it has to fulfill this goal within a time limit, or once it has fulfilled that goal, it ceases to exist. Or you can utilize servitors from a more long-term stance and have them act as sort of man-made familiars, where they're able to do the spiritual tasks that you are perhaps not able to do yourself. You can pass it on to a servitor that will undergo those experiences, that travel, that sort of existence for you, and then bring back the information, the energy, whatever it might be that is required of them. So they're really useful, especially for people who maybe want to work with spirits, but don't necessarily want to be working with a spirit that has its own, it sounds awful, but a spirit that has its own thoughts, that has its own intentions, that may not be honest with you. Instead, you are dealing with a spirit that is completely created of your energy for your goal. It's a lot more controlled in that sense. Right. Oh, okay. So with this one, I'm not going to be able to give a specific answer to this because I don't tend to have sort of spells on board all of the time. So do you know any strong banishing spells / rituals, or is there one book that you recommend at all, please? So the problem that I have in this is that because I do all of my workings to requirement, a banishing spell for one spirit is going to look completely different than a banishing spell for another. A banishing spell for a person is going to look very, very different again. And I don't typically use books for spells. And so if anybody has any suggestions for this, please let us know down in the comments, in the chat. If there's something that you go back to every single time, I tend to be a little bit scatterbrained when it comes to my spells and rituals, in that I will tend to use a different one every single time, and there's nothing that's necessarily fixed in regards to them. So I can have a look-see through some of my books and see what I can find and see if I can pull some together. And if I can find some good books, I'll leave it in the comments after the stream. But as of right now, I don't have anything, but you often find that people in the chat and people in the comments afterwards always come through with some really, really interesting answers. Right, let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay. I would like to connect with the fairies and elves in my home. What should I do? I read that you can build a little house for them. Do they like offerings? Are pets disturbing to them? So when it comes to working with the fair folk, there's a couple of things that you can do, but what I will say is whatever you choose to do, I would recommend sticking with it, because consistency is really, really beneficial, and in some cases, inconsistency can be perceived as an insult. So the first thing is acknowledgement. This is so valuable. Before you give any offerings, before you build anything, before you do anything like that, acknowledging is so powerful, because most of the time, spirits don't even realize that you are able to acknowledge them, that you can connect with them, that you want to connect with them, especially when we're looking at the fair folk. There's a lot of association with the fair folk and the living dead, so humans that have passed over. But there's also a lot of association with liminality and time not quite holding the same meanings. And so a lot of the fair folk that we encounter, while some of them may well be younger, there's a lot of fair folk that are very, very, very old. And they remember a point in time when they were acknowledged, where people did engage with them in a very active way. And that's something that just isn't seen so much anymore. So just starting that by when you walking through the front door, you say hello. When you leave, you say goodbye. You maybe give them an idea of when you're going to be back. Before you go to bed, you say good night. When you wake up in the morning, you say good morning. It gives them a connection. And even if at first nothing seems to happen, you'll notice that over time that there might be energy changes, there might be unusual things that occur, because they're starting to realize that the things that you're saying, they're meant for them. They're not meant for anybody else. They are specifically aimed at them. So you may well find that if a spirit, say, doesn't have their good morning, that you might notice that they're a little bit grumpy that day, because you haven't said it. And why haven't you said it to me? That's kind of rude. You said it to everybody else. Why haven't you said it to me? And you may well start to notice that things feel lighter after you engage with them, that the energy feels different. Perhaps if you've come home from a really long day, you walk in and then you say hello, and then the energy feels different in a space. Other than that, I wouldn't necessarily say that you need to build anything for them, mostly because they'll likely already have locations in your home that feel comfortable and safe to them. Especially if you live in an old house, they're likely going to have locations that they have been for a very, very long time. So you may well find this is fireplaces, this is objects that have been in the home for a long time, maybe things that were there when you arrived, or cabinets and locations that have been home to many, many spirits in the past, will likely be home to spirits in the future. But one thing that you can give are offerings. So offerings for the fair folk tend to be pretty simplistic. It is often things like milk, like honey, like cakes and bread with milk and honey and butter and things like that. The little things that would often have been given on a regular basis. You would give a set amount to the fair folk as a libation, as an offering. And so giving a little dish with some milk in it, and it could be really little, it doesn't have to be huge, it could just be like a thimble-sized portion done on a regular, consistent basis. It shows that not only are you willing to engage with them in a verbal sense, but you're also able to commit time-wise to them. And that's often one of the big things when it comes to the fair folk, is there's a level of consistency that has been lost over decades and generations of people not connecting with the fair folk. And so it's going to take time to start building that up again. And then you'll likely notice that things start appearing. Lost items start magically finding their way back to you in really strange locations. My examples of this are, I could not find a book at all, anywhere. I looked absolutely everywhere for it. It wasn't there. I really, really, really needed this book. So before I went to bed, I asked, would I be able to have this book back? I can't find it anywhere, and I could really do with it. The next morning I wake up and it's slap bang in the middle of my floor. There's no way I couldn't have seen that the night before, and yet right there in the middle of the floor. Or missing earrings appearing on curtain rails. That's happened a few times. And so you'll often find that you'll get signs when things start flowing in the right direction with them, when they start realizing that you do want to form a connection with them. In terms of pets, usually they're not going to bother them at all. You may well actually find that to start with, you might notice pets engaging in unusual ways with spirits, but you maybe don't realize that they're spirits at first. So if all of a sudden your dog or your cat or, whatever you have start sort of following something around the house and you just don't know what it is, they may well be following a spirit. Or if they start barking at something and you have no idea what they're barking at, it may well be that they're engaging with energy in a way that they understand but you don't, because they can experience it, and at the minute you aren't quite able to. Oh, I've got the hiccups again now. Right, let's have a look, see. Let's have a look. Where am I? I'm over here somewhere. Oh, okay. Let's have a look, see. I lucid dreamed last night for about an hour-ish. I remember I was trying to manifest something in my dream, but I just couldn't. Do you or anyone have any tips for how to control them? So when it comes to lucid dreaming, I'm going to give the most boring, non-satisfactory answer known to mankind, but it's just because I know that for me this is what worked, and that is just consistency with the recounting of your dreams. So what you will often find is that you are lucid in your dreams, but you aren't necessarily aware enough of your dreams that you sort of slip in and out of it a little. So you might start having a normal dream and then you'll be lucid for like a couple of minutes and then you'll slip back into it being in control again. And by morning, you won't even remember that anything happened. And most people have probably never noticed their dreams. Like some people don't even remember any of their dreams. So the best way to sort of get control over it is you need to start by being able to remember your dreams. So I always recommend people create a dream journal where first thing in the morning, this could be a physical journal, this could be on your phone. I often find that just having voice notes, like use the voice control for notes on your phone. And even if you're half asleep and you can't even be bothered to open your eyes yet, but you know that if you wait any longer, you're not going to remember anything, just turn on the dictation feature and just word vomit, whatever it is that you remember. And it doesn't need to be something complicated. You don't need to remember dialogue or a storyline or anything like that. It could literally be, to start with anyway, that you were somewhere with a blue sky and you were wearing strange trainers. And that could literally be all that you remember from that dream. Doesn't matter how little it is, you date it, next day, same thing. And you just have the consistency of repeating that every single day. And the more that we force ourselves to recount those dreams, the easier it is for us to do it. And so slowly, you're likely going to start noticing that in those dreams that you are now starting to remember, there are sections where you became lucid and you could control the situation. And then it's just about trying as hard as you can whilst you're in those dreams to hold on to that lucidity for a little bit longer, and then a little bit longer, and a little bit longer, so that you can then have full control over that environment. And then you can start doing the things that go against the storyline, so to speak, where you're able to then utilize that liminal time to be doing your manifestations, to be doing spells and rituals. But that takes so much time to get to that point. But it's worth it even if you just want to have fun in your dreams, because being lucid in them just makes everything so much easier. And it also, for anybody that struggles with nightmares, makes nightmares a hell of a lot easier, because then instead of being, say, trapped, that feeling where you're running but you can't actually go anywhere, so you feel like really panicky and like really stressy. Once you're able to then control your dreams, you can also control your nightmares as well, which really helps people who do struggle with sort of maybe not regular nightmares, because that may well be caused by other things going on, but sort of intermittent nightmares that just happen every so often. It allows you to snap out of it. And it also means that you can wake up prompted. So you can literally wake yourself up from a dream if you do just want to get out of the situation. But it does just take a lot of time. I have found to be the most effective way of doing it. You can also include things like labradorite under your pillow as you sleep to really add that psychic ability, that psychic strength into your dream magic. But as boring as it sounds, having that consistency of doing the dream journals, I have found to be the most effective. Right, let's have a look. Oh, and it jumped again. Okay. Scroll up. Right, where am I? I am here. Oh, okay, yes, I'm here. So I've seen other practitioners talk about drawing on celestial and earth energy instead of just earth's energy. Is this something you agree with? I mean, yeah, you can really work with any energy. You can use earth's energy, you can use the different elements if you wanted, you can utilize planetary energies, the energy of trees, the energies of crystals. Hell, you can utilize the energy of other people in your spells and rituals, with permission, of course. Really, it's just about figuring out what you feel most connected with and what you have an easier time dealing with. So when I'm talking about the grounding technique, it's mostly the one that I recommend for beginners because the earth is so innately tied to us as humans. It's what we all have that connection with. But you may find after a couple months, a couple of years, that while earth energy is fine, you actually feel more connected to tree energy or to a particular planet's energy, and in which case you essentially implement the same technique but you just push it out in a different direction. So rather than centering and grounding into roots that go into the ground, you can center and you can send that energy out through your hand into a tree, if you've got that tree's permission, into crystals, into a bowl of water to draw on the energy of that. You can put your hand against a wall and connect with sort of the electricity there, just not actually like holding onto cables. Pretty please. You can stretch it upwards and be dealing with different planetary bodies and different planetary energies. It's very personal what people end up connecting with. Sometimes you might find that people will work with fire energy on one ritual and then they'll work with air elements the next, and then they'll work with a particular planet the next day, or a couple of weeks later they'll be working with earth energy. And for a lot of people, it's not so consistent. Some people genuinely do just find that going from one sort of energy to another actually benefits their spellwork and rituals. So are working for passion and drive, they might want to be working with both the fire element as well as Mars as a planet. If they're then working on a healing working, they might instead want to have the nurturing energy of Venus and the healing energy of the moon, but they might also want to be connecting with the water element. And they tend to find that they sort of mishmash bits and pieces together as a way of forming something that is most effective for them. And then you'll have other practitioners who will utilize the same energy every single time. Like regardless of what the working is for, they will always connect with the same spirit, the same energy, the same element, that kind of thing. Right. What's your favorite fantasy universe? Ooh, that's actually a really, really good one. There are so many out there that I think are fantastic. Okay. There's a couple that I really, really like, and some of them are going to be really niche, and you're probably not going to know what I'm talking about, but that's okay too. So for like traditional fantasy, oh my goodness, what is the name of the show? That's gonna really, really bug me now. Okay, I'll try to remember the name of the show. But if we're talking like modern fantasy worlds, I really, really love the Shadowhunters universe. I think that is so unusual. I think it's so different. I think that the way that the runes were implemented in that is just so cool. And so that will always be up there for me, because you've got the classical figures in there, like you've got the werewolves and you've got the vampires, but then you have the Shadowhunters and all of the lore and the tradition and the background information. I think so freaking cool. I then also love the Lost Girl sort of universe, where it's like every single creature that you could ever possibly imagine is present in their own like unique way. I think that one is just so cool. And then you have all of the like the courts. So So you have like the seelie and unseelie courts involved in there. So they drag the fae into it as well. I just think that one is so cool. And my favorite, like, I just remember the name of it. My favorite sort of overall fantasy worlds have got to be Lord of the Rings, and I literally just had the name in my head. What is going on? Legend of the Seeker. If you have never seen Legend of the Seeker, I'm not surprised. It's an Australian TV show that ran for only 2 years, and it is so hard to find a DVD version of it. It is incredible if you ever have the chance to watch it. They sort of follow the same vein, where you have like a very unexpected hero going on a quest, and there's a wizard, and there's loads of sidekicks, and they're just so cool. I just really love very traditional fantasy worlds. Oh, okay, I have another one. And this is going to be one where some of you are like, oh yes, I completely agree, and some of you are going to be like, Hearth, I hated that, I don't agree. The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina is so cool, to me anyway, mostly because of the sheer volume of real practice that they managed to incorporate into that world. I think that was just so well done, and it kind of trips me out every time I think about it, but technically, the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina world is the same as Riverdale, which makes it even weirder to me. But yeah, there's some that I just haven't read, haven't seen. So let's have a look. People are saying the Dresden Files. People are saying Chaos, Caos. I've never heard of that. I'm gonna have to check that out. Teen Wolf. Oh, see, the Vampire Diaries I love, but I feel like it's a very simple world for the most part. You know, besides the last few seasons that people tend to forget, myself included. But yeah, I love the Vampire Diaries. It's just not as complex as some of the others. And let's have a look, see. True Blood. I have never managed to sit through True Blood. And it's for one reason, and it's for two reasons, and two reasons only. Firstly, I cannot get past the fact that I don't find any of the cast even remotely attractive as romance characters. I don't know what it is, I just couldn't do it. And the terrible attempts at an accent. That gets me every single time. But I'm going to have to check out some of these, because especially True Blood, I need to actually watch that. The Dresden Files, so good. That's actually a really, really good question. Okay, let's have a look, see, where was I? Which witchy calendars, almanacs and date books would be best for us in the UK? So I tend to find that a lot of them lean a little ambiguous. So I don't think you necessarily need to stick to something solely because it's UK based. I think if anything, if you were to just aim for something Northern Hemisphere, like it's been built around the Northern Hemisphere, you'll be totally fine with it. And actually, for the most part, it's people in America that have the hardest time dealing with a lot of these almanacs, because sometimes stuff just doesn't line up. My favourites, though, at least so far, have been the Llewellyn Spell-a-Day almanacs and the Llewellyn date almanacs, not the Sabbath ones, the date ones. They are fantastic. The Spell-a-Day is great for inspiration. If you're really struggling to figure out what it is that you want to be working with on a day, or say you really want to be connecting with their energy and you want to drive it towards something really useful, they give you a breakdown of specific events that are happening, moon phases, astrological events. They go over incense of the day, colours of the day. I think some of them do crystals of the day, but I'm not sure if they still do that. And they go over loads and loads of ideas. And then even in the years afterwards, you can look back through them and say, you know what, actually, I can still implement a working like this. I'm just going to have to do it on a slightly different day. I also like the magical almanacs. I think that's what they're called. I think they're the Llewellyn Magical Almanac. They're the ones that have loads of essays by loads of different practitioners inside. And there's always something in there that's going to pique your interest, or perhaps a different perspective on a topic that you didn't even realize or even think about. Oh, I actually have a couple of other lore-based worlds. The problem is now you've got me thinking about what my favourite fantasy universe is, and it's going to be really, really hard to stop. The Morganville Vampire series is fantastic. fantastic if nobody's read it. It's one of those so underrated book series. Morganville Vampires is fantastic. It is exactly what you would think it is about vampires, but it's a lot deeper than that. There's loads of like political conflict going on. There's a vampire disease somewhere along the way, which then starts twisting your idea of good and bad and right and wrong, and you start looking at characters and their actions in a totally different way, and it is just chef's kiss incredible. And also Evie and Michael, chef's kiss. Fantastic. Love those characters. I love Shane as well, but there's something about the dynamic between Evie and Michael that I will never get over. And I read those books when I was like 15 and I'm still not over it. Okay, let's have a look. See, where am I? I am somewhere over here. Oh, okay. Which books are you most looking forward to purchasing or reading the most? Ooh, okay. So generally speaking, I have a pile of books next to me because I always predict what people are going to be asking me questions on in a particular video. I am always excited to purchase another Gemma Gary book. Always. Anytime she releases anything, you know I am there. And I was there like 10 days earlier because I just absolutely love everything that she does. So by default, everything that Gemma Gary writes, I will buy. But it's a little bit like Ali Hazelwood. Anything that Ali Hazelwood writes, I will buy. I don't care what it's on. She's not a witchcraft author. She's a romance author. I don't care what she writes. I will still read it because I know it's going to be good. But in terms of like actual physical books, just from the last video that I did, the book releases, that Supernatural South, I have been watching that since I found out about it and being like, please come available in the UK. Please. I know it will. It's not coming out till September in the UK, but you know immediately that is going in my basket because that one just looks so good. And also the one about New England witches, that one just looked incredible. I love the idea and the perspective on that one. So they're 100% going into my basket. The problem is that I don't have enough bookcases. And so I have to hold myself back at the minute to stop myself from like going a bit bonkers with the book buying because it's me and I will. But those are the ones where I know that like Ali Hazelwood has got a new book coming out this October, November. You know I'm going to be buying that. In hardback probably as soon as it comes out because I can't help it. I'm just addicted to it. And in regards to that, if anybody wants more bookish videos, I'm doing more witchy book videos on the Patreon. But the reason I was mostly saying this is if you want like more like fantasy books, romance books, like the more fiction-based books I don't talk about on here because I am equally as addicted to those. I'm talking more about those on the second channel. So if you ever want that sort of stuff, feel free to join me over there and we're going to chat even more about books. But yeah, I don't have enough space. I'm fully planning on converting some of my workroom into a library because I genuinely need it. I had books here that were like piled up here and I've had to move them. They're all balanced on my stairs. My stairs is currently a bookcase because I just have stacks of books on every stair going up because it's the only place I could put them. So yes, I do the exact same thing. I create book towers that are precarious on a good day. So I'm planning on turning some of the workroom into a library because I just don't have the space. I just don't have the space to be doing it. So I really need more bookcases. Right, let's have a look. See, where am I? I'm somewhere over here. Oh, okay, let's go with this one because I know I haven't answered this one while I figure it out. How does one go about hiring a house spirit if the house doesn't come with one? I am going to follow this up with a question, and it's okay if you don't want to answer that question, like publicly. I have a question. Do you mean that you want to be working, like performing a working with a house spirit, but you don't have a house spirit, and so you are wanting to gain a spirit temporarily for the purpose of including them in a working? Or are we talking about gaining a house spirit into the house, and then that's sort of the end goal. Because you're going to want to go about this maybe in a couple of different ways. So if we're talking about you're wanting to gain a spirit that resides in that house, whether it be a fair folk or anything else, I would say immediate first reaction is not going into it from the perspective of it being a transaction. And I'm only getting that from the word hiring in there. Because when it comes to having a house spirit and having that relationship with them, it tends to be a very companion-based relationship rather than a transactional-based relationship. So they're a little different than working with, say, an elemental or a particular spirit that you have summoned into a circle, where it's very transaction-based, where I'm asking for your aid in this and I will give you this in return. And instead, it's more about forming a long-term companionship in a way. You are gaining a housemate. And so with that, it's more about creating space for them, creating time for them, creating an environment that is stable enough and high energy enough for them to be able to sustain themselves in it. And so what I would say is if your house doesn't have any kind of house type spirits, it's about creating a protected environment. So you're making sure that you are keeping unwanted energies out, these being spirits and energies that wish you harm or that are perhaps not willing to cooperate. You want to keep those out, but you want to create an environment inside that is very attractive for any spirit that does want to form a connection with you, that does want to work with you in a positive way to be able to enter that space. And so protections are really key for this. It's not about blocking out everything. It's about blocking out the things that are malicious or perhaps overly neutral about you in a way that's not really that beneficial. And then inside of that environment, you create an elevated level of energy. So you're creating an inner environment that is more attractive than the outside. Think of it a little like osmosis. In a way, you are essentially creating a higher concentration of energy inside than out. And then that is then going to attract things towards that concentration. Technically not osmosis, but you know, that kind of thing. So by doing that, you are then drawing in spirits. And some of them you're going to want to weed out. Some of them are just not going to be suitable. They are not wanting to cooperate long term, or perhaps they're just not interested in sticking around. But you will likely along the way find that a couple of spirits do stick around and they do want to build something. And then we go through the process that we were talking about earlier with the house spirits and the fair folk, the elves and the brownies, how to then build a connection and a relationship with them. The downside of not having any house spirits to start off with is that you have to go through the vetting process where you might have 10, 20 spirits passing through a space in a couple of months. You're trying to become accustomed to their energy. They're trying to become accustomed to your energy, and it just doesn't work out. Think of it a little bit like housemates. Like if you're trying to find like a long-term housemate, you're going to have lots of people that come in and stay for a couple months and then decide it's not for them. Or you might get somebody that sticks around for 6 months and they decide it's not for them. Or you might realize that you're not a good fit. It's like that, but with spirits. If you're wanting to work with a specific spirit for the purpose of a ritual, then it's very much about, if you don't have a house spirit, finding an alternative. I wouldn't necessarily go into a working with the intention of finding or attracting in a house spirit solely to do a dedicated working. There's lots and lots of spirits out there that could be just as beneficial, perhaps even more so for that working than a house spirit. House spirits tend to be incredible for general protection. They tend to be fantastic because they don't want anybody invading their space. They don't want any unwanted energies and spirits and spellworks attacking their home, because that's really what it becomes. It becomes their space too. And so they're going to offer protection in a way that you wouldn't have if you didn't have that house spirit. They're going to offer you a warning to say, hey, I can tell that something strange is going on here. And then from that warning, from that information, you can then do what needs to be done to retain those protections. Or for like little things around the house, kitchen magic, hearth witchcraft, you often find that they're able to aid you in that. They're willing to add energy into it because it's going to benefit their environment as well. You know, it's for the betterment of that space. And so you often find that they are perhaps a little bit more inclined to the passive work, whereas other spirits, like elementals, like non-human spirits that aren't house spirits, tend to be more willing to aid for something. You know, I will give you energy if you aid me with this. They tend to be a little bit more transactional. House spirits tend to be very collaborative instead. Right, thank you so much from the fast. Tell me about an astral witch moot. Is that a thing? It is a thing. Maybe not as commonly as actual moots, but okay, for anybody who doesn't know what a moot is essentially a gathering of pagans and witches, and they come together usually once a month in a pub, typically, and people will drink and they'll have a chat and they will spend time together. And sometimes there are speakers that go in and they will talk about, I don't know, elemental work, or they'll talk about house spirits. You know, they'll go from pub to pub giving talks, and sometimes they'll call upon members of the moot to do talks for the collection. And so I always enjoy moots. I personally find them a little bit difficult. I really enjoy them, but they're not always the easiest because they can tend to be a little bit cliquey in a way. But if you can find a really good moot, you have there a community that you're always going to be able to come and talk to, especially if they're very open about their magical practice, and you can share things. When it comes to long distance connections though, whether they be covens, whether they be just groups of practitioners, if everybody is collectively very good at astral work, you are able to have a gathering that takes place astrally. So this is particularly good for people that live on different continents, where maybe they just aren't able to be present. They can be present in an astral space, and it gives you the ability to perform spells and rituals together as a collective without having to fly halfway across the world. They are really, really useful if everybody there is really good at astral projection. If they're not, then it can be quite limiting, and some people can really struggle with it, because if the entire rest of the group believes that everybody's going to be doing this work and then you're the one person that really struggles with astral projection, you can feel a little bit left out. But yeah, you can very much find them doing astral work together. You'll often find that they tend to be a little bit more traditional looking. So when it comes to astral work, you're able to present in a way that you maybe wouldn't normally. And so you're often able to do things that you often wouldn't normally be able to do. And so you'll often find that people, when they go, and they go all out. If you have a group that is really, really good at astral projection, they will be doing the full formal ritual, cloaks and all, with a big fire, because that's something that they are perhaps able to do in the astral, but they maybe live in a city and they aren't able to do it in the physical, so they find a way. So yeah, definitely possible to have stumbled across them. And actually, speaking on this topic, this is exactly what the Witches' Sabbath is. So when people think of the Witches' Sabbath and you're thinking of witches flying on goats, or Susan, who lives down the street, has been turned into a horse, that she's being ridden to the Sabbath. You know, these kind of stories where you have witches flying on rods and flying on straws, you know, bits of straw and stuff. It's often described that they are going to a physical place, but often what people are discussing is the astral flight to the Sabbath, which is more of a spiritual thing for a lot of practitioners, while witches' Sabbats, sort of the wheel of the year as you would expect to see, is a much more modern sort of adaptation rebrand on the witch's Sabbath that we see spoken about in the Witch Trials. If you want more information on this, I would thoroughly recommend reading The Witch's Sabbath by Keldon. Fully goes into the history, absolutely phenomenal. If you want the audiobook version, it's available on Spotify, which is what I'm currently listening to because I am fed up of reading physical books. So now I'm listening to some while I'm going on walks. So I'm rereading it as an audiobook. Very, very good. And there's a lot of that where the Sabbath is a very spiritual thing. A bit like how when people were talking about dreams in the early modern period, you are dealing with something that was perceived as real. So when you hear the witch trials and you read segments of the confessions, while of course, for the most part, the confessions were fabrications, adaptations on the truth, things that were added in to force people to confess, these kind of things. You'll hear tales of people saying, oh, well, Agnes, she turned me into a hare while I slept. And what they're often talking about isn't that Agnes actually managed to find her way into this person's bedroom and actually turned them into a hare. They're often talking about things that happen in the other, in dreams, in astral. But it was perceived as being as real as it is today. So when you hear of people taking flight to journey to the Sabbath, they're often referring to the spiritual, like the astral travel. This is where you get the idea of like witches' ointments and stuff from. It's so cool. There's a couple of books that I really enjoy on this one. One is The Witch's Sabbath by Keldon. That one goes way more into the history if that's what you're looking at. And the other one is called 13 Gates of Spirit Flight by Roger J. Horn. Let me just check. I don't want to give you the wrong name. A Broom at Midnight, 13 Gates of Witchcraft by Spirit Flight. That's the one. So that's by Roger J. Horn. They're both really, really good. It's just slightly different stances on it, slightly different approaches to how they teach it. So good. But yeah, this is a topic I find just endlessly fascinating because it still happens to this day. When people think of 13 witches gathering to confide with the devil or the fairy queen or whoever it was considered in that particular historical account, people will often think, oh, well, this is just something people believed, it was just nonsense. And yet people to this day still will travel to the spirit world, to the astral for this kind of thing. Okay. Let's have a look-see before I dive any more into spirit flight and astral travel. I absolutely love it. I just think it's such a fascinating topic. Yes, sorry. I have the exact style of working for this one. So, any tips on protection spells for friends and relatives living far away? My sister got into college a few states away from where I live recently, and I want to do some protection spells for her. Poppets. Poppets are the answer to your question here. They are phenomenal. In my Lammas video, I actually show sort of the process. I didn't really go through a step-by-step. I really need to do a step-by-step of making a protection poppet. And they are so good for long distance workings because it means that you do not need the person to be there for you to be able to directly target them. So if you have no idea what a poppet is, anybody out there? Poppet is a magical doll. So they are dolls used within spellwork and ritual, and they are not what people typically associate. So people will often think of cursing dolls with pins. That's not really what even those kind of dolls have been used for. I mean, you can, but it's not really the basis of them. Instead, they are used as a way of linking a working to a person that is not able to be present. That could be yourself. So you could do a protection doll for yourself so that when you're away at work or whether you go away for long periods of time, say you're in the military or something, you're able to have a protection doll that is at home that represents you if it's something that you aren't able to take around with you. Or it could be, say, a healing doll on somebody that lives half a world away. It allows you to connect with their energy and work on them when they aren't able to be present. But it's also really useful if you are, say, a beginner, or maybe you're not that great at energy direction, where you would rather have something physical to touch and hold rather than just a general vague idea of where you need that energy to go. The fundamental of the poppet is that it has to be linked to a person. And you can do this in a couple of different ways. It really depends on what you have access to. The type of doll that you use doesn't really matter. You can make it yourself. You can buy them. I offer some through the shop. If you do live in the UK and you don't know where else to go, that is an option. You can make them yourself. And if you can make them out of clothes that belong to the person that you are trying to attach that poppet onto. So say, for instance, if you're doing it for your child who has just gone away to university, I know it's a different circumstance than this, but obviously you are likely going to have your child's clothes lying around, and if you know that there's a t-shirt or something that's got a massive rip in it and they're not able to wear it again, you can utilize that in workings to represent that person. You can do this as well for partners. I'm just going to say it, but boxers and underwear is phenomenal as a taglog. You really cannot get closer to somebody's skin than being underwear. And so they're often used in poppets and in taglocks for that exact reason. So once you've got that doll made or bought, whatever it is, you then need something that is connected to that person. It could be a photograph. It could be a signature. It could be a full name and a date of birth. This one, though, primarily works if you know them personally. So you have energetic ties, energetic links to them in a way that some random person isn't necessarily going to have. Nail clippings, hair, something that belongs to them, like clothing, something like that. That then gets put inside of the doll with items that represent what it is that you would like to achieve. So often this includes stuffing. I often use rice because it's really, really easy to find and it's reusable at the end of it. You can just return it to the earth. You can use like teddy bear stuffing, that kind of thing. You fill the poppet with some stuffing. You add in things that represent what it is that you want to achieve. If it's healing, say they're having problems with their arm, you would put all of the healing herbs in the arm of the doll that is the same arm that they are struggling with. If it's for protection, you would maybe put protection herbs scattered all throughout that doll as a way of really cementing that this is overall protection. You pour loads of energy into that doll, you name that doll the person in question, you then seal that doll up, breathe life into that doll, and then keep it in a safe space. So you would often have it wrapped in black silk or black cloth, and then keep it kept somewhere very safe and secure, maybe in a shoebox under the bed. And then it gives you the ability to offer protection from a remote distance. And then every couple of months you bring it out, you recharge it again, you put it back in the box, you secure it again, you place it back under. So it gives you a way of working on somebody much, much further away than you ever would be able to. And if you then want to take it a step further for, say, something like healing, what people will often do, and it's what you will often see pins actually being used for, is they are used to pinpoint or target a particular location where the energy needs to be pinpointed in on. So if, for instance, going back to that analogy, somebody has a problem with their arm, you would put the healing herbs inside of that doll down the arm, and then you would take the pin, you would charge it with energy, and you would push it through the doll into the arm. And then once that energy has done its job, you can then remove that pin again. And this then allows, you can have, say, one doll that can be used for lots and lots of different things, because depending on the pinpointing of that energy, it's going to change how the energy affects the person. Poppets are just so cool and so versatile as well. You can use them for practically anything, positive or negative. You can do it on yourself, you can do it on somebody else. And especially in the circumstance like this is an individual that you really, really, really care about, and you really want to be offering them protection from unwanted energies, from unwanted spirits, whatever else. It gives you a way of working really strongly with their energy without having to constantly be going to them to perform these workings. They are different from worry dolls, mostly because worry dolls are meant to absorb things and then you cleanse them, whereas poppets are designed to send things out. So both doll shaped It's just that one is going to take things in and one is going to express energy outwards. And so you wouldn't necessarily want to be cleansing a puppet unless you wanted to change how that puppet was being used. But you would want to cleanse a worry doll so that it's then able to take in more of that unwanted energies. So, right, where am I? Oh, so this one is in relation to that question, so I'm going to go over this one now. How do you dispose of a puppet? So generally speaking, the first thing that you would do is that you would thank the doll for its participation in that working, whatever it may be, and you then open that doll and you take the items out. So you thank it, say that it is no longer needed, you then start opening it up. Any crystals, you cleanse. You thank and then you cleanse. The herbs that you're using, you thank and then you return them to the earth. If you've used rice as a stuffing, like me, I do the exact same thing. I thank it for its participation, I return it to the earth. If I've used stuffing, that's different because obviously that's not biodegradable unless you've specifically chosen biodegradable stuffing, and in which case you would take it out, thank it, and then cleanse it in some way. You could give it a wash. That is an option in a sink that has a plug hole that's covered, obviously, otherwise you're just going to lose it all down the drain. I wouldn't recommend smoke cleansing it or anything, that's just a fire risk. But water cleansing could be a good option, or you can just pull energy out of it and dispose of it that way so that you don't then have to deal with any of the complications. The doll itself, you then thank, cleanse, and then that's it. Everything then, the energy has been dissipated from it, and so now it should be a completely neutral thing that you can then either use again, or it's something that you can recreate in another form. So if you decide that you want another doll in the future, you can just recreate another doll without having to question anything that came before. Right. How do you put your dream bag together for astral projection and dream recall? Also, what do you do, or do you need to replace the items? I mean, really, you don't need any kind of bag or any items in order to do dream recall or astral projection. It's very much about practice, and it's about just consistency and time. And it's one of those frustrating things where there is not really an easy way of doing it. And I think that if you can learn how to recall your dreams first, it then gives you a really good idea of how much lucid and astral projection you're already doing, because you might find that you're doing a lot more than you perhaps realize. If you do want something though, I typically would go for a mix of mugwort. I just find mugwort is phenomenal for all sort of psychic work, whether that is divination, whether that is meditation, communication with spirits, specific abilities, dream magic, or things like astral projection and lucid dreaming, that kind of stuff. I think are phenomenal for. I love mugwort for that. Specifically, if we're talking about dreams, I'd probably go for something like a chamomile, a lavender. It's going to depend on the person. Some people hate lavender. If you hate lavender, don't force yourself to use it. It's totally fine. Chamomile is also really good for its calming, relaxation properties, which can be useful if you're particularly nervous around astral projection and lucid dreaming. You might want to be adding in something for protection, but you're going to want protection that isn't grounding. So normally my first instinct is always oak. But in this instance, it wouldn't really work the way that you want it to, because it's too grounding in nature. It's too connected to the earth element. So instead, I'd maybe consider something like rose thorns or something like nettle leaves. They're a little bit more fiery, watery in nature. They're not quite as rooted into the ground, but they still can offer a little bit of protection from unwanted energies and spirits. And then I'd probably include something like a labradorite. Very good at psychic work, very good at dreams and astral projection. If you wanted something a little bit lighter, maybe you didn't want to dive full headfirst into it, try something like a rainbow moonstone. Technically, they're the same crystal. They're just different colors of the same crystal, but it's a little bit lighter. The energy is not quite as intense, so it can offer a little bit of support there. If you don't want protection in like a spiky, aggressive form, you could also go for an obsidian in there as well to sort of offer a little bit of gentle protection assistance. But yeah, you don't have to have any of those things, it can just be something that you just work on and build up over time. But if you do want something, then that kind of collection might be useful. And I was messing with my brush and I just dropped it on the floor. So don't mind me, I'm just going to try and elegantly retrieve it. Haha, nope, that is a cable. Oh, I don't know where it went. Oh well, I'll find it later. Let's have a look, see, where am I? I am... Do you know of any great clothing stores in the UK for us spookier girls, please? I might have to do this on my second channel as well, because that's the plan, is that I want it to be more of like a lifestyle-y, more relaxed thing. A lot of the stuff that I get that is specifically... Goodness, text messages. I'm going to turn my sound off. That is technically more spooky, like gothic-y, witchy themed, are Killstar and Disturbia. They're the ones that I tend to go through. Usually when there's sales, I tend to find things on there, but I'll be honest, you can find some incredible things secondhand. That's most of where I'm finding my stuff at the minute, is just secondhand stuff. Because really, as sad as it is, I don't actually get rid of clothes that often. So like the stuff that I bought like 10 years ago, I still have just sitting around that keeps making appearances. But a lot of people, they don't act like that. Like they'll have like a Killstar dress, and as soon as it goes out of fashion, they just sell it. And I'm there like, oh, I'll still be wearing this in 10 years. So I tend to get the secondhand stuff, just because you can find some really unusual things that you just wouldn't think that you'd be able to find, simply because it's like not in fashion anymore. And so I tend to find that I go through a lot of secondhand stores, things like that. Charity shops. I love a good charity shop. Right. I think I'm gonna have to, if anybody sees anything out of my collection and the things that I wear, and you're like, oh, I really like that, I'm planning on getting rid of a bunch of stuff, so I might end up posting a Depop link or something if you are in the UK, because you might find something of mine. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh, okay, here we go. So, isn't it contradictory to believe in incarnation but then do spirit work with ancestors? Not really, mostly because it's going to depend on your belief system. Not everybody who works with spirits is going to believe in reincarnation. And a lot of people that believe in reincarnation don't believe in spirits at all. But then also there's separation that goes on there. So many people believe that there are three aspects to the soul, that one aspect can stay stuck in an environment, another aspect goes on to the next life, and then another aspect sticks around as ancestors. And therefore you have guides, you have ghosts, and you have reincarnation happening all at once. But ultimately it comes down to the same problem. Well, is it a problem, or is it just an enigma? Which is that we truly have no idea what happens. And that every one of these beliefs in regards to afterlife and reincarnation and this, that, and the other, it is entirely speculation based on our lived experiences. And so I don't think anybody is inherently right or inherently wrong with it, but people will always come up with ways of making it work. So the whole three souls thing is something that I see an awful lot. There are people who believe it's two parts of the soul. One of them goes on to become a ghost and one of them goes on to the next life if reincarnation does exist. Some people will believe the same, but with heaven and hell. So one part goes to heaven and hell and one part sticks around to be a ghost. There are people who believe that reincarnation occurs after a certain amount of time. So if that spirit has not learned lessons, they won't be able to reincarnate for a period of time until they have learned the reasons why their life went the way it did. And then once they've processed all of that stuff, they're then able to progress onwards. And so there are some beliefs that say that some people are reincarnated instantaneously, and some people have gone hundreds of years between incarnations because their soul's not been ready to be reincarnated again. And then there are people who just don't believe that anything happens and that you just become a ghost after death. There are some people that believe only ghosts that become stuck, so human souls that become stuck because of unfinished business, because of loved ones, because they're trapped in objects or things. They're the ones that become ghosts and everybody else moves on. And so the problem is that you've got like 1,000 different beliefs, and I don't necessarily think that any of them are right. I suspect that somewhere along the way, there is going to be this fantastic answer that comes about in 1,000 years, and all of a sudden we understand all of human existence. But it's one of those really complicated things. So I think ultimately it comes down to what you believe in as an individual, and also just what makes sense to you. Like, I have experienced enough spirits to personally suspect that there is a reason that some spirits stick around. But then I've also seen those same spirits seemingly disappear somewhere else, somewhere different, somewhere other. Now, whether that is an afterlife, whether that is reincarnation, I have no idea. But there are some spirits who stick around because they're scared, because of unfinished business, because of something that has happened in their life that they want to stick around on this earthly plane for. And then when given the opportunity to process that, they just sort of disappear. And so I feel as though there must be somewhere that they're going, whether they are going to live with the fair folk, whether they're going to some sort of afterlife, whether they're reincarnated or something. There's obviously something that changes with certain spirits, so I think that's really interesting, but anything else I think is entirely down to personal experience, and also then the beliefs of the people that you've grown up with and your community and all of that. Right, let's have a look, see. Where was I? I am. Oh, goodness. Ooh, okay. This one. I get this every month, and the problem, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's definitely not a bad thing, but I'm going to be honest and say that a lot of the time, I am still reading the same books that I was last time. So the question is, any recent book recommendations or Audible recommendations? So at the minute, as mentioned a couple minutes ago, I am currently listening to The Witch's Sabbath by Keldon. Now I'm listening to that on Spotify simply because I have a Spotify account, and you get 15 hours of audiobooks apparently with a Spotify account. I only figured that out a couple of years ago. And so I'm making the most of that. When I'm out walking Cleo and I'm by myself, I am listening to The Witch's Sabbath by Keldon. If anybody has seen that, I don't know, I'm assuming that people will have seen it, that it's made its way off TikTok if you're not on TikTok, but where two people bump into each other and they drop their headphones and they pick up the wrong person's headphones and they put it in and they get to listen to what the other person is listening to. I'd put somebody else's headphone in and I'd be like, oh, that's pretty cool music. And they'd put mine in and they'd listen to this random 14th century recount of a witch's Sabbath, and they'd just be so confused. Because most people are not going to be listening to that on a book walk. It's fantastic. Like, the narration is phenomenal. It is well paced. It is well researched. It is a fantastic book. I don't know if I have it. Is it here in one of these ones I put to one side? Oh, it isn't. Absolutely fantastic. If you've never read it, it's amazing. So I'm reading that. I've then just finished reading Problematic Summer Romance by Ali Hazelwood. So good. Really, really good. I have it here. Let me grab these. This one by Ali Hazelwood. Fantastic. I didn't realise this is a sequel until after I finished it. So, word to the wise, for anybody who didn't realise, I was so confused because she was introducing so many characters. Like 15 characters got introduced in like 5 minutes. And I'm there and I'm like, I don't know who anybody is. I'm never going to remember any of these names. And then she wouldn't go into like how they looked or their personality. They would just start talking. And I got to the point where I sort of gave up trying to remember who was who. I then realised that it's because it's a sequel. And the first one I hadn't read. So the first one is called, let me see if I can find it. Not in Love is the first one. This one is the second one. Please don't make my mistake. I was very, very confused. And then I realised that I had never read this one. So I've just finished reading Two Can Play by Ali Hazelwood, which is one of her novellas. This is better. This is better than this. Personally, this was incredible. I wish it was longer. So they've been my current non-witchy reads. I'm also currently reading that, I spoke about it last month and I can't remember what it's called. It's a ghost story book with like real ghost stories. And it's like the scariest stories that this paranormal investigator has ever experienced, like the most unusual stories. Some of those are so fantastic. I tend to read one chapter before I go to bed. Most people might not read ghost stories before bed. I am finding that it's very nice. I find it very peaceful. And some of the stories are just so heartbreaking and so beautiful and so interesting that I don't know. I don't know if I'm ever going to find a book that is quite like this. I'm really enjoying it. And I've just started reading one on magic and physics, I think. I don't know what it's called. I'm going to have to look this up and I'll have to show you in another video. But it is all about how magical things like crystals are fundamentally magical in science, if that makes sense. So there are like actual physics principles that are influencing our belief in these things. And I think that one is just fascinating because it really goes to show that there's a lot that we just don't even realize. And it goes over how the natural world and physics can be fundamentally magical, which I think is just so cool. So those are the ones I'm currently reading. I am going to have to try and find the name of that one. Let me see if I can find it. I can see what it looks like in my head. It has, there we go, The Magic of Matter. It's this. Let me see if I can find more information about it. The Magic of Matter, Crystals, Chaos, and the Wizardry of Physics. Imagine you had a crystal that lit upon your command. Magic must be at work, and you surely must be a wizard. But what if you discovered that you routinely cast such spells? Are the spells no longer magic, or are you a wizard? The modern term for wizardry is condensed matter physics. It is the study of the world around us, the states of matter and how they emerge from the quantum realm. Thanks to its practical magic, we can make lasers which cut through solid metals, trains which hover in midair, and crystals which light our homes. It is one of the best kept secrets in science. A third of all physicists work on it, yet its story has never been told. Join Phoenix Flicker as he introduces the magic of condensed matter physics. It will be a journey that reveals the subtle spells that conjure crystals from chaos and create new particles that have never before existed. I thought that just looked so cool. I thought that one just looked awesome. So I'm diving into that, but I'm trying to juggle too many books. And I'm never going to get through them all. Let's have a look, see. Where am I? I am somewhere over here. Somewhere? Ooh, okay. Sorry, this one's very interesting. What is this? I have a haunted pendulum from the Witch Museum in Edinburgh. I know it's a female, and I know a few areas of who she may be, but has never straight answers. Do I need to know who she is to work with her? Ooh, okay, so I don't necessarily think that you need to know. I think there just needs to be a level of comfort there. It's more a case of knowing that you are definitely okay to work with this spirit, and that comes with time. It comes with time, it comes with experience. And so I'd say to start with, just do little things, try to build your confidence up, spending time engaging. I mean, if you've already had some of this encounter happening, you're going to have a general feeling of how they resonate with you, how you resonate with them. A lot of the time, spirits won't give us the full story, whether that's because they don't know the full story, they don't want to share everything with us, but it's mostly about figuring out how the dynamic is. and whether they are somebody that can be trusted and whether it's somebody that you would want to work with in the long run. Because sometimes we might have haunted objects that we just never want to work with, and sometimes we have haunted objects that we're perfectly comfortable with, and that line is very much going to depend on the person. Right, let's have a look, see. Okay, so I'm sure that I'm over here somewhere. Ooh, okay. Are there any workings that enable telepathic communication with a faraway significant other, sending feelings, words, imagery, etc.? I don't necessarily think that there's any workings that could do it in the way that you would perhaps want it to. So that idea of telepathy is sort of the degree anyway to which people will often think of it is very much out for the most part of what people are able to do. But what you will find is that building connection between people can often allow us to have something similar going on. So the example that I give to this one, and it sounds like an awful situation, but actually I think it was a blessing in a way. So when family members of mine have been really, really unwell, like very much on the brink of not being alive anymore, I will immediately get woken up. Like, I don't know how to describe it. I would wake up at exactly when things started to go seriously wrong, and I just know in my gut that something is really, really wrong. And so there's often this level of when people are so tied intrinsically together, building that connection is a fantastic way to sort of strengthen those bonds that do make us think of similar things and think of the other person, and in some cases have these kind of experiences where we just know that something isn't right, or we just know that a message needs to be sent or something needs to be done. You know, there's this gut feeling that's incorporated into that. Righty-ho, now I'm back on this page. Let's have a look-see. Thank you so much, Jamie. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And then I had another one come in that was sort of, in a way, it's sort of tied together. And that is that I've had a soul dog recently pass away. Is there anything I can do to make sure her spirit knows it is welcome? And I think it's intrinsically tied in with the last topic of, I think she already knows. And I cannot believe how heartbreaking this situation must be for you, and my heart completely goes out in this situation. But she knows how much she's loved, and she knows how much she was loved in life, and I believe that there's very little that you could do to make her feel unwelcome in this situation. You can have a space where some of her things are, where some of her toys are, if you want to be doing that. Photographs, you know, she is still present in your life even if she is not there. And I think that no matter what you do in this situation, she is always going to be part of you and part of your life. Right. Let's have a look-see. Ooh. Okay, I think this is the same, I believe, situation that we were talking about earlier. How do I protect some green space land that's about to be built on? I love the area and I feel sad when I walk through it. Can I do spells to make construction difficult? The problem that we have is that often it's being triggered by so many other things, if that makes sense. So there's so many people that are influencing a circumstance. There is so much paperwork. There is so many steps that need to be taken that whether you're going to be able to stop something from happening that's already legally put into motion, that's unknown. But there's definitely things that can be done to make things uncomfortable, make things difficult, as we were speaking about earlier. Try not to target people because that then can cause issues. But general energy in that space you do find that things sometimes happen that are really weird. And a great example of this is when we're talking about fairy roads, when we're talking about the fair folk, especially in Ireland, but also in England too. There are, and I believe in Iceland as well, this is very, very big, where if they plan on taking down a hawthorn bush, everything will go wrong. Or if they're attempting to build a road across a fairy mound or a fairy road, everything will go wrong. People will start getting ill, machinery will start breaking down. You will often find that the natural world has a tendency to fight back, and who knows, that might happen in this case. Let's have a look. How do I undo an evil eye done intentionally on someone else? That is a difficult one, actually. Mostly because, so the evil eye, if anybody sort of doesn't know, it's not found in the same way everywhere. But probably the most common description of the evil eye is malicious energy that is targeted towards a specific person. Sometimes the evil eye is performed by accident, so somebody maybe doesn't realize that they're doing it, and it's usually done because they feel envious or they feel a certain way towards the person that they have been looking at. So they have sent evil their way through their eyes. It's that sort of unintentional direction of negative energy that latches onto somebody. Or you have purposeful energy that is targeted towards a person that is designed to cause negativity in their life. Now, the problem is that when it comes to most forms of spell work, you can really easily undo what is being carried out because you can take apart that working. You can be doing things that will break that working and stop it from continuing. So a spell bag, a piece of jewelry, a poppet, a spell jar, spell bowl, anything like that, you can dismantle it to break that energy, to stop it from going any further. But with energy that has already been sent out, there's not masses that you can do. It's very difficult to call it back and undo the damage that has already been done. So, a couple of ways that we can go about with this. Stop any continuation of that energy. So anything that has been sent their way, just accept that it is there and that is it. And at that point, it just is, it's gone into the ether. And then just stop the working to stop it from continuing. The energy that's already out there, you got a couple of options. Either wait for it to run its course, in which case it's just a case of trying to not make it worse than perhaps it already is. Or you can carry out positive energy and protective energy on that person to try to counter what has already happened. Because this negative energy has already been sent. But if you can then counter it with this much positive energy, you're sort of balancing out the situation. It's essentially an attempt at not making this worse, is what it sort of comes to when you get to that point where it's just energy that's being sent. It's very, very difficult to undo it. Right. I recently purchased a Fae-inspired wreath with witch bells and ribbons. I've hung it on my front door. Is this a good place to put it? Yeah, don't see why not. Liminal space, fantastic environment for it. It really depends, I suppose, on where you want protection. So if you want protection around that front door, perfect spot for it. If you would like spirits to be able to, because some people, it depends on the person, will have spirits being able to enter certain areas of the home but not others. So for some people, they might find that you might want it on an interior room because you're fine with spirits going a certain way but not all of the way. For most people though, outside spaces or the doors that are most commonly used, even if it's on the inside of that door, are best for protection style workings. Right, let's have a look, see where was I? I am somewhere over here. Here we go. I'm going to Glastonbury in 2 weeks. I know you're a big fan. What's the number one place in town to go first? Ooh, first. Okay, it depends on what you want. So I shall give 4 options. Yes, I shall give 4 options depending on 5 options depending on what it is that you want to do first. Okay, 2 of them I would say group together. If you want to sort of start casually and just start perusing some of the shops, if you start at the top of the high street and work down, there's loads and loads of really, really nice shops. But the one I would recommend that you definitely check out is Sons of Asgard. Beautiful, gorgeous. The energy in there is fantastic. I just love it so much. If you want shopping, I'd go Sons of Asgard and then Starchild and then check out everywhere else because everywhere else is also incredible too. If you want food and drink first, there is a coffee shop at the top of the high street above Sons of Asgard, like it's higher up than Sons of Asgard, called Coffee Zero. At least it was there the last time that I went. They do the most incredible English breakfast imaginable. So we always go there for English breakfast before we start doing anything because it is just a rite of passage. And if you want something that is more spiritual, if you want to start with that sort of deep spiritual experience, either the Tor or the White Spring. They are right next to one another though. So there's one route down from the Tor that will take you out literally right next to the White Spring. So if you're going that way, I would say do both of them. Depending on the time. The White Spring, I would say, is an unmissable experience. I've had the most incredible spiritual experiences in there. I always try and make an effort to go in at least once. And so I would say those 2 things probably should be grouped together because they are like right next to one another. Technically, that's 5, right? Because Starchild, Sons of Asgard, food. Yes, that's 5. And then everything else is sort of an added bonus. I tell you what though, there's one place that I have never been in Glastonbury. And if anybody has been or if anybody goes, you'll have to let me know what it's like. I have never been into the Goddess Temple. Ever. And I have a few reasons as to why. But I've never been in and I feel like at some point I need to go in. So I need to finally get down there again and actually go in. That would be great. Right, let's have a look. See. Ooh, what are some of your witchy experiences that just made you think, wow, this is real and so beautiful? Mine would be that I was praying to Selene and immediately someone came up to me to talk about the moon. I'll be honest, most of my experiences are sort of vague. I don't know how really to describe them. They are not like profound recent experiences, if that makes sense. And I think it's because my journey into witchcraft was never really a journey into witchcraft. It was sort of a never leaving it kind of a situation. So the ones for me that are like, oh, wow, this is like incredible, was just being able to want something and wish for something and doing a few bits and pieces, whatever I figured out worked, and getting a result and it being consistent. And it was never this like, oh my God, how did I not realize this? It was this like, this is incredible and I don't know why anybody else doesn't do this. And then I realized that like, oh, it's because not everybody has the same experiences. Or it would be the one that I really, really appreciated that really connected me to other practitioners was I've told this one before, so it's not going to be new to anybody that's been here for a while. But there was a very particular plant in my parents' back garden that we would work with, well, that I would work with all of the time. And it would just be this default plant that I knew I associated with the moon. I associated it with the water element. And I knew that when I worked with it for this, and this, I got results. And at that point, I didn't have a book of correspondences. I wasn't using really much of anything. I was just utilizing plants that I found in the garden, and it just worked. It just was what I needed. And then I met a friend that also turned out to be a practitioner, and I had no idea that they were a practitioner at all. And we were just like word vomiting at each other. We were just so excited. We were like, oh my goodness, what do you use this for? Oh my goodness, have you ever tried runes? She was the one that introduced me to runes for the first time. And as soon as I had that experience, I went down another rabbit hole. And then she was like, what do you use this plant for? And she listed the reasons and the ways that she used it. And it was the exact same as mine. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this isn't just something that is solely inside my own mind. This is something that other people experience in very, very similar ways. And that was my first sort of glimpse into the world of correspondences and how people come to the same conclusions on the same plants. Like, having a book that tells you what mugwort is for or what rosemary is for is phenomenal, and it's really, really useful. But that's not how people knew what things were for. It was trial and error. It was talking to other people. It was finding out that other people had the same experiences in the same way, and they were working with plants in the same way to get the same results, and essentially forming correspondence tables out of their own lived experience. And that was the moment for me where I was like, oh, damn. Okay, this is more than just inside my own lived experience. This is everybody else as well. And I think that was so cool. And I don't think we ever did any actual workings together. We were just two solitary practitioners who had never had the opportunity to talk about their practice to anybody else at that point. And it was just so cool. It was just absolutely awesome. And those are the moments where I'm like, oh, okay, damn. It's like the one that I spoke about in the I can't remember what the video was called, actually. The one where we were doing solitary and group energy sensing practice. I did 2 videos, one for group energy sensing and one for individual energy sensing. That group energy sensing was another one of those moments where we were doing the practice where one person is thinking of cold and channeling cold, and the other person is trying to figure out what that energy is when it's coming from that other person. And it's seeing how your energy can be picked up and perceived by other people in the same way that you were putting it out, where I was like, oh, working with a coven is actually so cool. Because when you find people that really, really mesh well together, it is so easy to be linking everything together and tapping into it. And that was another one of those moments where I was like, damn, that's so cool, and I'm probably never going to be able to recreate this moment. And even as I was in the moment, I was like, I'm going to remember this. And I still do. I still remember who my partner was when I was having that thought. I still remember where I was in the room, what the room looked like. It was one of those moments where, like, it really stuck with me. Right. Let's have a look-see. Are you wanting to watch the new Practical Magic movie? Oh, 1000%. I did a reaction to the teaser trailer on Patreon. It wouldn't let me post it on the main channel because there wasn't enough reaction to content. But it looks so good. And I'm so glad that they managed to get at least a decent chunk of the original cast back again. Like, I'm so excited about it because Practical Magic is, I think it's got to be my favourite witchcraft movie of all time, which says a lot because it's above Halloween Town, and Halloween Town is one of my favourite movies to have ever existed, ever. It's one of those movies where I will constantly go back to it. Feel good movie. I just love it. I just love it so much. And I'm so nervous that they are going to butcher it. I'm going to see it in the cinema. Whether I have to go by myself or whether I drag somebody with me, I don't care. I am going to go and see it. And I know I'm going to love it. I just hope that there's not too many modern references. I know that in the trailer, there was a reference to Tinder. And I know that some people were like, oh my goodness, they're making it too modern. But like, Tinder's been around for decades now, hasn't it? Like it has to have been around for at least 15 years, maybe more. I feel as though that's not so bad. I think my biggest problem when they add too much modernity into something is when they start like referencing really niche, very, very fleeting trends. You know, things that nobody is going to remember in 2 years, let alone 10. I feel like what made movies like Practical Magic so good was that you could, in theory, take the entirety of that movie out of its time period and it still makes total sense. Yes, there is the use of a wall phone, like a landline phone, which I suppose today there are kids that have been brought up where the house didn't have a landline. I guess that's a thing. But for the most part, you could take the entire movie and it makes sense. If they fill it with loads of TikTok trends, with loads of super popular music, like if I hear a Taylor Swift song in it, I'm gonna lose it. And that's not me saying that Taylor Swift isn't good or that I don't like her music, because I do. It's just, it doesn't make sense for the type of movie. Do you know what I mean? We need Fleetwood Mac. We need The Cure. You know, we need things that are like whimsy, a bit odd. And so I just hope they don't, I just hope they don't ruin it, because some of that looks so good. That's so good. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if they say, like, slang that is only popular right now, and you know that in, like, a year's time, it's not going to be used anymore, that's where I'm like, I don't like it when they do that. I really, really struggle with that. Okay, let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay. Do you have any recommendations for a book or spell to help me prepare for the autumn season when I have a lot going on and very little time? I would say, well, really any book that covers like the harvest festivals in relation to witchcraft, that covers the autumn equinox. And I know that Lammas is already gone, but you know, we're getting into the harvests now. I mean, I'm fully feeling Samhain right now. I don't know how to describe it. Like everything is just getting a bit liminal. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing that, but like all of the bumps and the spirit activity is getting worse. Like everything is more. And I always get that at this time of year. So anything on sort of Mabon, on Samhain or anything like that. But I would say just don't see it as being something that has like a time scale. I don't think there's any real book that I can say this is going to be the solution to this. It's why I often confuse the hell out of people by saying that Sabbats are seasons. And I get people that are like, half the Sabbats aren't seasons, they're specific days. And I'm like, they are technically specific days, but the energy, that energy that we're tapping into is present for so much longer than just an individual day or a specific week or a weekend. It echoes out on either side of that specific date. So like now, I tend to not feel the autumn equinox as strongly as I feel Samhain. Like I'm already experiencing Samhain energy now because it echoes out from it. So I'd say if anything, it would be, instead of trying to cram loads of stuff in, it's little things that you can do progressively over time. And they don't have to be really big things. It could be just decorating. It could be doing a really quick cleanse here, a little bit of a cleanse there, maybe cleansing a single room at a time and then putting protections on individual rooms. So you're not having to do it all in one go. You know, if you're really, really struggling on time, you can just cleanse your bedroom, put up a shield, some protection, and then the next day you can spend 5 minutes doing your bathroom or something, working in a way that makes sense for your craft as we sort of progress in to the season. Because I find that trying to cram so much in one go, it never works. For me anyway, it never works. I tend to find that Sabbats are very broad seasonal energies. Right, let's have a look. See. Ooh, okay. I was singing South Park while doing housework. My usual Saturday AM routine, when out of nowhere a god or demon name plopped out of my mouth, a sign or invitation to connect. I would say immediately don't even go down the avenue of could it be a demon, because I'm going to be real honest, most demons are not going to bother with you. Like, for the most part, you're going to be dealing with lesser demons, and then they're not really that interested in engaging unless they really, really want something, but then they're more likely to come through in more high energy situations. I wouldn't worry too much about it being something malefic or anything like that. It could well be just something that you should be looking into. It could be a name, but it could be the context of something. So it's worth looking into the name that you were given and what does it relate to. Because if it is a particular deity, for instance, that would be sort of one sign among many, many others. So you would be dealing with lots and lots of other recurring things as well. If this happens again, I would say that it may well be a name where they're saying, okay, you really need to be paying attention to this. But what will sometimes happen is you will just be given information that will then lead you to figure out what it is relating to. So it may well be, say, a particular figure from mythology that has a story. And that story is something that you need to be learning from right now. Or it might be an avenue that you are being directed down by your guides, by whoever it is that you work with, to then learn more information about them. So if this is coming alongside other strange and unusual phenomena, particular animals being present, strange dreams, repeating things, then I think it's something to maybe take very seriously as being a deity. If it is something that maybe is a bit more ambiguous, start just looking into the meaning behind it. Like, it could be the stories, it could be the legends, it could be the mythology behind a specific deity or spirit, for instance, and then just see what comes out at the end of it. I don't think there necessarily needs to be anything more than that for now until it sort of starts repeating. Right. This one I think is interesting because this is a question that one way or another gets asked a lot, whether we're at events and shows, whether it's, online, and that is, do you think that there's more negative/demon energy around the world, or is there more positive? And I think immediately the first thing I want to say is that demons are not fundamentally negative. It is just that is what the church has made them out to be. A demon is just a classification of spirits. They just have similar enough characteristics to all be grouped together. It's a bit like saying that all fish are evil and man-eaters just because you have some sharks that might go into having a shark attack. It doesn't mean that all fish are bad. It just means that some fish are ones that you maybe don't want to be swimming with all the time. So in regards to that, I think that sadly demons have a very bad reputation in a way that they probably don't deserve. The way that they get treated. Like, people immediately think of demons and they think of evil, when in reality it's not really any different than any other classification of spirits. Some positive, some negative, lots and lots sitting in between. And really, I think that's probably the way that I look at most things. I've spent a lot of my life dealing with very polarizing energy, perfection or nothing. And it took me a long time to realize that the majority of things are pretty neutral. They're neither good nor bad. They just sort of sit in this vague grey area where some things are more negative and some things are more positive, but for the most part, they're just sort of grey. And I think the same kind of applies to energy. I think a lot of the time, intent is placed on energy where it doesn't necessarily exist. Energy just is. It's what you do with it that changes the outcome of it. And so the same, I use this one a lot, or at least I used to use it a lot, but the same energy that powers life-saving equipment can also go to power life-ending equipment. The energy isn't evil or positive. It is entirely what is decided to do with it in the end. The energy itself is completely neutral. And so I feel as though that probably applies to most energy in the world, is that it just sort of is. It's what people do with it that then changes it. Right, where am I? I'm actually drinking this time. Which I never do in live streams normally, but it is so hot. Let's have a look-see. Oh, it jumped. Hang on. Scrolling. I'm scrolling. Let's see if I can figure out where I was. It was somewhere around here. Somewhere. Let's have a look-see. Okay. Let's go with this one because I know that I haven't done this one, and then I'll figure out where I am in relation. I'm ready to create my first servitor. Planned, named, program symbol, home, feeding, all of it. I academically understand the creation, but really how do I do it? Time, energy in the actual birth. So it's going to very much depend on your style of doing things. And I know, very boring of an answer. It's going to depend on your style of doing things, because the way it's going to feel, the way you're going to do things is going to be very, very different. So I can go through sort of some options, some things that I do, some things that other people do that maybe might give some context and some assistance with this, I suppose. So when you do it, it doesn't really matter. Ultimately, you just need a period of time where you're able to raise large amounts of energy and you're able to direct it and focus on it for a reasonable amount of time. For some people, this will be first thing in the morning. For other people, this will be in the middle of the night. Depends on your circumstances. You can also time creation based off certain events. So if you would like I'm trying to think of something really, really quickly off the top of my head. If you really want something that's going to bring about change, you might want to be doing it during a meteor shower. If you really want a servitor that is going to be helping to break down and absorb unwanted energies, you might want to be doing this during the waning phase of the moon. If you want something that's going to shine a light on things, maybe give you additional information, additional context, you might want to be doing it during noon. You know, you can choose days of the week. Love on a Friday, for instance, or prosperity on a Saturday if you want sort of that solar aspect of prosperity. It's going to depend on you as a practitioner, what you do. I'm going to be honest and say that the majority of the time, I don't bother doing things on certain days of the week. I just do them as and when I have the energy and the ability to do so, and that is totally fine too. So it's going to consist of centering, grounding, because you really want to make sure you are not overextending your personal energy too much, especially if you want something that is going to be quite long lasting. You're going to need more energy. So bear that in mind. Really, really short term servitor, really small amount of energy needed. Really, really long term servitor, you're going to maybe want to be a bit more detailed in what you're doing. You maybe want to be putting in more energy input at the start. And then obviously that's then going to need a consistent energy source from that point onwards. So center, ground, draw the energy up. This is the point where you would have all of your items around you. If you have a vessel, if you have a symbol, all of this stuff, you're going to want to be having it around you. So you are then holding, I personally hold the seal. That's my thing. I always do that because this is sort of the mode through which it is coming into being. So it passes through the seal. That way, that seal then holds significance later on. I don't add the seal in afterwards because then it's a bit wishy-washy. It doesn't really have the same association. So the seal is being held. The energy that was just raised, it's then going to be programmed. So what do you want it to achieve? What form do you want it to take? What name do you want it to have? You're raising all of this up. You can do this in a circle if you want to contain all of that energy. Once you feel as though you have enough energy raised, what is it going to look like? What's the shape it's going to take on? Start envisioning it, whether this is visually, like with visualization, or whether this is just mentally, just knowing the shape it is going to take. Just daydream, focus on the form that it is going to take. And then you are going to want to be disconnecting. Once you feel ready, you've given it its purpose, you've given it its required energy source. Maybe if the energy source is, say, a full moon, you are performing the working on a full moon. So kind of like their birthday is when they regain that energy again. So every month. So you create them on the full moon if they're going to be using a full moon. You need to be adding in some of that source, that energy source that they are going to be fueling on, or at the very least informing them what they are going to be fueling themselves on, so they know. Otherwise, they're just going to be really confused and they're not going to know what's happening. Once you feel like you're ready, you then separate yourself from the disc. So you aren't separating the servitor from the disc. They are still linked together, but you're separating yourself from the disc. So that energy that was yours is now separate. It is now belonging to this servitor, this being. And that way, that disc still holds value because it is linked to them. And then that disc or the seal, or however you want to describe it, is then placed in, near, around their vessel. So they know where is their space and their home. And then from that point, they can go and do their work, and you have that seal that you are working with that is innately tied to them. You're essentially creating a manual tag lock, if that makes sense. Everybody's going to have different ways of doing this, though. This is just the best way I can describe my way of doing it, if that makes sense. And that might have made no sense to anybody. But I do find that by doing it that way, I know that not everybody does, but I find it's easier doing it that way, just because then you know that it's not just the name that holds significance, but also the object that holds significance. And this is why with the seals, I would recommend making it out of something that is breakable. So it doesn't have to be like fragile. I'm not saying that you need to make it out of like crepe paper or something, but I tend to use clay, because then that servitor, its linking point, its anchor is that seal. So if that servitor has gone rogue for whatever reason, if that servitor is no longer needed and you didn't incorporate any sort of fail-safe into that, you break the seal. And by breaking the seal, you are disconnecting that spirit, because the anchor point for all of that energy is now gone. And then you would cleanse the pieces. And then that servitor then dissipates. I always prefer doing it that way, because if you don't include some sort of backup fail-safe, like a physical anchor, a seal that they are working through, then what happens if they do go rogue? What happens if you die and you can't give instructions to somebody else for what to do? So at least if you have that fail-safe in place, you know that you can write in your Book of Shadows that this is what would need to be done if something were to happen. And then somebody else knows how to deal with it, if that makes sense. Because a surprising number of hauntings and unusual activity that takes place in practitioners' houses, it isn't ghosts that you're dealing with, it's servitors. They don't know what to do anymore. And so I find that that's my favourite technique. I'd love to know everybody else's though. Like, genuinely, if you have a totally different way of doing it, let me know. I'm happy to give it a go. I always like adding new things into my practice. But yeah, that hopefully that was useful. Maybe, I don't know. But let me know if you have success. I would love to know how well you do in that time, in that regard, in that time. I think I read time somewhere else. Right. Thank you so much to From the Fast. Thank you so much, as well as to Relic of Ages. Oh, happy Summerween. From Sailor Mass this week. 23 days until Practical Magic 2. I'm so excited. So excited. I just hope they do it justice. And thank you so much to Jeff Hall as well, and anyone's. I was wondering if you've used wind magic to create a mini whirlwind using elements. I have no idea what that is. So let's have a look-see and see if it goes by any other names. Let's have a look-see. I have never experienced this personally, but that sounds really, really cool. Really, really cool. I know that this was something I mostly focused on like earlier on in my practice. I was obsessed with the elements. That was what I was using 9 times out of 10 was elemental magic. So I used to be obsessed with this. And it's just sort of dissipated. It's gone with the wind. I maybe need to pick up on this kind of thing again and see what experiences that I would have now. Let's have a look-see. I've never heard of this one. I'd love to know if anybody else has, though. Many traditions talk about the gift of tears. Loosely, it's generally recognised that a deity smiling on you can make you cry. Is there a tradition or interpretation for this in witchcraft? Okay, I have an interpretation, but it's probably not what you would expect. So this then, okay, how would I best describe this in the least creepy way possible? This is obviously like a very nice way of looking at it, right? Oh, you know, a deity is smiling on me and that's why I'm crying. But what I have often experienced, and I've experienced this myself and I've witnessed other people experience this, is you can have something happen called overlaying. And I promise it's genuinely not as scary as it sounds. And it probably isn't the same thing, but it's got that same vibe to it, where you'll be in an environment and all of a sudden you'll just be overcome with a particular emotion. This could be joy, this could be boiling rage, this could be desperate sadness, and you have no idea where it's come from because it's not come from you. Now, you might think that this would be something like empathy, but if nobody else in that room is experiencing it except you, then it's not empathy necessarily because it's coming from something else. And what will also happen is that the people who are looking at you, that are also in that situation, will not be seeing you. They'll be seeing you, but it's you, but different. It's really, really hard to explain, but it's like seeing something slightly different in features. So like, I might be looking at somebody, for instance, and if they are like absolutely sobbing and they have absolutely no idea why, instead of their eyes being, I don't know, brown, all of a sudden, everything else about them looks the same, but they have blue eyes. And something just doesn't feel quite right. And sometimes it's an overlay that's happening. So it's not a possession because a spirit hasn't taken over your body. Instead, it's an overlay. So they basically stand on top of you, or they like overlay their energy over you. So it can express itself if they aren't able to do it themselves. And you'll find this commonly happens with spirits that don't have strong energy themselves. They will utilize your energy as the way of expressing what they want to say. And so what you'll often find is that it's perhaps a spirit that just wants to communicate something, but it comes through an individual that maybe wouldn't be expecting it. So they might just hysterically burst into tears, or they might become viscerally angry. That's the other one you'll get. You'll be in a property and all of a sudden you'll just feel this ridiculous level of rage and you don't know why you're angry. That's the thing. You have no idea why you're angry or why you're upset, but you'll just get that experience like overlaid onto you. And the difference, I suppose, between it being just like a suppressed emotion that's coming to the surface is it will appear seemingly out of nowhere, but it might come with other symptoms like cold spots, hot spots, flickering of lights, strange tingling sensations, like all the hairs on your arms stand on end or you get goosebumps. And then once it's gone, it will usually go instantaneously. It will be like all of that emotion just disappears. It just drops out of you and then everything will go back to normal again. Like it's so weird, but it's probably the closest thing I can find just really quickly that says it might be sort of a similar experience. It's not scary like a haunting, but not a haunting, a possession, but it kind of has that outward vibe to it, especially when you're looking at somebody and you are seeing somebody else. That's really, really weird. Like your features just don't look like your features anymore. Something is just off. And sometimes this is why. Right, let's have a look. See. What can someone do energetically and spiritually when they're not well physically? So this is where I have an entire video on low energy witchcraft, which sort of applies to really anything, whether it is chronic fatigue, whether it is chronic pain, whether it is a physical injury, like maybe you've broken your leg or something. There's alternative ways that we can carry things out. And so I have an entire video on low energy witchcraft. So let me actually double check that's actually what it's called, because sometimes low energy witchcraft, passive energy, pre-charged spells, and more. So I posted that a year ago. That should still be on the channel. Just because I think that is so many people deal with it in one way, shape, or form. I just needed it to be like its own thing. Right, let's have a look, see. What might a recurring noise be if it's unexplained? We hear a noise all the time in our home and wondered, could this be a spirit? Ooh, yes, in theory. And this is where tracking it is really, really useful. So the first thing that I would generally recommend is to keep a note of when it happens, what time, what day. Also, I find it's a good idea to keep a note of what temperature it is, what the weather is doing, and also if anything else is happening in the home. So do you have like workmen in? Do you have a washing machine on? Do you have a dishwasher? You know, all of this stuff. Note it down. It might seem really, really silly, but you might start noticing patterns occurring. So if that noise happens at the same time every day, then it's either tied to what you're doing in the home or it's tied to something else. So if you're noticing that it's happening at the same time every day or every week, and it's always when you're doing something specific, like say putting the dishwasher on or putting the washing machine on or something, it could be worth changing when you're doing those things to see if it still happens at the same time. That's going to be really useful, because if it happens at the same time and it can't be explained by weather phenomena, temperature, things that you're doing, then you may well be dealing with an echo. So they sort of go by different names, but some people consider it the stone tape theory, where instead of it being an active haunting or an active ghost, you're instead dealing with this loop that's playing like a record, and it's just going around and around and around, and you're not getting anything else. So what you're experiencing cannot communicate with you. You are almost hearing something that you shouldn't be able to hear. And the theory behind it is that if something horrific happens, so it's usually a sudden high energy event, say, for instance, traumatic death. Say, for instance, somebody fell down a flight of stairs. Sudden, quick, high energy. It imprints onto the property around it. And therefore, it is a repeating thing. So it cannot engage with you. Yeah, residual energy is the other name for it. It cannot engage with you because it is not really there. This is not an actual ghost. This is just the echoes of somebody's life or the ending of their life. You could be dealing with something that's being triggered by something else. So if, for instance, you are doing building work or something like that, like you're digging in the garden or something, it can be triggered by activity. So if something has changed, so say you weren't having any activity at all, and then you took out a wall, then that energy could then be fueling what you're experiencing. So that's often what happens, is you'll notice that there was no noise, and then something big happened in the house, and then there was noise. And that often happens with this like residual haunting. If you're noticing that it belongs to, or it's associated to, high temperatures, low temperatures, high winds, wet weather, it may well be simply something that is occurring in the home just because of those circumstances, which is why keeping note of those things is really useful, because sometimes you genuinely just might not realize that it's raining, and then you suddenly notice the noises happening. So it just helps us to figure it out. If you know, though, that it's not happening at the same time every single day, and that it genuinely does just seem to be totally random. It's not tied to the dishwasher, it's not tied to a weather phenomena, it's just happening randomly. Then it's about deciding, do I want to try and communicate with it? Because that's really the determining factor over what comes next. Is if you try and engage with it, does it change? Because a lot of spirits are... A lot of spirits don't know that they're dead. Or if they know that they're dead, they don't want to deal with you, or they just don't even realize that you're there. They will typically leave you alone and just go about with their business. But there are some that will actively engage with you. And that's a really good sign, I suppose, for something that may want to work with you or may be willing to move on if you don't feel comfortable with it. Is if you engage with it, talk to it, mention the noise out loud, what do you get back? Does it get worse? Does it get louder? Does it change? Does it get closer? That's another one, because it's one of those where it might not be anything that's active, but if it is, you'll know about it real soon. Because as soon as you start engaging with it and asking for it to come forward and maybe asking it to do it again, it will likely start doing it again and making itself more known. And at that point, you can then decide like what to do from there, whether you want to, and are comfortable with it sticking around, or whether you would rather that spirit then move on. But yeah, that's a good question. What does it actually sound like? Because some noises are perhaps more in alignment with spirits than others. Right, let's have a look-see. Could you talk about auras, and do you have any tips on being able to perceive it or sense it? Also, do you mind talking about how to perceive your own aura? Like, is it a specific color to you? Ooh, okay. I'm gonna answer the second one first, because I'm gonna be really, really honest about this one. In all of my time, I don't really see auras so much anymore because it's not something that I focus on. If anything, I try to actively not focus on it. But of all of the years when I did see auras, it was my parlor trick. I used to tell people that auras when I was in college. I had so much fun with that. I would freak so many people out. I was never able to see my own. And I think that is maybe, it could be a me thing. I've had other people be able to see my aura, so it's not like it's not there. It's just that I personally couldn't see it. And I'm wondering if anybody else has the same experience. If you were able to see auras, how does it look to you as your own aura? Or are you like me and you also just can't see it? I suppose it's kind of like wearing glasses, maybe, where like other people can see that you're wearing glasses, but when you're wearing glasses, you sort of zone out and you don't really pay attention to the fact that you've got glasses on. I feel like it's kind of like that, where like if I really, really, really tried, I probably could have seen my own aura, but because it wasn't what I was paying attention to, I just never really noticed it. In terms of other people's, I've always just been able to see auras, which makes this kind of difficult because for some people, they have to work really, really hard at it, and for other people, they don't. What I will say with it is it very much, for me anyway, is tied directly in with energy, because the aura is an energy field. So if you can sense energy, you're able to sense auras. And if you are able to work on seeing energy or mentally seeing energy, you can then mentally see auras. They are like one and the same. So a lot of energy practice, energy training, putting energy out, pulling it back in again, reading energy, getting ideas of different energy feelings, like those videos I just did talking about energy sensing, helps to strengthen that muscle. The easier you can sense energy, the easier you can see auras. And generally, I always found, even with the people where their aura was like really small or really faint, it was almost like you look at a person, but you don't look at the person. You look slightly to one side of that person. So I would often find that if I looked, say you are the person in question, I'm just going to stare into your soul for a minute, don't mind me. I would look here. I would look like over their left shoulder. I would focus like here, like between their shoulder and their ear. I would focus here. And that is where I always found the most success with recognizing it, even on really faint people. It could come through as a sensation. It could come through as a gut feeling. That's what most of my sensing now is. It's just this sort of knowing, but it was very visual at the time. I used to see a lot more spirits than I do now. Now I more sense spirits than see them. I used to see a lot more auras than I do now. And I always found that this spot here is sort of ideal because you often get a lot of energy around the head anyway. The head and sort of the heart area, you tend to get a lot of energy. And it's sort of close enough that you're not freaking somebody out. Because if you're just staring at like their leg, people are going to be like, are you okay? Whereas if you're like having a conversation with somebody and you're just sort of zoning out and you're just like looking over somebody's shoulder, they're not going to be overly freaked out about it. And it was just a case of practicing. It's a case of just having a look at what that energy feels like. And you don't have to have any gut feeling on it straight away. You don't have to look at somebody and be like, your aura is red. Yellow just feels a certain way. It's the best way I can describe it is yellow just feels a certain way. And to this day, of all of the auras, yellow is the one that is most easy for me to spot. Certain people just feel yellow. And what I noticed is that the yellow that I could see and the associations and the feelings that came with it were the same for everybody. So even if somebody had a very, very, very faint aura, if I still got those same energetic feelings, they were still a yellow, even if yellow wasn't that strong. Does that make sense? So like you're going to pick up different cues based off your own abilities and where your strengths lie. And for some people, that's going to be in a very visual sense. And for some people, it's going to come through in other things. But yeah, weirdly, I never had any ability to read my own aura. And I've had people tell me everything under the sun. Like I've had so many different people say so many different things because auras change. Auras change and they shift and they're very fluid and they're very flexible. And yeah, I've never been able to sense my own. Like I've never been able to see my own. But maybe it's something I need to look into again because that sounds like a really cool thing to pull out as a parlor trick again. I used to do it all the time and I had so much fun. It was great. Right, have you got any events coming up? I actually haven't, not yet. I am waiting on confirmation from some events. Once I do know, I have an entirely new website. I'm very proud of it. It took me months. It feels like months. It took me weeks to finish the website. Finally, it wasn't finished by last live stream. It is finished now. And there is a page on there for the events. And as soon as I have an event booked, I will put it on the events page. But at the minute, I've not got anything and I feel a bit lost. I don't have an event to look forward to, which is sad. So I'm hoping I can get some confirmations for this year. I can get some confirmations for next year. And then when I do, I can then put them all on the events page. So then everybody knows where I'm going to be this year. Right. Where am I? I've done that one and I've done that one. I've done that one. Let's have a look. Where am I? Okay, I'm going to go with this one because I know I haven't done this one. How do you speed up getting results with spells or manifestation? For me, it always takes a long time and sometimes I get something else. Is it a lack of focus or a lack of energy? I'm going to be really, really honest. It's probably both, but that is not an unsolvable issue. That's actually a really good issue because that is a very, very, very fixable issue and a very easily fixed issue. So if you're getting results that manifest in unusual ways, so you're getting a result, but it's kind of weird and it's not really what you planned, it might be that what you're aiming towards is a person. Let's start with that. If you're aiming towards people, protections have a tendency to ricochet energies off them. And often these people don't even realize they have protections. They just naturally do. Everybody does. And so it's harder to target people than it is to target situations and locations. So if you're targeting people, that might be some of the explanation. If you're targeting situations rather than people, it then might be that the working isn't specific enough. So if your working is, say, to earn more money, the problem is that what you might want that to achieve and what you've given it permission to do are two very different things. And energy in all forms is going to take the easiest route. Think of it like lightning. You might want lightning to strike a specific point, but if it finds something quicker and easier, it's going to take the quicker and easier way. So it might be that there was a loophole in your spell that allowed it to take the easier route. And in which case, making things a little more specific. You don't need to say, oh, I would really want to become friends with somebody that is 5'2", has brown eyes, has blonde hair. You know, you don't need to be going like down that avenue, but just specific enough that it has a fully directed route. So I would like to earn more money through my achievements at my current job. That then has a few options. It could go through a promotion. It could go through like a raise. It could be a bonus that you're receiving. It could be a windfall or a grant or something that is going to financially benefit you. It's not going to force you into a different job. It's not going to cause you to lose your job. Instead, it is focusing you down that avenue that you want it to take, but then it can choose the direction that is best suited for you. So that's the first thing, is if things are manifesting in strange ways, it might be that the energy isn't targeted enough. If your workings are taking months and months and months and months and months to manifest, and then they're not manifesting strongly, a couple of things might be happening here. So first thing, you might be aiming for something that is too big. So if you have, say, a small amount of energy, or even a reasonably sized amount of energy, and you're aiming for something that's going to take this much energy to manifest, you might find that you get partway there, but not fully there because you don't have enough energy to make it from A to Z. Instead, it could be worth, at this point in time, going from A to B, B to C, C to D, D to E, and working that way, small amounts of energy to make a smaller jump. If you think of it, I always think of things as being pulled and connected by red threads. So everything in life is interconnected with these threads. Some things are easier and some things are closer to you than others. So if the magic just has to go from you along a single thread to your job, that's going to take a lot less energy than if, say, you want to have a career in a really, really far-flung company that is half a world away. That's still connected to you, but it might be connected to you through 50 or 100 threads, and that's going to take a lot of energy to get from A to Z than going A to B. So it could be worth going a little bit smaller. Or if you feel as though what you're asking for is already pretty reasonable, it might simply be that there just isn't enough energy there in order to manifest it fully. And in which case then it's about finding better ways of either directing the energy, because it might be that it's not being directed in like a solid situation. It might be sort of scattered. And if it's scattered, it's not necessarily going to reach the goal in the same way that you want it to. It could also be that you just don't have enough energy. So if you don't have enough energy, center, ground, draw it up from the earth. That's then going to bolster your personal energy so that you can better direct energy without becoming drained as an individual. You can also utilize spirits, plant energies, crystal energies, elementals, the elements in general, so that you can draw and raise more energy. You might want to be doing certain things to help raise energy as well. You might want to be dancing, you might want to be singing, you might want to be moving or drumming or meditating or doing something to help raise that energy. Once you have quite a large amount of energy, it's then about how to direct it. I would say if you're struggling with energy manipulation and energy raising, I would do this within a circle, because that way you're not accidentally losing energy. Instead, it's all stuck in this environment. So having like a bubble circle, probably the best technique for this, just because it's going to retain it for as long as possible. It's then about practicing that direction. If you need to, have a physical item that represents what it is that you want to manifest and direct it into that. That could be something that you're tangibly holding. That could be a ring that you're holding if you want something to manifest within your life. Push it all into a ring instead of into the general space. It's still going to manifest. It's going to manifest in your energy field, and it's all going to end up in a singular object, rather than something that is sort of a non-corporeal ether that is kind of hard to focus on. You can also use a tag lock. So if you're aiming this at a particular person or at, say, a house, you really want to manifest a new house to live in, you can have like a visual representation of a property. It doesn't have to be the property, just like a clip art image of a house that you're funneling all of your energy into. It gives you a way of directing your energy in a closer format so that you can make sure you're releasing as much of it as possible. You can also use something like a wand. So wands are fantastic as a way of directing energy, if nothing else. So if you really struggle with energy direction, wands, incredible. Doesn't have to be something fancy. You can just use a selenite wand. They're incredible for it, or quartz, but selenite tends to be cheaper. You raise that energy, you focus on your intention, you then direct it out through a wand, which then focuses that energy into a point out and towards your goal, whether that's towards an object, whether that is towards a situation. It's more directed. And those are probably the most common things that I can recommend that might benefit this situation. A lot of people are in this situation. I'm sorry if that was really, really quick. I might need to put that all in a video at some point and try to make that make sense. But I hope that was useful, because this is something that so many people deal with, and it's not just a you issue. It is not a failing on your part. It's usually just one step. It's probably not all of them. It's probably literally just one step along the way where something just isn't going the way that you need it to. And if you can just find a workaround for that one thing, everything then becomes so much easier. Right, thank you so I didn't do these earlier, I don't think. Thank you so much to Jess Lee, and thank you so much to Valerie as well. I like the energy in my home, but every now and then I'd like to do a gentle cleansing. How can I do this without creating an energetic void? For the most part, you're not going to be creating a void, to be honest. I know that a lot of people say it in relation to cleansing with white sage. They say that it's going to create an energetic void, but you're also living in that environment, and a lot of that positive energy is just going to amplify into that space. Now, I personally don't use sage for cleansing. I tend to use rosemary, so I don't tend to have that problem. So if you don't want to be using sage, I would recommend rosemary. It's very easy to grow it yourself. You can find it in the supermarket, in garden centres. Most people know rosemary. Most people have a rosemary in their garden without realising it. I find the sprigs are really useful for a very light cleansing. You don't need something that's very, very intense, just something really gentle to just shake up some of that energy, remove any stagnation or anything that's just not, it's not bad energy, but it's like not really, really nice energy that you want to be dealing with. I find that a little bit of rosemary is really good. In terms of energy in your home, if you have any spirits or whatnot, just let them know that you're going to do it before you do, just so you're not disrupting them. Right, some of these, I know that they're not in the Q&A, but I just want to mention a few of them. So you could do a book club, and that could be an event you look forward to. We actually do have a book club on Patreon. At the minute, it is on hiatus simply because I am not home very much. I still don't have a bathroom. I do have a functioning toilet, so things are moving in the right direction. I'm very, very happy about that. So the plan is that once I have a functioning bathroom and I can actually spend more time in the house, then I will be picking up the book club again. Because the last one, I was scared, so terrified. But I think it went well. I think it was good. And I would love to do more of them. So that is the plan, is that as soon as I can fully dive into reading and it isn't just like a chapter here or like a page there, I can fully get into all the note taking and everything, then we're going to start the book club up again. The website is listed in the YouTube description if you ever want to find it. It is thewitchesheart.co.uk. Singular witch, singular heart. So it is the heart belonging to the witch, not multiple witches' hearts. I get that one a lot. People misspelling it. So yeah, it's all on there. But yeah, unfortunately, we don't ship to America. The tariffs are just crazy. Same with shipping to the EU at the minute. It is just, it's financially not plausible for a small business, which really sucks, because the reason they put in the GPSR restrictions was to ensure safety for items that were coming into the EU. Makes total sense. The problem is that small businesses can't afford to do what is required to have the paperwork that we need in order to ship. So I'm sort of stuck shipping to the UK right now. Not that that's a bad thing. I love shipping to the UK. I live here. But I wish I was able to open it up to other places. I'm going to have to look into going to European non-EU countries and opening that up again to see if we can do that. But yeah, hopefully we can start working towards opening it up to America and Europe again at some point. I really hope so. But yeah, at the minute, it's just all the restrictions. They just make it so hard for just anything to move. Hang on. There was another thing with this. How do you speed up getting results with spells and manifestations? Okay, there was another bit I wanted to add on to this. If you have enough energy, are directing everything effectively, are setting up your intention correctly, are doing everything that you need, then coffee. Coffee is so good for speeding up spells. It is a stimulant. It is essentially a drug in a way. And it is fantastic for speeding up workings. If you need something to be done quickly, you need a very large amount of energy and coffee. You can drink it yourself if you want, but include it in. So if you're creating like a spell bag, if you're creating like a necklace for a specific intention, then add in the coffee grounds as well and let it go and see what happens. Right. I am. Oh, actually, this one ties in perfectly. How's your novel and bathroom coming along? It's slow progress. I am hopeful that I will have a bathroom by Halloween. I really, really want a bathroom for Samhain. And so that's kind of the aim. At the minute, I have a toilet and a kitchen sink. And we're renovating everything else. Did I not say that? I feel like I've just concerned everybody that I just don't have a bathroom in my house for some strange reason. Renovating the bathroom, but it's taking a while just because everything's just so complicated. So yeah, it's coming along. It's just coming along slowly. The book is actually going very, very, very well. I have no nails because I cannot type with nails on because I just bend in funny directions and it hurts. So I am frantically trying to write as much as possible while I have the spark of inspiration. So yeah, it's going very well, actually. I'm making massive progress, more progress than I have in a long time. So I'm really hopeful that this time I can push and I can get something finished because that would be such an accomplishment. Right. What kind of workings can you do for a garden space, especially an allotment plot? I have questions. Mostly, what are you hoping to achieve? Because there's lots of workings that you can do in a garden space, that you can do for a garden space, but ultimately it depends on what it is that you want to achieve out of those workings. And then we can sort of try and like workshop them into making sense for an allotment or a garden. Right. Oh, what's your favorite skincare item? I'll be really, really honest. Okay, really, really honest. I don't know if I have anything that I can say is like a favorite. I am not a 12-step skincare routine girly, mostly because I have rosacea. You can kind of see it a little here. I have foundation on, so it's kind of covered up, but you can kind of see it here. I go like really red here. If I use skincare products, my face kind of doesn't like it. So I only ever use 3 things. And maybe if you are a rosacea prone person, it doesn't matter who you are to use skincare or makeup or anything else. If you are also a rosacea prone ghoul, let's go with that. I use the CeraVe Hydrating Foaming Cleanser. It's the only one that I found that doesn't massively irritate my skin, and so I stick with it because it works. It has to be the creamy one though, the one that's like for dry skin, because rosacea. I use the Superdrug Ohm brand gel moisturizer. Again, it's the only thing that doesn't affect the rosacea. And I also use, it's a Korean brand, I think. You can get them in Superdrug. It's a glass bottle, and it's like a toning milk that you shake and then you put some on your hand and you like smack your face 1,000 times. Fantastic. Other than that, Everything else, I put it on and in the morning I'm just red. And I'm like, okay, that's out. I'm not using that again. So I tend to just stick to like those things. I wish I was one of those people that could have like a 12-step skincare routine. I wish. But no, my skin just has one look at it as at a 4-step skincare routine and goes, that's one thing too many. Take it out. At the minute, no, we don't ship to Australia. I need to look into it. We've never shipped to Australia, actually. We used to ship to Europe, all of Europe. And then we were having problems with the carrier, shipping carrier breaking things or straight up not sending things. So we'd get parcels that just kept bouncing and coming back to us and we just couldn't figure out why. But we've never opened it up to Australia or New Zealand. So maybe that's something that we need to consider. Obviously, I'm going to have to take into consideration sort of the weight of some of the items because some stuff is really heavy. But it might have to be on like a custom basis simply because depending on the number of boxes something has to fit into, that obviously changes the shipping weight. So maybe it would need to be like a custom basis, like an email system. No, I'm gonna have to figure it out. I'll see what I can come up with and see if we can get something sorted, at least for maybe non-EU and like Australia, New Zealand, see if I can do that. Yeah, I mean, after Brexit, everything did get so much harder on small businesses, which is so annoying. Like ridiculously annoying. I mean, I didn't want it in the first place, but the fact that we're now stuck with it and we're just fighting against it is such a pain in the arse. So if you see a local small business in the UK, if you can support, that would be amazing. Just anybody, whether they're a small artist or a blacksmith or somebody, because like most small businesses can't afford to ship anywhere anymore, which is kind of sad because it closes everything up for so many people. Right. Have you ever had tingling when you touch certain crystals? Yes. And if so, which ones? Mine are obsidian and malachite. Ooh. It depends. I always get tingling when I touch crystals. It's just, it feels different, if that makes sense. So like an obsidian tingle feels different to a citrine tingle. And then hematite feels different to any of them. And sometimes there's a hot and sometimes there's a cold and sometimes there's a heavy and sometimes there's a light. And it depends. The ones that I find the biggest tingle, fulgurite, which actually for me entirely makes sense because I am very staticky. I electrocute everything and everybody. I'm a very electric-y person. And so for me, fulgurite makes total sense. If you've never seen it, it is so cool. We used to stock it and I don't think we have had it in a very, very long time. It's what happens when lightning hits sand. It is essentially solidified lightning and it comes, if you've never seen it, go check out some photos or something of it. It's so cool. It comes out as these tubes and some of them are huge and some of them are like tiny. And it's essentially where the lightning has instantaneously liquidized the silica in the sand. And then it's instantly solidified again. And you can see how lightning tracks through the ground. So there's some fulgurite pieces where it is literally like solidified lightning, like how it forks through the sky. It does that when it hits Earth. And it just immediately just solidifies the sand. It's so cool. And so for me, fulgurite always has that tingling. I know a lot of people have it with malachite and moldavite. I'm going to be honest, I get it a little bit with moldavite, but I think I'm dead when it comes to moldavite. Some people can't go near the stuff. They can't even walk into the same room. I've known plenty of people who, if I'm wearing moldavite, like I have a necklace with a little tiny piece of moldavite in it, they will just turn around and leave. And yet I don't get that at all. But if you give me a piece of agate, I'll go, ugh. It's just so weird how different people just react so strongly to different things. Like some people just, they can't be around malachite. They can't be around lapis lazuli. That's another one I hear a lot. They don't like smoky quartz. I see that one quite a bit as well. Whereas for me, it's like agate, ugh, get it away from me. I don't want to deal with it. Right, let's have a look, see. Oh, so a safe, productive space where the plants are supported, unwelcome visitors do not feel comfortable enough to linger, open to all sorts of ideas. Okay, so this is in relation to the allotment and the garden stuff, in which case you're probably looking at general protective magic. You're going to want some kind of protective boundary around that space, whether it's the garden, whether it's the allotment, to limit the amount of unwanted attention and energy that that space is giving. And that can look like many different things. It can look like an energy boundary, something that you are manually putting up and maintaining. It could be something smaller. So say little charms, protective symbols that are placed and buried around the border of that allotment so that you are creating an environment that is very positive, upbeat and protected. And it's probably not quite so much maintenance. So they're probably the easiest ones just from the get-go. You can also be planting protective plants, things that are associated with shielding and positive energies, and these are often would be placed on, say, near the entrances. If there's a particular direction that you have to enter your plot from, they would usually be placed in pots on, say, either side of the entrance or just around the boundary in some way, shape or form to help add additional positive energy, but also protection in that environment. Right. Dooba-dooba-boo. Boop-ba-doop-boop-ba-doop-boop-boo. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Am I in the right place? I am thinking of the right place. I am. Okay. Sorry, so something just came in here about having to buy decks online, but they're in Cornwall. I obviously am not going to ask where you're actually based in Cornwall because that's too close to home. We don't need to be doing that. But what I will say is that they do some decks in Tintagel. If you are anywhere near Tintagel or have the ability to go to Tintagel, there's quite a few witchy shops in Tintagel that do sell decks if you ever want somewhere that's maybe a little bit more physical where you can be looking at decks. Also, the Boscastle Witchcraft Museum has some decks. I'm not sure whether they do them just online though or whether they're also there in person. I've not been in a couple of years, but they did have a couple of decks there that could be useful if you ever wanted to look for decks in person. There we go. Right. Let's have a look. See, where was I? Practical Magic 2 is out out next month in the UK. How will you be watching? And which of the characters do you most feel an affinity with? For me, it's always been, it's so difficult because like they're all fantastic, aren't they? I am gonna watch it in the cinema, definitely. 100% I'm going to watch it in the cinema. But I'm terrible with names. I'm great with faces. Sandra Bullock's character. Why am I struggling with her name so much? I'm struggling with everybody's names today, to be honest. Sandra Bullock's character, Sally, always has my heart in terms of that. As soon as I watched it, I was like, oh yeah, I'm a Sally. Yeah, some people are a Jilly and some people are a Sally, and I am definitely a Sally. I wish I could be a Jilly. And then I look at Jilly's lifestyle and I go, yeah, no, that's not for me. But I'm so excited. I'm so excited. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be so good. I am probably going to watch it multiple times. I'm going to be honest. If it's good, I will probably go back and watch it again. And then I will buy it on DVD and in every other way possible because I was never expecting them to do a sequel. And so I'm very excited about it. Right, let's have a look. See, do you do witchcraft book reviews? I would love to send you my next one. Oh, I do. Yeah. So, I'm opening sort of myself up to doing them. I've never really done like reviews where people have sent books to me that regularly before, but on the Hearthwitch website, so hearthwitch.co.uk, it should be linked down in the description box. If it's not, it is just hearthwitch.co.uk. There's an entire section for anybody that has, say, a book that's coming out and they want me to have a look at it, whether that's like a PDF or whatever. It's all on that if you want to go and check that out. If not, that's fine. But yeah, there is where the information is from for that. Right, let's have a look, see. Oh, best places. Oh, it's jumped to the bottom. Oh, no. Now it's jumped to the bottom. Okay, it was doing that weird thing where it was like halfway through. Okay, let's have a look. I'm somewhere over here. Oh, okay. This one is interesting because it's going to very much depend on where you live. So, Can you talk about dwarves? Do you know anything about them? I recently learned that they are real spiritual species. I always thought that they were just fantasy, and now I'm curious. So this one is going to depend on where you live, because certain locations and certain beliefs have different associations with dwarves than others. So for me, dwarves have always been a subspecies of the Fae, a little bit like how elves, piskies, hobgoblins are all under the overarching umbrella of Fae. And so they are another sort of subcategory. Same characteristics, and often associated with maybe less savoury locations. So while you'll find like piskies and will-o-wisps in like woodland, you're more likely to find the dwarves in caves. And they're often tied in with caving mythology and caving myths. So like the Coblino, like the Knockers, they're often considered to be dwarf-like spirits, which is why in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, they are considered to be minors. It ties back in with the original fairy lore that is associated with them. In other locations, they're perceived differently though. So it's one of those, where it's very individual to where you live. It's a little bit like, what's the other one that changes a lot? Gnome. Gnomes change a lot depending on where you live. I find that sometimes they're associated very deeply with the earth element, associated as elementals. In some locations, they're considered members of the fair folk. In others, they're considered separate beings. So it's worth looking into the lore where you live, like the fairy lore, the mythology, to see where they fall for you. But yeah, very interesting. And when you look at legends and stories and movies and TV shows, you'll often find that they do harken back to their much earlier archetypes, like the general collective understanding of them, which is why, as mentioned, like Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, they were miners working in caves and in mines, and that's sort of where they historically, at least in England, typically tend to reside. Right. Oh, okay. So I'm new to this stuff and the community, and I already know some stuff. But I want to deepen my knowledge. Which videos of yours would you suggest to start with? I would always say the Beginner Witchcraft series, just because it goes into sort of my foundational practices. What I've been teaching others for 15, 20 years now is sort of these same fundamental things. And it's the foundation of my practice. And if nothing else, I think it would help to understand the way that I look at witchcraft and magic, to better show sort of how I get from A to B. So there's an entire series that goes over like meditation techniques, centering, grounding, energy sensing, energy manipulation. And that's like spans over years. I don't know how many videos are in that now, but there's a good few videos in that list to sort of start with. And then I'd say it's just a case of bouncing around, seeing what piques your interest, whether it's more books, whether it's more like the solid educational content. So where is my Beginner Witchcraft series? It's somewhere in here. It's here somewhere. I have too many playlists. Oh, it has 21 videos in it that covers everything from tips for beginner witches through to energy sensing and sort of everything in between. Right. I would like to cleanse my house, but I have pets. Do you have any pet-friendly ways to cleanse a house? Oh, I know I'm going to throw in a couple of videos here. I have 2 videos on house cleansing, and the one in particular that I think would be useful for you is cleansing a house without smoke. Because obviously, especially when we're looking at smaller animals, it's not great for any of us, but when we're looking at very small animals like rodents, like birds, smoke is a no-go. Reptiles, no-go. So I have an entire video called How to Cleanse Your House Without Smoke. Let me just double check, because sometimes I forget. Let's have a look-see. House cleanse. Here we go. House cleansing without smoke, Witchcraft 101. That's what it's called. And that goes over all the different techniques that I have used to cleanse my environment that just so much easier. If you don't want to fill your entire house with smoke, it is far easier, and hopefully there will be something else, something in there that that will help, because it's difficult. I mean, I even am experiencing it now. Like, I didn't cleanse that often beforehand because I didn't really feel the need to. But now that I have Cleo, I really don't want her to be in a situation that isn't safe. And so I tend to not burn incense, and I tend to not burn that many candles, and I don't do smoke cleansings for that reason, you know, besides a little bit above the altar when she's not here. But yeah, it's difficult. It's a lot harder. Right. How does witchcraft change in an urban environment? Will spellwork be inevitably less potent or effective? No. If you don't have access to open green spaces, gardens, etc. Oh, no, never. It is not about the place that you do your spells and rituals in. It is about the energy that you are raising in order to direct it towards a goal. And the amount of energy is entirely dependent on you and how much you're raising and the different techniques that you're using. Urban witchcraft looks different solely because it is often more individual. It is more solitary in nature, simply because people don't necessarily have spaces to safely gather where they feel comfortable. You maybe aren't able to access the green spaces in order to work with the fair folk or nature spirits, or some of the plants that you might want to harvest or that you might resonate as being part of the seasons. You might find that harvest festivals and seasonal festivals just don't happen where you live because they tend to stick with very rural locations that have a lot of the old ways still going on, like the well dressings, like the Beltane maypoles, like harvest festivals. But on the other hand, you also probably have a lot more occult shops than people in more rural locations. You might find that you have better access to communities in a way. They are more likely to have MBS shows and events. They may well have more talks. Like, I know London has so many talks and events happening all about witchcraft, and I'm so jealous because I can't go. So there's pros and cons to everything. It's not necessarily less potent if you live in a city environment. It's just, you're probably going to have to go about doing things a little bit more different than if you were to, say, live in a village. It's just the way you do things might change. Right. In the July Q&A, you mentioned having different spirits for different things like divination, etc., and also a main spirit. Are these spirit guides or servitors? Both. They're not all spirit guides and they're not all servitors. They're sort of a combination of the above. It depends on which spirit that we're referencing. So say like the divination spirit, completely unrelated to me. I didn't do anything for him to show up. He's completely separate. Whereas some of the other spirits that I work with are servitors. So it's very much dependent on the individual. I just find that a blend tends to work pretty well. Right. Best places to visit and stay in Glastonbury. Planning a short trip and know you've spoken highly of everything there. As always, thank you for being so generous with your time and help. Oh, thank you so much. So if we're talking short trip, I would probably aim, whilst there's lots of like interesting hotels and stuff and bed and breakfasts, short trip, probably easier to go to somewhere like the Premier Inn or the Travel Lodge, just because you know you're always going to be able to get a room pretty much. And the Premier Inn and Travel Lodge are so close to Glastonbury town centre that it's pretty easy. You might want to drive in and out, but you could just as easily walk in and out as well. So that's really useful for a really short stay. In terms of places to visit, is everything an option? It's not as big as you'd think it would be. So you're going to be able to view pretty much everything. But sort of the non-negotiables, I would say, it depends on the weather. So like the any weather non-negotiables, I think the tour in any weather is kind of important, just because it kind of gives you that, especially if you can take some time up there to sort of sit and be present. I think that the energy there is just different than anywhere else I've been. Another non-negotiable for me would always be the White Spring, 100%. I think it's fantastic. And I've mentioned it earlier, but just the amount of spiritual experiences I've had there are just phenomenal. So for me, that's always a non-negotiable. A nice to, but you could miss it if you really wanted to miss it, would be the Chalice Well. I feel like that is very much a nice weather event, and because it's paid entry, as it probably should be because it needs to be maintained, you're going to want to spend some time there. So if we're talking quick trip, you might not want to be spending an entire afternoon in the Chalice Well Gardens. If you have that time and the weather is nice, make sure to sit with the Chalice Well and make sure to get your feet wet. You'll know what I mean when you go in. Because it's phenomenal. The energy there is fantastic. There are just people meditating and doing tarot readings and just being themselves everywhere, and I think that's just fantastic. But if you don't have time for it, I feel like the Tour and the White Spring are the way to go. Bear in mind that the White Spring is run by volunteers, and so I'd recommend having a donation that you can give in the donation tubs, and also double check the website to make sure that they're open, because on some days they're not open. In the town, everywhere is fantastic. My non-negotiables will always be the 3 bookshops. So there's 3 main bookshops. There's Labyrinth Books, which is at the top of the high street. There is what used to be the Speaking Tree. It's now called the Hollow Hills, which is towards the bottom of the high street, directly opposite Courtyard Books. My preference, Courtyard Books. I like all of them, but for me, I think it's Courtyard Books, Labyrinth Books, and then the Hollow Hills. It was really good when it was the Speaking Tree, but it's not the Speaking Tree anymore. It changed hands. Other non-negotiables for me will always be Starchild and Sons of Asgard. I'm pointing as though there's a map. Ignore the pointing. I talk with my hands. Starchild and Sons of Asgard, they're sort of similar, but they have different energies. So they're for herbs and candles. And I tend to get all my herbs from Sons of Asgard. I tend to get my candles from Starchild. Phenomenal. Love both of them. Absolutely adore them. And then I will flit through all of the shops. So aesthetics, really beautiful things, cloaks and stuff. They do them from the Wildwood. It's partway down the high street. Fantastic. I honestly, I should be and here is the exit over here. I should be showing the emergency exits. All of it though, you could fit it all in a day. Well, it depends if you spend 4 hours in the bookshops like I do. You could fit it in 2 days. You could see most stuff in Glastonbury. And I tend to do it over 2 days. I tend to stay for 3 nights, 2 days, just because then you can relax a little bit. You can spend half a day in the Chalice Well Gardens. But yeah, that's sort of my whistle stop places that I would 100% recommend. But really everywhere is lovely in its own unique way. So yeah, let's have a look. See. I know I've done that one. Oh, okay, what about this one? Do you have any experience with sort of watching energetically draining spirits that tend to linger? Ooh. Okay, yes. And they're not overly difficult to dissuade. Not really, anyway. So, basically, you have sort of 2 kinds of spirits that do this. And they're pretty much the same spirits, to be honest. It's just different degrees. So you have spirits that are present in that space, and they love feeding off your energy. And this is often caused by quite high energy situations. So these kind of spirits tend to be very attracted to what I like to describe as emotional drama. And that could be that you have a teenager that is just going through the motions of being a teenager and everything is just a bit upset at the minute. It could be that you're going through a lot of emotional stuff. It could be that you're going through a lot of physical stuff. Maybe you are physically drained or you're not particularly well at the minute or something is happening. It doesn't have to be related to something like this, but it can be. It tends to attract in these kind of spirits. Arguments, frustrations, sadness. They tend to be drawing in spirits that maybe like this kind of energy a bit too much, or you have quite a high energy environment that's very attractive to them, and so they're drawing on that energy sitting on the sidelines. That same kind of spirit, and it could be any number of different spirits, it's not just one classification of spirits, so it's not just ghosts or fae or anything like that. It could really be any number of different spirits. Sometimes they can take it a step further and they start latching onto you. And that then becomes what's often known as a spirit attachment. So this is where instead of just drawing the energy from the environment, they've gone straight to the source and they have targeted you as an individual. And it's often because your energy is quite high. It could be because you're going through something really difficult. It could also be because your energy is a bit out of control. And that's not a bad thing. It is something that we can work on though, if that is the cause of all of this. So what can happen is that you have these spirits that are just sort of sitting by, and just imagine that character that's just watching drama and eating popcorn. That's what's happening here. And sometimes they latch onto you because then they can get even closer to the energy that they want to be feeding off. Couple of different ways that we can figure this out. If it is in an environment spirit, so it's not attached to you, it's in a space. When you leave that space, you should feel better. And when you come back into that space, you should feel worse. That tends to be the default sign that it's in an environment. If, however, every time you leave, you feel just as bad, you're probably dealing with a spirit attachment. If you're dealing with a spirit attachment, cleansings required, definitely. I would say if you can, do it away from your house. Not ideal, but if you can, do it away from the home. So first port of call would probably be a cleansing shower. Now, this might be a bad way of doing it, but for most people, this is probably the only way that they're realistically going to be able to have a shower outside of their own home, okay? So you can shower, say, in the gym. Take a piece of protective jewelry, a protective crystal, something. I wear a lot of protective jewelry, so that tends to be what I use. But don't wear it as you're going in. Do a cleansing shower. So by this, I mean you are envisioning all of that light coming down. It can be, the water can be whatever color you want. I tend to do electric blue, that's just me. And it washes all of the black gunk of this attachment off you. And it's washing it all down the drain. You then put your protective jewelry on. This is sort of the first step. This is to make sure that none of that gunk that you just attacked, that you just got off you, this is kind of like the first phase of cleansings, is then going to reattach. Hotel room, also a good option. Yeah. So somewhere that is sort of neutral ground, where it's sort of an in-between place for lots of people, is useful for this kind of thing. If you have an outdoor shower, you can do it there. Like, it doesn't have to be outside of the land necessarily, but it should be outside of or away from the property. If you don't necessarily feel 100% better, it might have gotten a little bit lighter, but not 100%, then it would be a case of doing a deeper cleanse. So then you'd maybe want to be going into a smoke cleanse situation. So at that point, outside in your garden, probably take off the protective jewelry, put it to one side. We're going to be using that later. Either you yourself or somebody else smoke cleanses you all the way up. I tend to do from the feet out the top to try and get rid of stuff away from you. As soon as you feel that weight lifting off you, that protective jewelry goes on. Or whatever it is that you're using to be protection in the situation goes on, to stop it from reattaching onto you. You then ideally would then be going inside through a doorway that is protected. So say it's got like a black obsidian above the door frame. You walk through and then see how it feels. Go a couple of days, make sure that you keep your protective jewelry on. You're making sure that energy can't come back inside of that space again. If you still don't feel any better, then it's about going outside and doing a banishing ritual. That's its own thing, and it's going to be dependent on your tradition, your religious belief, your spiritual practice. All of that sort of stuff is going to alter how you edit that style of working to fit what you need. Again, cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect. So you're going to want to be doing it in a set order. So you cleanse first, you banish, you cleanse to stop it from immediately reattaching again, and then you put on your protective jewelry and then you go inside. That's sort of like the general guide that I follow for spirit attachments. Usually the attachments come off by the first step, maybe the second step. It's quite unusual to find something that sticks around for the third step, but sometimes it does happen. If, though, you're noticing that the energy is going away when you're away from the home and it's only in the home, then you probably have a spirit that's in the space. And then it's about doing the cleansings of the environment itself. Actively cleansing your home, top to bottom, back to front, out the front door as best as you can, using smoke, using sound, using salted water coming off a stick of rosemary, whatever you're going to do. But you can do it in levels if you really want to start small and work upwards. Tell the spirit to leave, that if they are going to continue behaving like this, they need to leave. Do a cleanse if they then don't leave. Start gentle. If they are still present, again, if you are not willing to be a positive energy in this environment, then you are going to have to leave. Up your cleansings again until that spirit is gone. Once that spirit is gone, make sure to thoroughly cleanse that space one last time. Protections to stop that spirit from coming back in again. Everybody coming in and out of that home that is susceptible to it wears protections of some way, shape or form, or you have something like protection dolls for different people to make sure that they are energetically protected when coming in and out, so they're not bringing something back in with them. If after the cleansing, even the most intensive cleansing that you can possibly do, that energy is still there, then it is time to do a banishing. And in which case, same process, cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect. Making sure that before you put your protections up, nothing is still present in that space. And then see how the energy feels. And then go from there. Rinse and repeat, typically as necessary. I tend to find that people very rarely need more than a couple of cleanses. If they need a banishing, that tends to be all of it. Sometimes with really, really intensive spirits, they might need 2. But for the most part, that tends to shift a lot of stuff. Depending on what it is that you're dealing with. If you have other spirits in the home that you don't want to be cleansing out, it is then a case of giving them a location where they can go and be safe, that is then separate from everything that's going to be happening in the rest of the environment. Okay. What advice do you have for me as a closeted witch? Not feel too much pressure, I think. There's a lot of emphasis on being very proud to be a witch and very expressive, and you have to dress a certain way. And yes, I am saying this wearing a pentagram shirt. But like there's a lot of emphasis put on outward visible expression. And I think it is always most important to be safe and comfortable in your magical practice, and that does not have to look like anybody else's magical practice. I know there's a lot of pressure to have a witchy home and to dress witchy and to have a very witchy, very obviously witchy lifestyle. But fundamentally, to be a witch is to be a witch. It isn't to look like a witch. It isn't to dress like a witch, or to have a house like a witch, or to have a purple door like a witch. It isn't to live a life like you're in practical magic or charmed. To be a witch is to know that you are a witch. You perform what you need to do when you need to do it, however fits your lifestyle. That is all that it is to be a witch. Everything else is a bonus. And so if you don't feel ready or comfortable or safe to be open about your magical practice, you should never feel pressured to put yourself in an uncomfortable situation. And this can be for many different reasons. This might be because people live with closeted or secret witches and they don't feel safe being open about it. It might be that they live in a very religious area. It might be that they run the risk of losing their job or losing scholarships. You know, it is realistically, it is about keeping yourself mentally, physically, emotionally safe above everything else. And so I'd say it's just a case of trying different things, especially if you're maybe looking at the things that you're seeing on TikTok and on social media and you're like, well, I don't have any of these items and I can't get hold of any of these items. There are ways out there of performing spells and rituals that are small scale, that are secretive, that don't require you to have hundreds of items and still have a really, really successful practice. And I will go out on a limb and say that I reckon there are lots and lots and lots of witches that haven't been open about their magical practice that maybe have a more powerful and profound magical practice than people who are very, very, very open about their craft. it is not openness that gives you success. It is everything that happens inside. And so as long as you can improve your fundamentals, your centering, your grounding, your visualization, your energy work, you're going to have a fantastic magical practice and a successful magical practice in and out of the situation that you are currently in. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Because I've met so many people who feel as though they have to be like wearing pentagrams and having tattoos and like being very, very expressive. And not everybody's in a situation where that's even safe to do. And so I think everybody just is, how am I going to say this? Everybody's situations are just so different. Ooh, do you have any tips and advice when looking for local witchcraft shops? Do you have any red or green flags to watch out for? Oh, boy, do I. Okay, obviously, depending on where you are, witchcraft shops are going to be either really, really common or really, really, really hard to find. And so obviously, it's important to bear in mind that it's very difficult if it's your only option to turn your nose up at it, I think is probably the best way of me wording it. But I do have some things that I will immediately look for when I go into an occult shop. And for me, I can recognize them, but that's probably because I have my own occult shop. So some stuff might not be as noticeable. But first thing I immediately have always done since the very, very start, I look at the price of their tumblestones. This is a huge sign for me, pro or con, depending on the price of very simple stones. Now, obviously, it's important to bear in mind that grade has a massive influence on this. So if you're having a ungraded stone, essentially, that is going to be much, much more affordable than a triple A graded stone. So that is something to bear in mind. Like if one shop is selling clear quartz for one price and another shop is selling triple A grade clear quartz for a much higher price, I wouldn't consider that a red flag. What I do consider a red flag are stones like opalite, which is a man-made stone, being sold as something fancy pants that it really isn't, with a massive price tag slapped on it. Opalite, when I used to sell crystals, I don't really do it anymore. I maybe should start opening that up again. You're looking at £1 for a decent sized opalite stone. If I go into a shop and I see them selling the tiniest piece of opalite for £4.50, I know that if they're selling opalite for that much more than I would expect, they're selling everything else for that much more than I would expect. Now, of course, this is case by case basis. If you're looking at, say, a crystal seller that only specializes in very, very high quality, unusual stones, different ball game entirely. But if we're talking corner shop low grade tumblestones, and I'm seeing something being given a name that it doesn't have and sold for like 10 times the price, that's immediate red flag to me. I also really appreciate, but it isn't a red flag, when man-made stones are identified as being such, because whilst I might be able to walk into an occult shop and recognize that that has been gold-plated and it isn't real, and that is opalite and it's a man-made stone, that doesn't make them less valid, but it does make it confusing if you're a beginner and you don't know what you're looking at. The other thing that I look for, if you're using AI in your advertising, in your posters, I am going to look at you differently. And more likely than not, I'm not going to support you. There are some occult shops that I used to love and I used to rave and I used to stand by. But if I see them using a shitty AI-generated poster, I'm out. Because you could just not. And your community would still appreciate that. So that for me is, That one is a hard no for me. The other one is if every single thing that they sell, I know which wholesaler they got it from. Now, that's not to say that wholesale occult shops aren't valid, because we sell some wholesale stuff, the stuff that I can't make myself. If I use it in my practice, I will offer it to people. But if I am seeing like a an entire shop that is solely made up of wholesale products, I'm a little bit concerned, because sometimes that means they're not an actual practitioner, but I tend to work that on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes it is shelf stocking, and other times it is just filling a store full of wholesale tat. And the way the people are also changes that. So I really want to just go in and say, with all of this, it is very, very much a case-by-case basis. And I don't just go off one of these things. But if I am seeing that the really, really damaged tumblestones are 10 times the price they should be, and they're using AI-generated art, and they also don't seem to know any answers to any questions. Like, if you ask a question like, hey, I was wondering what this crystal is for, and they just blink at you, that to me is a really big sign that they are in it for perhaps not the right reason. So my biggest priority are people with knowledge. And sometimes their store isn't stocked with all expensive products or all handmade products, but they have integrity as people, and they know what they're talking about. That is the biggest thing for me, is people who are passionate. They're passionate about sharing witchcraft. They're passionate about people learning about witchcraft. And even if their store isn't perfect or has some of these red flags, the AI is one that I find it really, really difficult to get past. It's more important to me that they have integrity, because there are so many people now that are in it for the wrong reasons. And I think that's always, you can tell. So I don't want anybody to think that I am saying that your store is terrible if you do any one of these things. But I think doing all of them at the same time, it does alarm me a little bit. Yeah, and also you can tend to tell from the books that they're carrying. So if all of the books that they're carrying are AI generated books that have gone straight to print, then it's different to me than if you are carrying like genuinely useful books for practitioners. You know, if you're carrying a Psychic Witch by Matt Oren or a book by Scott Cunningham, I think that is immediately a really, really good sign. So I've gone over the sort of red flags. Some of them are redder than others. Let's talk about really positive things. If I walk in and I can feel the energy is really, really up there, it's really positive, that's a really, really good sign to me. It shows that the energy it's going in the right direction. It shows that the people in there care about the energy that they are creating. That's really, really important. If I walk into somewhere and the energy feels disgusting, then that's a question mark for me, because why, as a practitioner, are you allowing your store to feel so terrible? So if the energy feels fantastic, great. If the staff are knowledgeable, and I understand that sometimes you're not going to have super duper duper well-versed witches running a shop all the time. You know, people are busy. But if the staff have been taught what they need to know, if the owners have taken the care to equip the staff to be dealing with the questions that customers are going to have, that is top tier for me, because that's really important. It is about having the ability to help people, because witchcraft shops do have a tendency to bring in people that do need assistance in some way, shape, or form. If, when asked questions, you are able to give at least somewhat of an answer, and I'm not saying like go in and ask them like a specific super duper niche question, but if say somebody were to come in and say, hi, I'm really looking for a stone, I'm wanting something to help build up confidence and something that I can utilize in work. If they have like even just a really basic set of crystals, I'm hoping that they would be able to pull out maybe some carnelian for some creativity and confidence, maybe some tiger eye, you know, to have that fundamental knowledge. But it's very much to me about how a place feels. The red flags are more about what I can see. But if the place feels phenomenal, then say if somebody has like some wholesale stuff, that's not going to ever stop me from buying from them. But if the place feels awful, that's where I struggle. Right, let's have a look, see. Actually onto another topic that is about red flags. When starting out spirit work, what are some red flags? I'm unlearning my fear, but trying to strike a healthy balance. Okay. So are we talking about red flags as in like warning signs that things aren't quite right? So let's fix that. Ugh. I should just learn not to touch the fringe. Okay, so I'm trying, I don't want to be including any of this as a, let's make you scared and make this worse. Not at all. These are very rare circumstances that you would ever be in this, but just as real, serious red flags. If you have set boundaries with a spirit and they continually overstep them, that's a massive red flag for me. Red flag in the ground. Where's the guy that waves like the giant red flag around? That's a massive one. So say, for instance, you are in an environment with a spirit and you are, say, doing some spirit communication, you're using a pendulum, and say you feel very, very, very overwhelmed, and you say, we're going to take a pause for a minute, and then I will get back to you when we can restart. And they keep touching you. They keep engaging with the pendulum. They keep touching you in your energy field, and you just feel suffocated and overwhelmed. That then is the moment to go, right, that's it. I have set this in place. We are now leaving this environment. And that is when you just leave. Wherever you are, whether you are outside, you would just leave that environment. If a spirit is actively trying to scare you, this conversation is over. If you are not going to behave civilly, we will not be having a conversation, and you stop it right there and then. These things are generally signs that the spirit perceives themselves as being more important in that situation than you are. And it isn't a balance like a conversation. It is instead more like domination. If that spirit keeps stepping into your energy field over and over and over, and they're just getting way too close for comfort, and you have actively asked them to take a step back, and they continually try to overlay onto you forcefully, or they keep trying to touch you and like get into your energy field. Nope. Straight away. Gone. We're out. If you have a spirit where all of a sudden it feels wrong. And when I say feels wrong, it's one of those where you will know it if you ever feel it. So if you're ever in a situation and you go, am I feeling it right now? If you're even questioning whether you're feeling it, you're not feeling it. It will feel so viscerally wrong, you will want to crawl out of your flesh. That is a sign to, nope, this conversation is over, we are not going any further, and we leave that situation. If partway through any kind of spirit work or communication, you smell something foul, rotten, or sulfurous, and you were not expecting it, conversation is over. We are done with this, we are leaving. Now, they are probably the most extreme red flags that you will find, but they are the ones where at that point it is a conversation over, working is finished, we are done here. You shut down everything that you do, you say goodbye to them, you release them from that space, done with, out, straight away. But most of these things are going to be experienced in other locations. So they're going to be in old properties. They're going to be in haunted sites. These are not the kind of encounters that you would typically receive in your day-to-day spirit work encounters. They are very much worst case scenarios, and the solution to the majority of them is, this is a boundary that has been set. I have asked you politely to not overstep that boundary. Because you are continuing to overstep that boundary, I am closing up our work today. I appreciate your communication with us thus far. We will not be continuing this conversation, and you leave. You literally pack up your shit and you leave. And then you take a different way home to the way that you went out. You give yourself a cleanse before you get into your house, and you just forget it ever happened. And for the most part, that really will be the end of that encounter. If you're dealing with maybe like mild red flags, so we're talking like gently orange, they're like not that bad, but also maybe a sign to call it a day. This is what you would typically find in sort of everyday situations. If you're communicating with a spirit and they have told you one thing, and then like 10 minutes later, they contradict the thing they originally said, that's usually a sign that one of those occasions they were lying to you. Now, spirits can lie. The only spirits that have some of an issue with lying are some members of the Fae. Not all, but some. The majority of spirits are perfectly capable of lying to you, and they will. But most spirits don't have a reason to lie to you, because what are they actually getting out of it? So for the most part, you wouldn't need to worry about it. But if you have a spirit that all of a sudden it seems like their personality has changed, their energy has changed, or they're contradicting some of the things that they've previously said, at that point, I would say it is a case of just closing it off, thanking them for being present, releasing them from that space, giving the space a bit of a cleanse, and just moving on with it. That's pretty much as far as it would ever go. What else would be a particular red flag? If things aren't adding up. So if you are wanting to work with a very particular spirit, and say perhaps you've worked with that spirit before, or at least you know what to expect from that spirit, and when they come into that space, something just isn't adding up. You're giving them an offering of something that you know that they would normally like, and they tell you that they don't like it. This is generally a sign that the spirit you're dealing with isn't the spirit that you're expecting it to be. It's probably not going to be for any malicious reason. It's probably just because they thought they could take advantage of a situation. And in which case, you just stop the working there. End of, I appreciate you being here, but at the minute we're not continuing this, and you send them on their way. For the most part, spirits are not going to... they're not really going to bother with you. Like, realistically, 99% of spirits are going to either not care that you're there, not realize that you're there, or just not really bother dealing with you at all. It's only the ones at the very ends of the spectrum that you would ever really need to worry about. And if you are doing spirit work in your own home, you have protections up in your space. You probably have personal protections as well. You may well want to be doing this within a circle as well. This then means that if that spirit is perhaps not being quite right, something isn't okay, then they are limited in the space that they can be in, which then massively improves everything else because it just makes it so much easier to deal with. And if your protections are for negative spirits and unwanted energies, then most of the spirits that are going to be coming into your personal environment are going to be very neutral or positive anyway, because you've already weeded out most of the ones that you're not going to want to be dealing with. And fundamentally, when it comes to spirit work, is that they do not have control. It isn't that... how would I best describe this? It isn't that they are running the show. And it might feel as though they have more of that power and more of that authority. But the reality of it is that you can take yourself to a different spirit if you wanted to and work with them and engage with them. But those spirits are quite limited in who they themselves can engage with in the human world if that is something that they want. And so for the most part, spirits are perfectly willing to agree to boundaries. They're not going to overstep them. And for the most part, they are going to want to engage with you because if that connection is what they're looking for, then that's something that they're going to want. So it's very much, it's a communication. It's a conversation. If your conversation is being dominated by a spirit, then that's a good opportunity to walk away because you are perfectly within your right to just walk away from that situation. Right. Oh, do you like Lorena? I'm never going to know how to pronounce her name. McKennett, is that her name? Lorraine McKennett? Let's have a look. Ooh, I actually don't know if I have listened to any of her music. She is apparently a Celtic singer. Let's have a look. I'm one of those people where if you said to me, what's your favourite song of all time? I'd be like, I actually don't know the name of the artist. They're like, oh, what's your favourite band of all time? I'm like, I have no idea, because I listen to songs and to not to artists. And so I actually have no idea, but I'm definitely going to be checking out some of her work now. Why does that one look so familiar? Parallel Dreams. That looks very, very familiar to me. I think I've listened to Sour Night. I think that's what it is. I always listen. There's a playlist on YouTube there's a channel called Keep Music Pagan on YouTube. And they have playlists of songs. And I suspect that Sour Night is one of the ones, as well as Standing Stones. I recognise those names. So if you want to check out more pagan music, then check out Keep Music Pagan, because I use them all the time. They're fantastic. And a lot of it is older songs as well. So some of them are like, they're not available anywhere else. They're only available like either as one of the original physical copies or as like this recording. So cool. Oh, okay. Let me have a look, see. For someone who is trying to figure out if a certain deity would work with them, is having a statue or a pick, lighting an incense and being in trance and asking for a sign, is that enough? Oh, it's more than enough. I would just say give it time for the sign, because what you're looking for is probably repeated, unusual things. So whether that is animals, smells, pieces of music, things appearing, things coming up, all of that kind of stuff, it will likely be repeated. So I wouldn't necessarily say if the sign hasn't come through whilst in trance, then it's not working. Instead, it's a case of waiting and seeing what happens. It could take a month or so for something to come through. So just give it a bit of time afterwards, just to make sure, and regularly give incense and be present to show that you actually really but you really want to work with them. You're willing to put in the time and the effort, and then see what comes out of it. If nothing comes out of it, then maybe that deity isn't for you. Maybe they don't want to form a connection with you in that way, and that's okay too. But you'll likely learn something along the way, and you might find that other signs from other deities may come through in the process. Right, let's have a look. See, can I make a servitor to help me develop energy sensing or clairs? Could it assist me to finally astral project? Interesting. Sorry, I'm buffering because I'm trying to think of the logistics of this. The problem that you're going to have with doing this is that energy sensing is kind of important for servitor work anyway, because you need to know what energy they're bringing with them, whether they're high energy, whether they're low energy, whether they need a top up, whether they're there or not. But also the downside of using a servitor for this is that for the most part, they are going to be your energy. So if you're already struggling to sense your own energy, then sensing the energy in a servitor for developing clairsenses is going to be really tricky. So I don't necessarily think, I can only ever come at things from my perspective. I don't necessarily think that using a servitor is going to be the best way of doing this. Simply because the servitor in itself, it will force you to get good at energy sensing because you're going to need to sense the energy of the servitor. And I suppose in knock-on effect of that is then going to improve your psychic abilities, which will then improve how clairsenses develop. but the servitor itself isn't necessarily the core to that. It is just practice. So if anything, I think energy sensing, so I did a couple of videos a few weeks back on energy sensing in a group or in a solitary situation. And the solitary situation one might be the best one for you to try, the workings in that, because you don't then need to create a servitor, because creating a servitor fundamentally is going to involve a lot of energy work. And if you're already struggling with the energy work, it might be kind of difficult to do. If we start with like the energy sensing of different crystals and then different temperatures and different elements and things like that, I think that's probably an easier place to start that you can then add on to from that point. And through that energy practice, what you find easiest as a clairsense is then going to start becoming more and more apparent. Interesting. I have questions. Sorry, this is the next one I hadn't actually finished reading yet. I have to do a servitor working during this eclipse season. I don't work with the moon or sun. How would you approach it so the results come out as intended? What part of the season would you do it on? I have a question. Why do you need to do it on eclipse season? What I mean by that is, I know that you mentioned that you don't work with the moon or the sun. Is the only reason you're doing it during eclipse season because most people say that you have to do it during a moon phase or working with the sun? Is the eclipse only included in lieu of the moon and the sun? Or is there a fundamental reason why the eclipse energy has to be used in this circumstance? I have questions. You can answer them in the chat if you would like to, but do not feel any pressure to do that. I will go over kind of a couple of things. Anyway, so the idea, here we go. Just because it's related to some documents that have to be applied before the end of this season. Interesting. Okay, so I would say then completely dismiss the eclipse energy. Don't even link it to it at all. Because the servitor is contained energy, it shouldn't be that much of a problem. So what's maybe the best way of me describing this in a way that even makes sense in my own brain? Okay. Think of eclipse season as being like throwing a tennis ball in a windstorm. Right? Normally, a super simple working, you can go from one person to another, no problem at all. And they can then throw it back to you again. But if you're trying to throw that ball in an eclipse season, that ball is ending up 20 feet to the left or 20 feet to the right. It's still going sort of vaguely in that direction, but it might turn out in a different location. But that's because you're releasing that energy. You are sending it loose with sort of just a vague target. If you are actually holding on to that ball, it's not going to be as chaotic. You can just say walk that ball to the other person and then they can walk it back to you. I don't know if that makes any sense. But with a servitor, it's not quite as prone to external influence as a spell is, because the spell is like a message that you're sending on a paper aeroplane. But the servitor is like a phone call because it has the constant energy backing behind it. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes any sense. But like it has the constant backing of energy that it is being fed. And so because of that, it won't just let energy loose in a random direction. It will actively take it to the direction. That makes sense. So I don't think you really would need to worry about it going too far awry during eclipse season, mostly because there's a lot more power to fuel it. So really it's then a case of whenever is best for you. Obviously the closer to the end of eclipse season, the better, but we still have another eclipse yet to go, so that then makes it a little bit tricky. I would just say whenever is best energy-wise for you. Whenever you feel high enough energy, whenever you have the ability to do it, go for it. Because as long as you give it an energy source that is consistent, and as long as you are fully telling it what it is that it needs to be focusing on, it won't swing overly far. Right, let's have a look-see. Can I bottle an emotion like anger when I feel it in the moment to then use it later in a spell? Good question. I don't know if I would say that you could bottle it necessarily. I think there's a couple of ways that you can go about doing this. So the first one would be to think of a moment that makes you viscerally angry. And some people are going to have that moment in their life that's very, very recognizable, and some people aren't. So instead, if you don't have one yourself, think of a TV show, a movie, a scene that makes you viscerally, fundamentally rage. For me, recently, it's that scene in Jurassic Park where the kid keeps shining the torch out of the back of the car, being an idiot and attracting the T-Rex. And I'm watching it and I am a ball of simmering rage. I will use that moment if I need to. It's not real. Doesn't matter if it's real or not. It is giving you that boost of that particular emotion. That's all you need. It doesn't matter if it's real, if it's synthetic. What you are getting is the same result in the end. If you need to be really, really sad for it working, and you don't have anything in your life that you really can draw on that will trigger it, or maybe the things you've experienced would trigger it too much and they would distract you. Let's have a look-see. Oh no! Oh, it's probably my internet connection. I'm going to be real honest. My internet connection at the minute is terrible. So I might just wait for a minute, see if it eases up again. But yeah, it's my internet's pretty bad at the minute, which doesn't help. I will just be elevator music. Yeah, my internet is shocking at the minute. They did some maintenance work on it the other night and they shut it off all night. And then when it came back, it was awful. So I'm gonna have to talk to a real person about it on the phone. Ew. Yeah, it's if you maybe don't want to draw on something really, really sad from your own life, watch Marley and Me. Get really sad and then put it into a working. In terms of bottling emotions, what I would say is maybe an option for this is when you're really, 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 really angry, say, and you are full of energy, pour all of that excess energy into a quartz, into a piece of copper, something, to store it as a battery, and then you can use it later. So you're technically not bottling the emotion, but you are bottling the massive increase of energy that has been created by feeling such a visceral emotion, and then you can utilize it later. What do you personally think about the idea of adding personal taglocks to servitors? I'm thinking about adding them to symbolize that they are of me and of my energy, but I'm still thinking about it. Ooh, interesting. Okay, honest answers only. Okay. I think that this could go, and it will really depend on what the servitors are being used for. I think it could either go one of two ways. I think that it could be amazing for giving, well, okay, actually no, one of three ways. I've found another one. So it could continually draw energy from you because you're linked. So if they run out of their energy source, they might by default start draining from you, which could be a pro or a con, I suppose, because it would mean that you would immediately know if they couldn't get hold of the energy source that you've set for them. You would immediately notice that they were pulling on your energy. So I suppose in a way that could be really useful, but it also could be really bad if maybe you aren't expecting it, or it's happening at a really bad time, or something. The other negative for that is that I'm wondering, depending on how they're being used, if there is a tag lock involved there, you might be traced back again. So if, for instance, it's going off in the spiritual world and maybe it encounters somebody else or another spirit, there is an opportunity that perhaps because you are intrinsically tied together in a way that most servitors aren't, they might be able to trace you back in relation to that servitor. It's probably a rare occurrence. It probably wouldn't happen, but my brain immediately goes to worst case scenario. The other thing, though, is that it would make it so it's far less likely for the servitor to go rogue. Because instead of feeling separated from you, whether it's because they've gained a lot of energy, whether it's because they've been around for a while, they can sort of wander off a little bit, take a little bit too long on things, push back a little bit. I feel as though having that tag lock in there is a way of saying, okay, no, there is no wandering off. We are working on this. And so it is that innate tie together that keeps them on check. It like keeps them going where they need to go, doing what they need to do. So I think it's very much a pro and a con in that regard. I think it very much depends on a case-by-case basis how the servitor is being used. I do think that having, say, a servitor for protection, it definitely feels like there's protection. So I think like a servitor for protection inside of your home with a tag lock would then, fundamentally, they would be extending protection to you. Because if they are maintaining the protection inside of that space and they are inside of that space, then they are protecting you whilst inside of that space. That could be a really cool way of doing it. If you're having a servitor that is designed to transfer energy, like excess energy into abundance, into happiness, into positivity, and have it be tag locked to you, then it is going to directly be funneling that into your life. So you could almost bypass having to receive the energy and the information, and instead it is naturally feeding you the energy and information through the tag lock. But you then also have the possibility if they are going, I think the most of the problem is if it were to go further afield. I think maybe in servitors that are meant to be like going out and about, especially long distances for longer amount of times, maybe the tag lock might be a bad idea. But I think for servitors in the home, for mopping up energy, for protection, I think the tag lock could be a really useful idea. I think you might be onto something there. I do. I just think it's going to very much depend on circumstances. And if anybody else has done this in the chat or in the comments afterwards, do let us know, because I would love to know. This is something I've never tried. I would love to know. Right, let's have a look, see. Oh, it jumped. Scroll. Where am I? I'm somewhere around here. I have a weird request. Oh, okay, everybody, collectively, we have a request. I have a weird request, and I'm asking for some of you, or all, to send love and light to my hometown of Connersville, Indiana. We just had a major flood, and many people lost everything, but no lives lost. So, if anybody has any excess energy tonight, any energy that they have raised, and they want to be directing it somewhere, this could be a fantastic cause to be directing it to, and I'm so glad that nobody's lost their life. Like, that would just be, I mean, it's heartbreaking anyway, but even more heartbreaking. So hopefully people can get back on their feet again soon. Have a look. Do you see supernatural entities as existing on another astral plane, or do you think they can physically exist here? Example, aliens, Bigfoot. I've seen some fun combos recently on Twitter, vampires. We end up going into this conversation at some point on every single live stream, I think. I fully am down for the fact that Bigfoot was never a physical creature. When we look at the stories of Bigfoot, he can teleport. There is, and I don't mean like modern stories, I mean like old stories. Like, Bigfoot is never described as being a physical thing. he is almost described akin to spirits, which I find interesting. Same with Mothman. Mothman, apparently an omen or a portent of death, depending on who you speak it to, appeared days before a tragedy happened and then vanished into thin air. That's not a real creature. That is a spirit, like a banshee or a black shuck. You know, like, I feel like there's a massive amount of crossover here that tends to be missed by mainstream media. Like, when people are like, oh, I saw Bigfoot, the mainstream media is like, madman spotted Bigfoot on side of cliff. Ape specialist chime in. And it's like, I don't think it's ever that cut and dry. Like, I genuinely just don't think that it is. Now, I think there is a big sort of distinction, though, between whether something is here or not. So say, for instance, when we're talking about Samhain or Beltane, and we're talking about the veil being thin, what is being discussed, and the same occurs with the trooping of the Fae, what is being discussed are spirits that are able to pass from the astral to the physical plane and then back again. And so they are not physical when they're here, but they are more here than when they are in the astral, if that makes sense. So the astral is almost in and of itself layered. So you can be really close to home in the astral, or you can be much further out in the astral. And so it's one of those tricky ones, because some people say that are ghosts here? Are ghosts non-corporeal beings in the physical world? Or are ghosts non-corporeal beings that can sometimes interact with our plane, and sometimes our plane can see them, but they aren't actually together? Does that make sense? Like, there's a lot of, like, conflict as to what's happening and where. So, like, when we talk about the fair folk, we talk about Elfame, which is the location where the Fae reside, especially the Seelie and Unseelie courts. But some Fae, often lower Fae, are more present here than they are there. They're not physically here, they're non-corporeally here, but they are still more here than the Seelie and Unseelie courts are, which are very firmly in Elfame. So there's like this like crossover where there's that transition, and that veil is that in between the two worlds. But I've always seen, especially things like Mothman and Bigfoot and creatures like this, I love them. I'm obsessed with them. I don't necessarily believe that they are physical beings. I'm very much firmly in the camp of when we're talking about things, especially like Mothman, that very much appear before something bad happens and then disappear again. That to me is more an omen than anything else. And a banshee is not considered a physical being. She is a spirit that is linked to Irish families. And so she only appears when something bad is going to happen. And then she immediately disappears again, because she isn't there, if that makes sense. She's not there in a physical sense. You couldn't walk up and touch her. She's there solely to send a message and then to disappear again. And that happens with so many of these cryptids. You tend to find things like that where they're there and then they're not. I mean, Nessie is the one that I'm more doubtful of existing flat out than any other. Mostly because we know that the photographs were fake. We know that. Deathbed confession and all that. Like, we know that they were faked. However, that doesn't change the fact that there are, I believe that they fall under medieval. Might have the timings wrong. But there are manuscripts that discuss an event that happened on the shores of Loch Ness. And I believe it's something about how a man was nearly pulled to his death under the water, and, you know, giant monster and that kind of stuff. And my little marine biologist brain is going, it could be a catfish. They get pretty big. It could be a sturgeon. They get pretty fucking huge. Nessie's the one where I am not sure on. Surprisingly, Nessie is the one that I'm not sure on. I believe that people are seeing something, but I do not think that it is a physical being. I feel like if it is anything, same with that original like medieval manuscript, was it a portent of evil? Was it an omen? Was it a spirit? Was it something? You know? Because people always think that cryptids are physical. And I very rarely see like mainstream media talking about the idea that there is a potential for them to be spiritual transient beings. It's like, I always bring it back to this, but I always find it so fascinating. And I think that Morgan Dharma has written about it in their newest book. I think. In one of their books, I believe it's mentioned. Why is it? Hypothetical question. Why is it that 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, early 1900s, people were seeing the fair folk, the light beings, the Seelies? They are beings, some of them are beings of light. And they were going off to the fairy plane and they were kidnapped to Elfame. And then all of a sudden in the 1950s, all of the stories of the fair folk disappeared and they were replaced with aliens. Beings that were often light, that would take you somewhere else and they would abduct you. They would turn up randomly in the middle of the night. Like, it just seems too coincidental that you have basically word for word stories between fae encounters and alien encounters. And there's a very sharp point in the 1950s where you see very few fae encounters since, and you saw no alien encounters beforehand. Like, that, I feel like there has to be something where the social concept just changed because people were so accustomed to the fairy faith, and then all of a sudden the fairy faith died a death, and then people massively got invested in the idea of aliens. And now you're seeing the same language being used for something totally different. And, Fairies, Real Encounters with Little People by Janet Board talks about this concept. I'm going to have to read that because I love Janet Board's work, so I'm going to have to save that and put that on my to-be-read list because that sounds like it's going to be amazing. Yeah, I need to check that out. Because there is definitely something about it that just doesn't make sense to me. That, like, we would just switch from one thing to another. And, yeah, like, you often find, and this is something that I think is important, especially when we're looking at North America. Not just North America, but also Canada. But I'm talking like the North American continent is... I feel as though modern ideas of these cryptids, because let's face it, a lot of them are American, not all, but a lot of them are American. Like the devil. What's the devil? The devil that stands on the bridge. Anyway, they're very American things, but they come from older sources. And I feel as though that the modern version of them has almost overridden the native belief, the native spirituality, the native legends and stories and folk tales of beings that have been there for much longer than settlers have been. And I feel as though maybe more than anything, earlier stories are going to be far more valuable to gaining context than more modern things like TV shows and movies and like more modern documentaries. A little bit like how if we were to look at people's ideas of fairies in England today, it's very different than going back to when the fairy faith was present and seeing people's documentation then, because it's very different. And I brought them out for a reason, and I knew that I'd get to it eventually. And it's why things like, I love these ones, where they're not perfect, you know, these books are from 1825 and 1911. I find that things like this are really useful because they can give you even a fraction of a glimpse into the earlier beliefs on something instead of just like the Tinkerbell-esque ones. Anyway, I'm going to keep going before I get sucked in too much. When I'm feeling witchy, there isn't anything I need from spells. When I have a need, I lack the executive function to plan a working, assemble ingredients, and carry it out. Do you have any advice? I would use the exact same techniques as people with low energy use. So I would be going to, if you have the time and you want to, it's only about 18 minutes long, I think, the low energy witchcraft video. The same things apply. If you have, say for people who have ADHD and executive dysfunction, if they find that they're having a real difficulty that day for whatever reason, utilize the exact same techniques. Take the energy that you have when you have it, apply it into objects that you can utilize later. That video has got more kind of tips and tricks in it that I think could be really beneficial. I use them in my practice because sometimes I just don't have the functionality for it that day, but I might really need to do something. And so therefore, using the low energy techniques is really useful because it allows everybody to have a more well-rounded magical practice as and when they can. Oh, my holy grail is the Avast Moisturizer Step-Up System. I might genuinely have to check that out because I really struggle with the rosacea-ness. I keep having vivid dreams, but most of them don't make sense. Would it be worth documenting them to see if there's messages from a spirit? Yes, especially if they are very unusually vivid. So if like normally your dreams are just sort of like, there's nothing weird going on here. And then all of a sudden you've hit a point where now your dreams are really, really weird. Definitely be documenting them, seeing if there's anything repeated in them, because that's going to be the kicker right there. If you realize that there is a character, let's say, that's the same in every single one of these dreams, even though the dream is different, if there is an animal that appears, if there is music that is playing, if there is a physical location that is repeated in all of these dreams, you might miss it if you weren't to write down those dreams. But instead you're able to recognize patterns. And as soon as you recognize patterns, you're able to pick apart the meaning in it. So I would say definitely in this regard, write them down. Can a spirit try to possess a person in a dream, or is it just a dream? That depends. Are you sure you're dreaming or are you astral projecting? I have an entire video on that, by the way, called Dream versus Astral Projection, which I would thoroughly recommend checking out for this because I have had this entire situation happen. And I was astral projecting instead of dreaming. And it was horrible. I was chased by a small goblin creature and it was vile. And I woke up exhausted and I vividly remember it. It was burned into my brain. In dreams, okay, yes, but not in the way that you would expect. I feel like I need to put that in like straight away. You are very, very unlikely because you're going inwards in dreams. So you're in here instead of out there. So if you are in here, you can really only have difficulty if there is a spirit in your home that is going to take advantage of you not being compos mentis, which is why the personal protections, the home protections are really, really valuable. Alternatively, if you are out there in astral projection but you don't realize it, then you might not realize that you're in any danger and you might not realize that anything is happening. And especially if you've taken off your protective jewelry or protective items, then yes, technically. But that's if you're astral projecting instead of dreaming. And in that video, I go over like the different techniques that I have for recognizing the difference between the two. I am glad it's not just me. Sorry, I just saw somebody that say, I had a dream like that. Goblin creature showed up towards the end and creeped around. Yeah, I vividly remember mine was hour upon hour upon hour of being chased. Oh, I have been eaten by wolves in the astral and it was not fun. I remember feeling all of my organs being ripped out. It was unpleasant. 0 out of 10 experience. Would not recommend. They are some of the only bad experiences that I have ever had in the astral. And I remember them so vividly. But for the most part, even if that were to happen, you will bounce back real quick. I mean, if a spirit attempts to latch onto you in astral, especially if you don't intend to be there, it's so hard to get to astral for most people that they will just ricochet right back. Honestly, Joe, that wouldn't surprise me. Oh, yeah, the being eaten by wolves one, that was an experience and a half. It was bizarre. I hope that I never... Well... Maybe that just shows that I am questionable. I am questionable in the things that I want to experience in witchcraft. Would I actually not want to experience? I mean, it was an experience. And so I wouldn't be mad if I experienced it again. It was not pleasant in the moment, but I wouldn't be mad if I experienced it again. I would just be having a pretty bad day. Okay, let's have a look-see. Interesting. I've been enchanting my favourite jewellery for protection, and wouldn't you know it, I keep losing them. Any magical tips for finding lost things? Ask. Just saying. I suspect this is less you losing them and more them being taken. Probably by the fair folk. So ask, see what happens. Worst thing that happens is they don't come back. Best things that happen is that you find them in a location where you've already checked 15 times and you know they were definitely not there, and now they are miraculously there. But something like this going missing, it makes me suspect that there might be something else going on here. Finding lost things, I am probably the worst person to ask because I lose everything. I lose everything all of the time. I would legitimately lose my head if it wasn't attached to my body. So... people do say the pendulums, though. I've never used a pendulum for finding lost objects. I should probably try it because I literally lose everything. It's bad. It's really, really bad. That's true. Or they may be disappearing because they weren't. That's a good point. Very, very good point. But yeah, I would start with asking and seeing what happens because you might be given some information there that might be really useful to finding them. Right. Do you do online witchcraft consulting or private lessons? No, actually, I don't. And I didn't realise that was something that people would even want, actually. I have never even considered that as an option. I don't know. I've never thought about it. I mean, is that something that people would want? I'm just used to doing the live streams and answering questions on here. I mean, if you ever have any specific questions, you're welcome to ask them on here and I will happily answer them for free as part of YouTube's amazing service. But yeah, I don't know. I have never thought about it. So let me know, anybody, if that's the kind of thing that you would be interested in. And I would probably be overwhelmed, to be honest. Probably. But like, yeah, I don't know. I've never thought about it. But at the minute, I don't. Let's have a look. I want to purchase some of your books off you. Yeah, yeah, it's a tricky one at the minute. For this, Kevin, I will say it's, at the minute, I got your most recent email. The rest of them disappeared into my email box, and I'm thoroughly annoyed because it keeps sending them into spam, and I keep telling it it's not spam. But I got your most recent one, but I'm waiting to hear back if I've got into the October event. If I have got into the October event, then I can save anything for the October event. But at the minute, I'm still waiting to find out if I've gotten in. So I'll have to update you when I have more information on whether I'm there. I really, really hope I am there, but I don't know yet. So I'm hoping that I'm going to get that information like this week, and then I can let you know, because that might be easier than trying to go through the website and try to deal with like all of that rigmarole. But yeah, still waiting on that one. I really, really hope I get in, but we'll have to see. And we can always figure something out if I end up not getting into the event where I can like bring them or something. Right, let's have a look-see. Always check spam at least twice a day. I know, I do. The sad thing is I do. But I think my email has been sold, and currently I am getting about 2,000 emails from like casino, like Magic Casino. And like a whole bunch of like, are your supplements giving you high blood pressure? So my spam folder is like a war zone. So I need to go through them all and tell it to stop sending it into spam, because it's getting bad. Or I just change my email. Honestly, at this point, I might just need to burn the email. and just start again. Right, let's have a look. See, do sigils have to use letters or can they be more abstract? Yes, as long as you know what they represent to you. Yeah, that's all that matters. It can be as abstract or as random as you want, as long as it represents what it is that you would like to achieve in a very fluid, vague way. Go for it. Let's have a look, see. What are your thoughts on reaching out to deities you would like to work with versus waiting for ones to reach out to you? Okay, I think it's perfectly fine to do it. I just think that the expectations of that need to be limited. So if you are responding to a deity that is reached out to you, then you sort of know what to expect there. They've already said that they are interested in working with you. You reply to that, yes, I would like to form a relationship with you. I would like to have that connection. And then you would then start that dynamic. You would see if you work well together, do some workings, do some divination connection, that kind of thing. But if you don't have that sort of dynamic, if you don't have that connection, then you've got a few issues there because there's no guarantee that you're going to get anything back at all. And so I think going into it with the right expectation is probably the best way of doing this. It could be a yes, I would like to work with you. It could be a I'm actually not that sure, or it could be a hard no. And the one thing that I've noticed is that there can be, not all the time, but there can be a level of entitlement. Is that too harsh of a word? Where people are like, oh, I have given you offerings and I've burned incense for you. And look, I made an entire altar for you and I've changed all of my Instagram handles for you and I've dedicated my entire practice to you and you don't want me. And it's like, but they never said that they wanted to work with you. Like you started trying to form a connection because you wanted to see if there was a possibility there. And when that deity came back and said that they didn't feel as though they were right for you, they've not lied to you. They've not made you buy all these stats. You know what I mean? It's like, I think it's about going into it with the right expectations of, I could do my research and check that there is a connection there in the mythology and the lore to see if they're the kind of deity that I would like to work with. You can spend time calling out to them, giving offerings to them, but there's no guarantee there. And so I think that it is, it's just about knowing what to expect. It's a perfectly valid approach to take, is to approach them first, but you can't force yourself on somebody. They have to be willing. Yeah, it has to be a reciprocal friendship dynamic. It cannot be, and that's the perfect wording for it, a parasocial relationship. It cannot be this level of, well, I know so much about you, therefore you are entitled to know about me. It has to come from a genuine relationship that's being built there. Oh, I just bought a townhouse. Congratulations. I love the house and its energy. What workings can I do to keep this energy high when I move in? I mean, if it already has that energy to it, I suspect it's probably gonna stay that way. I would say avoid cleansing completely. Don't even bother with it. If you love the energy and you love how it feels, don't even touch it. As soon as you get in there, I think some quartz, keep that energy quite elevated, keep that energy quite high, because then it will help to magnify what's already in that space. And then just keep some positive energy going. It could be some incense, it could be some candles, it could just be your workings. Just start a dynamic with the energy of the house. Say hello in the morning, say goodbye when you leave, say goodnight before you go to bed, these kind of things. Just to help keep that energy really high, to know that you are really happy with it being there and you really want to maintain that. what is your idea of the difference between a cleansing and a banishing practically? Is one stronger than the other? One is stronger than the other, of course, but practically, how do they differ? Is it just a longer cleansing? Oh, to me, no. But this is why I always say that banishing is going to look very different to different people. So for me, a cleansing is a general, cleansings can cover a wide variety of things. At the lowest level, cleansings are a general shake-up of stagnant energy. So you're lifting it up from where it is sitting and you're allowing it to sort of float around, which is why opening windows and doors after a smoke cleansing, not only to get the smoke out, but also for all kinds of cleansing, including besom cleansing, sound cleansing, everything is really valuable because you've shaken up that energy. It now gets sucked out. It gets driven outside, and then you can bring more positive energy into the inside by just being positive, by lighting some candles and lighting some incense, or just allowing the energy to be calmer and more neutral because that unwanted stagnant energy has faded. That's sort of a very light cleanse. Personal cleanse. It's all about getting sort of that passive gunk off you. A more intensive cleanse would say be a cleansing bath, which is followed by a full smoke cleansing in a certain direction, usually with words of command to send the unwanted spirits out of that space. It borders on being a banishing, but it isn't a full banishing. For me, and this is where to me the distinction lies, a banishing is very targeted at whatever it is that you are dealing with. So when I'm talking about this, it could be a person, could be a situation, but mostly, especially when we're talking about cleansings, we're talking about banishing of spirits. And so for me, the big distinction is that a cleansing is going to cleanse unwanted energy out of that space, unwanted spirits out of that space. But if you have a spirit that's really strong and it doesn't want to leave, that banishing essentially grabs that spirit and throws it out the door. It's not giving a choice anymore. So with a cleansing, it's a really, really strong recommendation that you go, because I'm going to make your environment uncomfortable. I'm going to irritate that space. I'm going to shake up all of that energy that you've been using to latch onto this environment or to a person. And I'm saying now, you need to leave, or this is going to keep feeling uncomfortable. And usually the spirits will leave. But the banishing says, okay, so I gave you the option to leave, and you didn't leave. You have been asked politely, you are mistreating this environment, you are mistreating the people in this environment. I am now evicting you from this space. And it essentially is going to force that spirit out, which is why I always say cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect. Because what can happen, you irritate that energy so much, which helps to dislodge the way that that spirit is attached into that environment or onto a person. So once it's struggling to keep a foothold, you say, I'm evicting you now. Bye-bye, you're out. They are forcibly removed from that property, but that doesn't send them anywhere else. So they're still outside of that property. You then cleanse that space again. And the point of that is to get rid of any excess, like any extra tendrils of their energy that is still around you. Kick that out as well. But also you're disrupting the energy so they can't resettle in that space again. And then you whack up your protections. So you then stop that spirit from being able to come back in again because you've just forcefully evicted them. They've not chosen to left. No, they've not chosen to leave. They have left by force. So with a cleansing, they've chosen to leave. They're like, okay, this space is going to get uncomfortable for me if I don't leave, so I may as well just leave. And they're more inclined to go and do other things because they've chosen to leave themselves. With a banishment, you forcibly kicked them out the door. And so they're quite likely to rush the door again or any liminal space to get back inside because they didn't choose to leave. You forced them to. And so then the protections go up after the cleansing to stop them from resettling back in again. But for a while, you may find that they are still in that environment outside. And that's why having the personal protections is really important, as well as protections and cleansings over the top of doorways so that anybody that comes in can't bring it in with them. I wouldn't necessarily suggest banishing as being a first step ever. Banishing to me is typically the last resort. It is the thing that I do when every intensive cleansing that I can possibly think of has never worked. And it's very much akin in other traditions as, say, an exorcism. where you are forcing that spirit out of a vessel, whether that's a person, whether that's an object, whether that's a house. It's very akin to that. And that's why banishings are so different for so many people, because for some people, a banishing is just a really, really strong cleansing, which is fair. To be fair to them, it kind of is a very, very, very strong cleansing. But it is very much a step above that, but it can look so different. So to me, a banishing doesn't contain any remnants of the Holy Christian Church or whatever the wording is, like I order thee in the name of, none of that stuff. It doesn't contain any of that. But if you were to say, talk to a more folk, say an Italian folk witch, they may well use that language in their banishing because that is what is powerful to them. That is so powerful to them. And so it's why I never feel like I can truly give just for a specific situation, like in the chat. I can never give like a full banishing ritual because it's going to look so different. For the people who follow a Christian faith and practice witchcraft, for them using that language is going to be the most powerful thing that they can do. And it will always be the most powerful thing that they can do because for them it holds power. For me, it doesn't hold any power. If I were to do a banishing the way that, say, an Italian folk witch does banishing, it wouldn't have the same effect because for me, those words don't hold power. Other things hold power. And so banishings are going to look so different to so many different people and cultures and religions and all of that stuff. So for me, a banishing is different. But for a lot of people, it's sort of just like the next step up. The power of hearth compels thee. Can you imagine? Oh, I'm never using that. But it would be hilarious in the moment. Right, I'm realizing that I missed one here. I'm so sorry, Joe. I don't think I saw this at all. I'm not sure if you saw my question about using cord magic and braiding hair and dreads. I was wondering what you thought about that. I did not see that. Where did that go? I'm so sorry, but I have like a little mini feed here that's telling it to me. Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I think that whether you have really short hair, people do it with beards. I love it when people do it with beards. I think it's so cool. If you are feeling particularly negative or there's something, like I do this sometimes, if there's something in that environment that is it just makes me feel uncomfortable, but I'm not necessarily in a situation to deal with it like right now, or like something is around and I want to keep it for later. So this can be something negative or something positive. You take that energy, you draw it in, and then you plait it into your hair, and then you just put literally just flip it back on itself and it stops it from coming undone. And then that means that you can then deal with it later. Whether that is positive or negative, you can then deal with it later. And I find that that's really useful because sometimes that energy is something that you just don't want to deal with. Say you're really worried before an event. You can just take a little piece of hair and you just push all of that excess horrible energy into it. You just plait it really, really quickly. You go on stage, you do what you need to do. You do that press conference, you do that meeting that you've been dreading for weeks, and you've locked that away. So then you can then just release it afterwards because now it's not going to affect you anymore because it's already gone. I think stuff like that is really useful for it. That sort of, I like to use not magic in the way of the wind. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, that's going to make no sense. But when we're talking about like not magic, I know that now people often think of like witches' spells and stuff like that. But it goes back to even in more recent years, 100 years ago in coastal towns, men would be given knotted handkerchiefs that they would undo the knots to release wind to allow them to sail safely home. I often view not magic as being very akin to that. It is used to contain energy. The snapping shut of that energy is the containment. So you can contain really bad things or you can contain really good things for later. And so I love like knotting like little plaits in. I'm sure you could do it with dreads. I know that a lot of men do it when they have like the long beards that's like down here and they like plait it. Fantastic. And also it's free. You don't have to buy anything extra. You just already have it. Right, let's have a look. Oh, and it jumped. Okay. I'm going to scroll up a little bit. Where am I? Oh, how do you find a real legitimate tarot reader? I've never done it before, but would like to go to a tarot reader, just afraid to go to a fake. Oh, okay. So, couple of ways of doing this. The best way of doing it is word of mouth. People are going to tell you what people are more likely to leave a negative review than a positive review. And they are also very, very likely, if they've had a good experience, to tell their friends, to tell family, to post it online. So I do find that you'll often recognize a good tarot reader because people will go back to them. That's another big one. And they'll be very open about going back to them if they're open about this kind of stuff. So if you can see that somebody is regularly going to a tarot reader, or maybe they've mentioned a tarot reader before and then they're mentioning the same tarot reader again, it's usually a good sign that they have repeat clientele. It's usually dodgy to me if somebody only takes new clients and they never repeat the same client twice. That definitely says that there's something funny going on there. So word of mouth is fantastic, especially if it's coming from people who've been multiple times. Reputable tarot readers typically stick around. So that's not me saying that a new tarot reader is guaranteed to be a fake. Because I did a video on how to spot fake psychics a couple of years ago, like 8 years ago. And loads of people were saying how that I was saying that new tarot readers were bad. No, not at all. But if you are a new tarot reader and you are getting really bad reviews, that's not great. New tarot readers need to start somewhere. And you'll often find that people will enjoy their readings. Nothing wrong with that. New tarot reader isn't the problem. It's if you are finding a tarot reader is like popping up with a new name and then they disappear again and then you pop up with a different name and you're pretty certain that it's the same tarot reader but they just keep changing their names. Immediate red flag. Guy with the red flag needs to be coming running by. Immediate red flag. But a new tarot reader that's gaining clients and people are saying, I really enjoyed this, like this was a fantastic reading, like they're leaving reviews. Gold star, fantastic, perfect. Nothing wrong with going to them. But you will find that reputable tarot readers stick around. If you are getting really bad reviews, if you're not getting repeat customers, you're probably not going to keep doing it because you're not able to find that many people who want that many tarot readings. But if you're a reputable reader, people will go back again and again and again, and you're usually going to stick around. So all of that stuff. Plus, if you have any MBS shows, occult events, witchcraft shows, they're usually called like mind, body, soul, mind, body, spirit events, that kind of thing in your local area. There will be half a dozen tarot readers that go to those shows. And they will go to pretty much all of the shows on that circuit. And they're booked up really fast. You will find that the really good tarot readers get booked up by 10:30, 11 o'clock. They will get booked up in the morning for the rest of the day. And sometimes they'll get booked up for the rest of the weekend. And so these are really great places to go and to check out your local occult community because there's probably astrologers, tarot readers, psychics, mediums that you never knew existed that all go on the circuits because it's places where people know where to find you. And then from that point on, you'll probably find a tarot reader that you really, really like that you will keep going back to over and over and over again. So yeah, a few things in there. I don't want anybody to feel as though I'm saying that you are innately a bad reader if you have a bad review. It's not that, it's more consistency, right? If I can see that your Facebook page is flooded with genuine negative reviews, that is not a great sign for potential customers. Being new or not new doesn't really matter there, as long as you're being genuine about it. If you're a genuine person and you genuinely love tarot, people will see that every time. Right, let's have a look, see. Ooh, okay. Someone once asked me this question. I would like your thoughts on it. Can a spirit pretend to be a deity? Would that deity know or allow it? Yes, and maybe. So I suppose I'll probably do the second one. No, I'll do the first one first because that makes sense. Yes, a spirit can pretend to be a deity. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be that good at it though, because they tend to get definitions confused, timelines confused, names confused. They often don't do that great of a job of pretending because they're banking on the fact that you're not going to know what you're talking about. And so if you go into a situation knowing the mythology, the lore, the legends, the interests, the food, the drinks of a particular deity, you'll likely notice when they start to trip up, and it's going to be pretty soon because they usually haven't really done that much research on the matter. Whether a deity knows or cares, that's different, because the deities are so overarching. I don't know how else to describe it. They are so massive in their archetypal weight compared to spirits. They have a lot more going on. They're dealing with a lot more people. They've got a lot more pull, overwhelmingly so. But that also means that they've got a lot of things pulling them in loads of different directions. And so whether they would notice a tiny spirit bothering a person that they didn't even know was trying to connect with them, I don't know. And some spirits, I think, would get away with it. I think it's mostly even if the deity knew. And that would be down to whether or not the deity is that kind of person. So if you are dealing with maybe like a trickster deity, like a trickster god, they might find it absolutely hilarious that you have a spirit pretending to be them. They could never pretend to be them that good, and it could be entertainment. It could be funny. Whereas for other spirits and other deities, it might be a no way, you are not dealing with my person like this. You are not pretending to be me. And they might immediately shut it down. But especially, and it's most of the time what happens, is that it's somebody trying to connect with a deity, but that deity hasn't returned that connection yet. And so in which case, I don't think the deity would even realize what was happening because they don't know that you're trying to connect with them yet. This spirit is taking advantage of that fact. And so that spirit is pretending to be the deity that doesn't even realize that any of this is going on. So it's a complicated one. I think that some of them will probably let them get away with it even if they knew, because it depends on sort of the temperament of that deity as well. And actually, that's a really good point. Some of them may allow it to happen to you as they want you to learn and improve your capacity to take it as disrespect, and would take it as disrespectful that you do not know enough about them to discern them. That was by Sean Banks. I think that's a really interesting thought, actually. Some deities maybe would do that. Like, why would I choose to work with you if you can't even recognize that it's me? That kind of a mentality. Oh, that's an interesting one. Okay. Do you have any tips for working with deities? Kind of fits in. I feel one is reaching out to me and unsure what to do. Well, do you want to form that connection, to deepen it? Or would you rather just not? Because if not, you can just say, I really appreciate it, but at the minute I'm not in a capacity to be able to do this, but I would be open to working with you in the future. If you are interested, then it is about maybe starting to form that connection, maybe reaching out to them by name, maybe lighting a candle in their honor, maybe creating a space or having a candle holder that is just theirs that you only use for giving them offerings. Get some oils that are for different deities or for this particular deity and dress the candle with it so it is 100% for them. Light it every single week for a month, every single day for a month, and see what happens. See what you get from it. See if there is more communication there, more happening. Maybe they come through to you in dreams or through trance or through divination, and see sort of which direction you then want to push it in. Actually, that's a good point, Joe. Some newer tarot readers can be more intuitive, definitely. And some newer readers are far less stuck in their ways. And sometimes that's really beneficial, especially when we're dealing with a community that is largely older. A lot of the readers in the community are 80, 70, 80. They're certainly more mature than the standard demographic that they read from. And so sometimes I think some of the nuance that can come from knowing somebody's life can be really beneficial. if that makes sense. Like sometimes a reading might come through in a really strange way for somebody. And if the reader doesn't understand perhaps that they have a job on TikTok or something, they're going to miss some of the nuance in that reading because they don't understand what TikTok is, you know, that kind of thing. Because like that is, whilst some people might consider it to be like cold reading-esque, I do just think it's useful to understand the way that those cards might come through to somebody. But let's have a look. See, where am I? I'm sure I've had that one. It might have flipped itself. Okay, I need to find one that hasn't flipped. Okay, let's have a look. See where. Oh, and it jumped. Oh, okay, that's what it was doing. Anyway, I found where I was. Do you practice tea magic? No. I'll be honest. I'm not a big tea person. I like chamomile tea. And I would love to be a tea person. I really, really would. But I have to be honest with myself and say that I am a sugar goblin. And so I crave a sweet, sugary, highly caffeinated, iced beverage. I am that giant drink like this that is full of sugar. That is me. And tea is so green. It's like matcha, right? So people love matcha. To me, it tastes like grass. I don't understand. I don't get it. I wanna get it. I do, but I don't. I've tried it so many times from so many places, and I just don't get it. I don't get it. One day, maybe I will. I think I would like iced tea, like southern iced tea. I've never had it, obviously, because I've never been to America, but like I feel like like sweet iced tea is right up my alley. Right, how do you feel about the theory that every moment of the past might still be unfolding in a different reality? I have had this very unusual feeling for a while, like since I was like a child, that I don't know how to describe it, that like every decision that you make has the potential to unfold somewhere else in a different way. And it is just our decisions that have changed. I don't know how to describe it. They've changed us onto this path. That's very tin hat conspiracy theory of me, I know. But like, it's an interesting thought that like every decision that we make, there is potentially an alternative version that made a different decision. Sliding Doors, the movie Sliding Doors. It's an interesting one. It kind of scares me. I'm going to be honest. It kind of scares me. But also it really intrigues me because I'd love to know which decisions in life completely change the outcome to the point where life is completely different. I think that would be a really interesting and kind of terrifying thing to learn about. Right. Thank you so much. Seriously Whimsical. Have you ever heard of Ellen of the Ways? I have, and I recently got a book all about Ellen of the Ways, and I don't think I put it up here with my potentials for today's video. But I recently got a book on Ellen of the Ways, and I had never heard of her until a friend of mine, she got a pendant, and she showed us the pendant. It was beautiful, and she was like, "Oh, it's my deity, she's my goddess, Ellen of the Ways," and I'm like, I have never heard of Ellen of the Ways. I now need to do some research. And then I went into a secondhand bookshop and I found a book on Ellen of the Ways. So now I feel like I need to be doing a deep dive. I need to be looking into this because I think she sounds like a really, really interesting deity that doesn't get that much attention. Let's have a look, see. Oh, Annabelle Margaret has a video with a recipe for chamomile sweet cakes. Oh, I'm going to have to try that. I am definitely going to have to try that, and can confirm sweet tea in the southern US has more sugar than tea. That sounds exactly like my kind of thing. If if people would drink it, pull their face and say, "Oh, it's so sugary," I am in there. This is why hot chocolate will forever be the superior drink. Forever. I love it so much. Oh, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Have you given green tea ice cream a try? Some are rather lovely if you're curious. Ooh, I haven't. My favourite ice cream at the minute is lavender and honey. Now, That is gorgeous. I've never had green tea ice cream. I'm gonna have to try and find somewhere that sells it, because it's not that common. Like most of the ice cream places that I go to are like, do you want chocolate, mint chocolate chip, vanilla, or strawberry? And that's it. So I think I need to try green tea ice cream. That sounds good. Right. Curious of your opinion on the belief that the Bible forbids witchcraft, because how does that fit into Catholic witchcraft? I think the thing is that the King Charles Bible changed so much. And we are talking about a text here that's already been translated and mistranslated about a dozen times. Like, the Latin translation isn't even correct in relation to the original version. And then the Latin translation was translated from a Latin translation, which was then translated into an English translation, which was wrong. So I think the problem that you've got is so many words have changed because the original meaning of the words has been lost. So poisoner got taken out of the Bible and replaced with witch, and they aren't the same thing. But then equally, people, not all, I have nothing against Christians, I just dislike the few that spoil it for everybody, and that applies to everything. There's some witches that do the exact same thing. I don't like the picking and choosing when it comes to people who are countering witchcraft. So everybody that practices witchcraft is going to hell. Okay, but you wear mixed materials. That's also considered a sin in the Bible. So where do you draw the line? You know what I mean? This is always my problem with it. Whereas there are plenty of people out there who follow an incredibly Christian faith, more so than some people who like to preach a lot but not live it. And yet they're demonized as being evil and horrible people, but they live a much kinder, much more authentic to the Bible life than the people who use it to spread hate. And I think that it's one where if you are taking those teachings and you are applying it in a way that allows you to be happy and healthy and a good person, and allows you to be yourself in the modern day and be the best version of yourself for your family, for your children, for your community, I think that is far, far better than somebody who actively abuses the Bible and the words of the Bible to spread hate and to cause harm. Maybe that's unpopular. It will certainly be unpopular for the kind of people that do it, but it has changed so much over time. Like, even translation to translation just never it never seems to line up. So let's have a look. See, doesn't the Bible only refer to historical witchcraft, which is just like malefic magic using plants? I mean, it has very few actual associations with witchcraft in it. But what you do see is that James I was obsessed with witchcraft, absolutely obsessed. When he was coming back to England again after marrying his wife, he was absolutely adamant that witches were attempting to conjure a storm to sink his boat and to murder him. He's known as being incredibly fearful of witchcraft. And I find it interesting that then in his version of the Bible, the wording is changed. That there's so much difference going on there, that words were switched around in a way that they never were before. It was never witch, it was poisoner, which is a very, 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 very different thing. So I think that generally speaking, there are very few people who have even read the Bible all the way through, have read every book of the Bible, word for word, and truly have sat with every single section of it. And so I think ultimately it is less about how one person feels about somebody else and more about you as an individual making that choice as to say, this is something that I feel comfortable with and this is something that I don't. And only individuals can make that choice. And then if you go back a couple of 100 years, you have people who were fully supported by their faith, which was a forcible conversion. who were upheld as standing citizens in their community for performing cunning magic, white magic that was used against the malefic magic of witches that they were accusing. They were considered upstanding citizens in their community for defending against malefic magic using the word of God. And you see it in the text, you see it in Gemma Gary, A Cornish Book of Ways, you see it in folk magic, you see it in the documentation of folk custom. They are sending out evil under the name of the God, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You know, they're using Christian language in their workings to protect their community against evil, and they were considered upstanding citizens within their communities. And that was 500, 600 years ago. It almost feels as though it's gone backwards. People are now less accepting of things that previously, when Christianity was much stricter than it is today, was considered perfectly acceptable, because there was a distinct difference between the malefic magic of the witches and the positive magic of the cunning folk. They were considered different. And so I just find that very interesting, that it is, it's so anti-magic today, when a lot of what was accepted in the past would be considered magic today, but it was perfectly acceptable. I don't really care what anybody celebrates, to be honest. As long as you are happy, you are healthy, you are doing what you want to do, and you aren't hurting anybody else in your pursuit of doing it, go right ahead. I don't care either way. You be you. Right. I have read the Bible and the pick a trick, so I'm damned either way. Exactly. Kind of screwed whichever way you look at it. Right, let's have a look-see. I'm a beginner witch. What would you recommend doing and not doing? Any funny stories you can share? Not that many funny stories, to be honest. Mostly the things that I can say are, do your foundation practices. They're going to set you up for the right direction in the end. So we're talking like visualization, centering, grounding, energy sensing, energy manipulation, circle casting, these kind of practice things, the mind calming, all of that stuff that builds solid foundation that you can then stack things on top of. Things that I would generally avoid as a beginner witch: don't spend loads of money on items. You absolutely don't need it, and you are probably not going to use those items at a later point once you've figured out your magical practice. Do probably get out into nature and see what's around. See if you can connect with the seasons, connect with the energy of nature. See if you can identify some of the plants, maybe learn some of the plants that are around. It's going to help you in your garden, in your woodlands and all of that, so that you can draw on the natural world, and then you don't have to go and get loads of herbs brought in from other countries. You can be working with what you have access to. I wouldn't recommend jumping headfirst into spells and rituals, because you're going to be inhibiting your practice in a way, because things might not manifest the way you would want them to, or the way that you would expect them to. And because of that, you might then think that things aren't working, this just isn't going right, when in reality, it's probably just one of these foundational things that just isn't quite lining up yet, that is then limiting your ability to practice further on. So I wouldn't jump straight into spells and rituals. I would stick with connecting with energies around, doing your basic foundational practices. When you do start practicing, it's then really useful to be starting with some protection magic. It's really useful for practicing. You can have an idea of different styles of magic. So maybe even try different forms of protection magic. Do a protection candle spell, do a protection doll, do a protection bag, do protection jewelry, to get an idea of how energy feels, but also to have an idea of which styles of practice you prefer working with the most, because everybody's going to have different techniques. I wouldn't recommend buying thousands upon thousands of books. It's not necessary. I would say pick a few books from a couple of different authors that you feel really intrigued by. I have a video on beginner witchcraft books that I typically recommend for beginners, because that helps to weed out some of just the questionable books that are coming out recently. But you don't need all of them. Just pick maybe 1 or 2 books, and then you could always pick up a book on a topic that's totally different, like elemental magic or green witchcraft, to pique your interest whilst you're learning the foundational practices. Try not to put too much pressure on yourself. There is so much to learn, and you will have the opportunity to learn so much of it. Just don't overwhelm yourself too much to start with, because it's really easy to do that and you don't have to. And also, don't feel bad if your practice doesn't look immediately like what you see on social media, because I guarantee that their practice doesn't look like that either. Right, let's have a look. See, if I can't cast a spell to invoke something during the waning moon, what difference would it make? Okay, so a couple of things. Invoke and evoke, I think, are really beneficial here, because it's going to change sort of the outcome of what we're dealing with, as well as moon phases. So moon phases are not something that everybody has to work with. It is something that you can choose to add in and incorporate, but it's not something that you have to tap into directly. So for instance, if you want to, on one occasion, you can connect with the waning moon to help release something from your life. And then the next time you want to do that spell, you might just decide to skip the moon phase entirely. It's mostly about the amount of energy and the amount of association you're able to add into that working. So if you're feeling particularly low energy, then utilizing a moon phase can be really beneficial, because it's going to bolster that energy and give you more that you can direct towards your goal. And it's also going to relate to what it is that you want to be doing. So if you want to be releasing unwanted things, then utilizing that waning energy is going to be really beneficial for you. But equally, if you're really high energy, if you have a lot of energy that you can pour into that working, you don't have to be working with a moon phase at all if you don't want to. It's more of a nice addition, but not a requirement. And if you aren't able to perform a spell and ritual on that particular moon phase, you can put items out to charge in the energy of that moon phase that you can then utilize later. So say, for instance, you need to work on the waning moon date that you really, really wanted to use. Put some items out that you're going to be using in that spell or ritual to charge in that energy that you can then utilize when you can, so that you can still draw on the waning moon energy, but it doesn't have to be exactly on the date that you were expecting. You can apply this to all other moon phases as well. So if we're talking like invoke, evoke, I think this is also going to change things. Because if we're talking about bringing something into the world around us to evoke something, the moon phase can be beneficial. Because it's also influencing the external world as well. So if you want to send out energies that's going to influence other things, it's beneficial because those other things are also being influenced by that waning moon energy. So you could have a little bit of a boost on that working, a little bit, because those other things are also influenced by that energy. So say, for instance, you really want to remove somebody from your life. You want to do it on a waning moon and you want to send somebody away. If you were to do it at any other time, you're not going to have the benefit of that moving energy, that transitional leaving energy, because you're in a different moon phase. So it's sort of like a toss-up as to whether you want to use it or not. If you're invoking, so you're summoning something into yourself, it's less of a problem because you are really in control of that environment. And so really, as you are being influenced by the waning moon, but you are not necessarily going to have to deal with anything else. So not doing it on a waning moon isn't that much of a problem because your inner environment is something that you are controlling, if that makes sense. So it's a bigger issue if you're doing it evocation versus invocation. But generally, as long as you have the extra energy to do it out of that moon phase, you aren't bound to the moon phases. You can do it at any other time. I hope that made sense. If it didn't, feel free to let me know, let me know in the chat, or to let me know in the Q&A, and I can add more or add context or whatever. But yeah, it's one of those where it's a nice to have, not a need to have, and it's going to alter the amount of influence it's going to have over the situation. So anything evocation, the moon is going to have more influence than something that's invoked. So it's all about just weighing up whether something is worth doing at a certain time or not. Right, let's have a look. See, I am somewhere over here. Somewhere? I think I'm over here somewhere. Okay, how do you personally put energy into the knots for knot magic? I struggle touching the cord physically and sensing energy at the same time since I usually hover my hand above to charge something. Ooh, do I have anything that I can do this with besides my own hair? I might have to do it with my own hair. So what I will typically do is instead of putting it through my hands, I don't bother putting it through my hands, I will take the cord that I am using and I will be focusing on my energy, raising the energy up that I want to be raising. But instead of putting it into my hands like I would normally, I instead bring it up here. So it is coming all the way up here and it's sitting in your lungs if you want to, or it could be sitting here. I tie a gentle knot, like a very gentle knot, so you can still see like clearly through that knot. With that energy, you blow through the knot, push all that energy out, and then snap it shut. And then that snapping shut is what seals that energy in, and then you can move on to another one. So you blow and you blow and you blow and you blow and you blow, passing it through that knot until you feel like enough energy has gone through, and then you snap it shut and then move on to the next one. And then you can change it. So if you need just a little bit of energy, just do a little bit and then snap it shut. If you need loads, you can do multiple passes over the same knot. That's just how I've done it because I find that it's just satisfying. It's very tactile. It's very like snappy and I like it. It's cool. But I'm sure that there are other people that prefer they do it with their hands. I just find that the blowing through it is just really visceral and I really appreciate that. Right, let's have a look. See. Oh, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. If you suspected a lovely person who previously inhabited a home near you is trying to get your attention, might you attempt to assist in some way? Any thoughts or tips are greatly appreciated. Ooh. I think that it's definitely something that I would consider if obviously I knew that they were a good person and I knew that there was nothing kind of strange going on there. What I would say though is do it outside of your home. So find a location that's maybe somewhere that they would have been, maybe a local park, or maybe even your front garden if you're fortunate enough to have one. Somewhere where they feel comfortable approaching you. If they've, for instance, never been in your home, it also limits the ability for them to decide that they actually prefer your home to theirs because maybe somebody else has moved into their home that they don't know, but they do know you. It allows you to keep that sort of separation and then see through any kind of divination that you can and anything that, whatever it is that you're doing that you've gained this through, see what comes through because you might find that there's something very, very simple. Something, it's something so simple to allow them to then move on again. But if you think that you can help them, I think it could be worth considering it. But I would say do it on a I want to call it a third place. A place that is neither work nor home, it is somewhere else. But like an in-between. So you're not inside your home. Because that could get a little bit messy. Right, let's have a look-see. Where am I? Can you give any tips for cleansing yourself and even protections for a beginner? I'm in a non-ideal situation that is not very good for me, but I want to do my best until I'm able to get out fully. Okay, cleansing, I have 2 videos, full videos on cleansing in different techniques. So I would go check those out because they are going to go way more in depth than anything that I can do here. They go over smoke cleansing and non-smoke cleansing, depending on circumstances. And in terms of protection, I would say the easiest way of doing protection is to get a piece of protection jewelry. It could be a piece of obsidian. So I don't know if anybody's seen them, but you can, from crystal shops, you can get these coil cages that are designed for you to wear crystals on a necklace. I'm trying to think of like the easiest, quickest things that you could do. Piece of cord with one of these cages with an obsidian crystal in it. Perfect for basic personal protection. You don't have to do anything more complicated than that. You could go for something like protection jewelry, like a pentacle, charge it between your hands, focus on pouring your protective energy into it, visualize what it is that you want to be achieving into it, wear it, repeat that every week or so. You can do more complicated ones, but if we're after something that's more of like a transient situation, this one could be best. Even more transient. I don't have an eyeliner with me, but if you use like an eyeliner, eyebrow pen, lipstick, pen, honestly, depends on what you feel comfortable with. Protection sigils drawn on your skin to offer you protection if you aren't able to wear jewelry, if you aren't able to have anything visible. Sigils are also really useful to place on doors, windowsills. You can use post-it notes for this if you really need to. If you're in a situation where you can't have anything very visible or physical, post-it notes with sigils on windowsills, door frames, pieces of paper, really whatever works in this situation is ideal. Crystals with door frames, fantastic. You can pretend like they're not there if that's the kind of situation that you're in and you need to be really secretive with it. You can pretend that they're just decoration, but something like black obsidian, smoky quartz, black tourmaline is my personal favorite above door frames, around windowsills, can really offer additional protection there. Energy shields. I have a couple of videos on the channel all about 3 rings of protection or bubble energy shields. So that you can learn, if you don't already know how, to put up a temporary shield around your space to protect it against unwanted energy, spirits, and the like. These are just sort of really simple temporary things that can then lead to more complicated, longer lasting things. But in a situation that might be very transient, having something that's very easy to pick up and go, that maybe doesn't have a lot of fiddly stuff, could probably be best in this situation. So those are probably the things that I would say are the easiest. And then maybe the smoke-free cleansing video, because then it goes over techniques that don't end up disturbing anybody else, so you can very much keep it very low-key and very small scale. Right, where am I? Have you ever used a Ouija board as part of a ritual? If so, what did you experience? I haven't, no, but only because I haven't needed to, not because I'm particularly concerned about doing it. I've never had a spirit, like an official, like Ouija board, spirit board. I've only ever used pendulums. So in a way, I suppose I've used a pendulum over a word board, which I suppose does pretty much the same thing as a planchette, but it's mostly been to like figure out answers to things. It's never been part of a full ritual as a whole. Right. This is another one that I will say the low energy witchcraft video is probably going to be your best friend. Do you have any tips for people with ADHD who have poor focus and therefore difficulty raising energy for spells? I can't meditate and my focus is very shallow. Yeah, I would say the low energy witchcraft video, it's not just for people with low energy, but that's mostly what it was aimed at originally. It's designed to give you alternative methods of raising and maintaining energy that don't require you to use a lot of your own. Which, while you might have a lot of energy, that doesn't necessarily mean you can easily tap into it. And the same can apply with people with chronic fatigue, with chronic pain especially. It might not be that you're lacking energy. It might be that you're lacking the ability to utilize that energy in an effective way. And so the low energy witchcraft video that I posted a year ago, I think, goes over different ways that you can be raising energy and utilizing it that don't require large amounts of personal energy or personal time, which is probably ideal in this kind of situation. I suffer from CPTSD and ADHD. ADHD. Let's have a look. How can I stop sabotaging myself every time I want to end addictions and old patterns? Okay, how would we best go about this? You could bind. Okay, I want to preface this by saying in situations like this, I would always recommend to be working alongside somebody that can really help you. And sometimes that's easier said than done. I totally understand that. But if possible, I think it is best, and I've done it myself, to work the magic alongside therapy, alongside assistance, where you can have the support alongside your journey with this, because it's very, very difficult to do it alone. It's not impossible, by any stretch of the imagination, but it can feel very difficult. It can feel very isolating. And so if it's possible for you, I think that finding somebody, a professional that is qualified to be able to help with this and knows the exact tools that work best for people to succeed in the fastest and healthiest way possible, I think that will always be your best bet with this, always. But if you do want to be working magic alongside something like that, you might want to be doing some kind of a binding, not to tie things to you or anything like that, but to limit its influence. So whilst you're working through it, to be limiting how you are able to backslide, I suppose, limit the influence that it has over you with a binding working while you are working through to get to a point where that binding working isn't going to be necessary anymore. You can take those bindings off and you can work through it and you can continue your journey and your progress to get to the point where you want to be. I do think, though, that if possible, it should be done with the assistance of somebody that can really support you through it. Do you have any foundation or makeup recommendations? Makeup as a whole? No. Well, yes, but I use a lot. I use a lot of stuff, so it's the kind of thing that I'm going to talk about more on the second channel. Foundation, though, I will say, if you are pasty like me and glow in the dark, MAC is one of the only companies I have ever found to make foundation that isn't bright orange on me. And so if you are super duper duper pale like me, then the MAC 05 foundations are actually pale enough. Miracle, because I cannot find a single foundation from any other brand. The only other one that I found is Huda. Huda do one foundation that I can use that's pale enough. But other than that, MAC. So if you are also a pasty ghoul and you are wanting to find something pale enough for you, it might be worth considering just trying a swatch and seeing. I use NC5 because I'm a weird shade. And it's the only one that works for me. But if you think we're a shade match, give it a try. Let's have a look. Would you ever consider doing curriculums on the Patreon? It could be books to read together, maybe videos to watch, maybe exercises, just longer term community curriculum for magical study. Oh, I wouldn't be opposed to it. At the minute, because I'm so rarely here, because if you weren't here earlier, I don't have a functioning bathroom yet. I am sort of bulk filming as and when I can. But when things are more settled down, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to doing anything like that. But I tend to find that my Patreon members, hello everybody, tend to be way more experienced in their magical journey than my YouTube followers. It's not a problem, it's just the demographic of people. And so I would almost be inclined to focus a little bit more on the unusual niche side topics, if that makes sense, like the dives into a random thing, mostly because I think the majority of my patrons are a little bit more, they've been practicing longer than I have. And so I feel like it would almost be interesting to dive into like the more unusual, like the weird side quests and see where that goes. I think that could be really interesting. Do you ever even bring energies of the moon in? Do you just call out to the moon and then do the working? I've never felt like there was a strong connection between my working and the moon when indoors. So I use the exact same technique as grounding, but with other planetary energies, including the moon. So I won't just do a working under the moon. I will actively draw that energy in. So it's often called, you often see it being referred to as drawing down the moon. So this is what you'll often see it described as being in, especially sort of modern Wiccan witchcraft books. You'll often see it being described as drawing down the moon. But I use the exact same technique as I do with grounding. So I center and I push my energy down for grounding, and then I suck energy back up again. I do the exact same thing, just up. I send the energy out, I touch the energy, and then I pull it back in again. And it's basically the same principle as drawing down the moon, but just not the same technique, I'm pretty certain, that a lot of the books use. But exact same principle, and then I can do it through a window, I can do it outside, I can do it inside, and it's more, you are then directly linking your energy into the working, instead of the working simply being performed under the light of the moon, which will have influence, but it won't have as strong of an influence as if you were to be linking that energy in directly. Have you read The Picatrix? What are your thoughts on talismanic magic using elections? Oh, are they two different questions? Are they the same? I haven't read The Picatrix all the way through yet. I'm about halfway through books 1 and 2. So I'm reading one of the newer translations that's on Kindle Unlimited. So they split it into books 1 and 2 and then books 3 and 4. So I'm currently about halfway through reading books 1 and 2. And then I'll have to finish the rest of it afterwards. And yeah, so far I'm really, really enjoying it. You start noticing the echoes of the Picatrix in literally everything. Like everything. Whether it is modern witchcraft as a whole, whether it is modern horror and fantasy. Like you start seeing the echoes of it. Like there's no real definitive answer as to whether the Necronomicon was actually based on the Picatrix, but they have almost identical backstories. They have been written by people with almost identical names, and they both heavily influence the universe that they are a part of. And so modern horror, as we see it today, especially when we're looking at like Cthulhu and that sort of genre, it seems, at face value anyway, to be very heavily inspired by the Picatrix, which I find interesting because it hasn't just had a massive influence over modern witchcraft, but over like everything else as well, which I always find so fascinating. But talismanic magic during elections, now that is an interesting one, and I'm sure that many witches have done so in the past and probably plan to again. Would you make an informational video on the deities you worship? So the deities I work with, I've already done a video on, I think. Let's check if it's still public. Yeah, so about 7 years ago, I look awful. The entire video is cringe, but it's still there. I have a video on how I found my deities. I cannot believe that video is still there. I should probably do something about that video because I'm wearing a skeleton jumper from H&M. Terrible eyebrows, terrible eyeshadow, and my hair is bright orange. That was a choice. A choice I probably wouldn't make again, but it's a choice. But that video is there if you do want to. It's that orange hair. Yeah, that. If you want to check out the cringe of me 7 years ago, that is available for free on YouTube's. Lovely. I cringe myself out with my own videos all of the time. Oh, also, thank you so much to Bridge A. Thank you so much for your time and sharing your wisdom, your amazing cuddle to Cleo. Oh, thank you. Don't worry, she will get a massive squeeze when I see her tomorrow. And thank you so much to Patron Saint of Chaos. Any tips to make a new space feel more safe? Certain houses I walk into seem to be cozy and energetically calming, and I'd like that too. Oh, okay. So if you're walking into a space and it viscerally feels wrong, cleansing. Normally, I'm very much one of those people that's like, no, don't cleanse right away. Sit with the energy first. But if you walk into a space and it viscerally feels disgusting, cleanse it quickly. Top to bottom, back to front, out the front door. Wow, it's getting late and my tongue is getting tired. Once you've done that, it's all about building up that positivity. So candles, incense, happiness, joy, life. Like, it sounds so silly, but that can bring the energy up so much. To be even faking it till you make it joyous in the energy, joyous in the space that you are creating, knowing what it's going to become. You can utilize sigils and runes. I will often use runes for this over sigils, but for anything upbeat, positivity, you can use bind runes for this as well. You can merge them together, create something that makes sense for you. You can utilize sigils if that works best for you, to help elevate the energy, raise the energy in that space. Music, dance, all of this stuff really helps. Protections. So once you've started getting all of this energy going, protections can help lock it all in. Protect yourself, protect the space. That means that all the energy that you're raising, all the protective energy, all of the positive energy is then not going to just dissipate out or be replaced by something really negative. Crystals, not going to be for everybody, but if you have any, quartz crystals, rose quartz crystals are fantastic for adding positive energy into that space. Give them a cleanse, set them out, set them to charge in the full moon if you really want to bolster that energy. Not a requirement, but a possibility. Set it into that space. I often find that bringing the outside energy in is really useful. So for me, I will cycle through Sabbath energies or seasonal energies in the house, bringing in flowers where it's applicable, because I find that that really helps to add to that clear, joyful energy that you're really looking for in this space. But cleansing, protection, and then try to bolster that energy as much as possible. Sigils, runes, dance, crystals, plants, all of this stuff can really help improve that energy. Let's have a look. It was a lovely choice. I preferred my green, I think, more. But I don't know if I don't think I was ever on YouTube when I had green hair. I loved the electric blue. That's got to be one of my favorites. Electric blue and then the forest green, I think, were my two favorite colors. And then I went through a breakup and I bleached it all and dyed it fluorescent orange, and that was a choice. Not my finest moment, but it was still a choice. It was probably cringe to you, Hearth, but we love those videos. They're so nostalgic and wonderful. I'm so glad that you enjoy them, and that's why I'm trying to keep them up. There was a while where I took down so many videos, like so many videos, because I hated the way that I looked in them, and then I got to the point where I was like, yeah, I think I need to just leave them up and just suck it up and deal with it. So here we are. And I'll be honest, I look at some of my videos even now. When I first had my fringe, and it wasn't like, it's growing out now, but when it wasn't a micro fringe and my hair was not used to being a fringe, I would just have this like little segment of fringe in the middle and then big empty spaces. Sometimes it still is like that, but that cringes me out so bad on those videos. I hate it. But then I have to remember that like perfection doesn't exist and nobody really cares that badly. And if they cared that badly, then they're probably not my people. You know? If somebody cares that badly about how you look, they're probably not there for the right reasons. So that's what I'm trying to think about anyway. Right, let's have a look. See where I am. I saw an intuition exercise where you say my name is and see how it feels in the body when you say your real name and a random name. The point is to notice the energetic difference. Thoughts? Yeah, I can see that being... Can I? Okay, yes, I can see that it gives you the ability... Sorry, I had to buffer then for a minute. There was just a spinning loading wheel. I think that it is... What am I even trying to say? I think that it gives us the ability to learn how to sense energies. I don't necessarily think that it gives the ability to sense energy to necessarily the degree that you would want to, but I think that it is a really suitable starting point. I don't see there's anything wrong with it, and it's very easy and it's very accessible, and it gives people who've never sensed energy before the ability to easily and quickly be able to say, oh, that felt actually not quite right, because that not quite right feeling then gives the ability for us to recognize when energy feels weird as well. Right, I'm here somewhere. This one. Okay. If this is too much to answer, you don't have to, but I have OCD. How do you distinguish between intrusive thoughts and actual magical guidance? Okay, so this is obviously going to depend on how your OCD presents and what it's about and that kind of stuff. Okay, so, and obviously I'm going to preface this now. I have been diagnosed with OCD clinically since 2005. Okay, I had a long time to process this, but I can only speak for what I experience. I cannot share what other people are going to experience. Okay, so the big differences for me is that, say for instance, my brain has decided out of nowhere to say, you've left the stove on. You've left the stove on. You've left the stove on. Don't even try to go back to sleep. You have left the stove on. You're about to burn the entire house down. You are about to destroy the entire street. What are you doing? Go check it. Go check it. The stove is on. 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 Until I cave and get out of bed and go and check that the stove is, in fact, not on. And then I walk away from it. And then my brain goes, oh, but what if you just imagined that the stove wasn't on? What if the stove is actually on and your brain is just tricking you? So then you go and check the stove again. You walk away from it and you go, yeah, well, maybe you actually can't see that the stove is on. Maybe the stove is magically on. And even though it's a gas stove, you can't see it in the dark. But you know that you can see it in the dark and it's not on. But the stove is on. The stove is on. Until I have to stand there and take photos of the stove like a mad woman at 4:00 in the morning and check all of the dials, right? That is my experience when it's sort of eating away at me again, right? Or the back door's unlocked. There is going to be a burglar breaking into your house because the back door is unlocked. You haven't locked it. You've left it wide open. It's wide open. There's rats coming in. It's wide. You know what I mean? This is the way that my thoughts present themselves, right? It is an unending, repeating stream of nonsense that does not shut up until I either sit with the discomfort, which is what you have to do. You just have to sit there. You just have to sit there and go, what's the worst that's going to happen if the door is open? The house might be a bit cold. What's the worst that's going to happen? You just have to force yourself to sit in that discomfort. Or I cave and I go downstairs and I check, and what do you know? The door wasn't actually open. But knowing what my baseline is, that's my baseline, then makes it easier for me to be able to recognize when something is different. So for instance, if I'm about to go to bed, and one of my spirits says, oh, I need you to put this piece of jewelry in front of the altar. Or I need you to put, I need you to move this off the altar and move it over there. If I don't do it, nothing happens. Silence. If I don't do it, what's the end of the world? Like, I don't know how else to describe it. I don't get that repetition. And so for me, it is my hyper-awareness of OCD. It might have something to do with 20 years of therapy. It's my hyper-awareness of the OCD that actually helps me to recognize when it's not OCD. And so it's going to be different for everybody, right? Not everybody's going to experience it in the same way that I do. For some people, it's not about things that are happening outside. It's going to be things that they think they've done, or things that they think they've thought of, or things that they think they've looked at. Like, my version of OCD is the most bog standard basic version of OCD that you can get. It's the one that everybody knows about. But there's loads of versions of OCD that people don't know about. The bit that haunts you when you aren't entirely certain if you're a terrible person or not. That kind of OCD I cannot speak on because I've never experienced it. But what I can say from my experience is that once I can recognize the patterns of how my OCD behaves, I can recognize when something is leaning too heavily into it, and I can recognize when something isn't. So for me, I know that if a spirit comes through to me and says, hey, can you put your rings on the altar tonight? And I don't do it, that voice never occurs again. I never get that thought again of, oh my God, I need to put the rings on the altar. And if I don't put the rings on the altar, then something really bad is going to happen. So I need to get up, I need to go downstairs, and I need to put the rings. I don't get any of that. And that's how I recognize instantly that this is not an OCD thing. This is something else. This is something else entirely. This is a spiritual experience, a religious experience, however you want to describe it. This is different. And so for me, one of the other ways that I can do it is if I'm not sure, I don't do it. Because if I don't do it, I will then just be asked at a different point, like a random point in the day, I'll just be asked like, hey, I noticed that you didn't do that earlier. Could you do that in a bit? fantastic, that's fine. Whereas if it's the OCD and I don't do it, I will keep getting the thought that I have to do it. And then when I ignore it for long enough, it will never pop back up again in the same way. It'll pop back up in a different way. So it's very, very difficult, I think, if you don't know your OCD. But once you do know your OCD, it's recognizing pattern. And if it breaks the pattern, that's fine. If it stays in the pattern, sit with the discomfort. Because if therapy has taught me nothing, it is that we are our own worst enemies, and that caving into the compulsion only makes the compulsion stronger. And that is so difficult, because the one thing that you want to do more than anything to appease that alarm that is going off inside your brain is to go and fix the thing that's causing the alarm. But the alarm's coming from inside the house. It's not coming from anything real. And that is so difficult to learn, always. So please keep going. You are perfectly capable of doing this. I know that you are. And kick OCD's arse. For me and for you. For everybody. Kick OCD's arse. You just gotta keep going. Yeah. My problem is that I once, when Cleo was a baby, last summer, I fell asleep on the sofa because she wasn't sleeping at night. I fell asleep on the sofa with the back door open. I have never once had the thought of, oh my God, I have to check the back door, ever. I've always just assumed that I would do it. But the minute I left the back door open and fell asleep, I was maybe asleep for like 5 minutes in the middle of the day on the hottest day of the year last year. I left the back door open. And from that minute on, it is like, it's in there. It's in there. Because I go, I haven't left the back door open. And my brain goes, but remember that one time last year on this date at this time when you did leave it open? See, you are capable of it. OCD sucks, man. Like, I think genuinely it has to be one of the most underrated mental health conditions. Like, that sounds so stupid, me calling a mental health condition underrated, but I mean, like, I think people genuinely just believe that it's putting your pens in a line and putting your books at the same level on a bookshelf. You know what I mean? The bonus that I can say that I have in all of it is at least my form of OCD people have a little bit more sympathy towards. There are some people out there with OCDs that nobody understands, and so they're scared to talk about it. They're scared to get help. And that's the stuff that is really difficult to explain to people. Right, let's have a look-see before we finish. Have you ever tried a tarot reading where you wished you took the card's advice? Oh, regularly. So it's, I went through a period of time a couple of years ago now where I was doing tarot readings for everything. And I was really heavily dependent on tarot. And it wasn't great. There was a point in there where it wasn't great. I couldn't make a decision without consulting the tarot. And even then I usually didn't actually listen to it. And it does get to the point where I would get the same cards in multiple readings every day, multiple times a day. I would get the same cards because I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening to the cards. And so instead of me taking its advice, it gave me the same advice like 4 days in a row. And at that point I was like, damn, I'm using this as a coping strategy to deal with everything. So I then stopped because if I wasn't listening to it, why was I doing it? I should have taken the advice though. The advice was, you need to deal with this shit. And I went, no. And it was like, yeah, you really do need to deal with this shit. And I was like, no, I think I would rather not. And then it went, well, I'm just going to keep giving you the same cards. And I was like, you know what? Good point. I should probably do something about this. So yeah, now I don't do tarot readings every day or every week or every month, or, I do tarot readings at the Sabbats and that's it. I have to draw the line under it for exactly the reasons that we were just talking about. My OCD latches onto it and it runs with it and I cannot let it do that. So tight reins. People who have OCD, have used OCD casually, have never been paralyzed with doubt, and it literally sucks. The same loop, checking things for minutes or hours. Oh yeah, 1000% agree. I mean, mine was bad. I mean, like, hours and hours and hours of never-ending repetition of the same thing for literally hours. And then people use it so casually, like, oh, I'm a bit OCD. Are you sure? Are you sure? You absolutely positive? But then I can't say anything because I've had the same thing used against me. When I've mentioned OCD in the past, I've had people in my comments being like, yeah, but are you really OCD? And I'm like, yes, diagnosed 2005. Thank you. Please, I am the wrong person. You're calling out the wrong people. But yeah, it's a difficult one because I think there's a lot of people who feel so much shame. And I think that's why I try not to care that much about it. Like, oh no, I have OCD. How terrible. You know, there's a lot of shame that surrounds mental health conditions. And I think OCD is one of those where people do feel a lot of shame because it is very extreme to people. You know, like, I have anxiety and it doesn't present itself in the same way. You know, like the OCD can in some cases be really, really unpleasant to look at, and it can be really unpleasant to watch. And I think a lot of people feel so much shame about it that they never get any help for it. And so I just want to be here if anybody's watching this in 4 years' time or whatever, and they are dealing with the exact same things, that you will realize at some point that it was worth reaching out for help, and it is so much better than it ever was before, and that you're in such a better place. And so if anybody's on the fence about it, please go if you can and talk to somebody about it, because it will make everything feel so much lighter. If nothing else, it will make everything feel lighter and it will make you feel less alone. And that is so important with all of this. Right, let's have a look-see. What's your favourite tarot deck? Interesting. I'm very boring. My favourite deck is the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. It's so simple. It's probably the starter deck that everybody gets and that everybody reads about, but genuinely, it's my favourite deck. It's the one I use more than any other when it comes to personal readings. I will then use the Wheel of the Year Tarot when it comes to the Sabbath Tarot readings, which is basically the Rider-Waite-Smith artwork, just a little bit fancy. Just because I really love the artwork. I find that my memory is really bad. And actually, I've always struggled for a long time with tarot because I struggle memorizing the information. And I know that a lot of people will go off gut instinct, but especially when I'm trying to explain a card to camera, for instance, I often do need to know the textbook definition, and then I also need to know how it presents in what I'm being given in relation to the other cards around it. And I have always struggled with my memory, and I find that cards that are more vague, that are more like a hint of the original card, I find very, very difficult because I can't really use the imagery as the memory jogger. So, like, I'm very visual. I'll remember pictures over names, and I'll remember faces over names. So for me, the Rider-Waite-Smith deck just makes sense. If you are also like me and you struggle memorizing the cards, honestly, go for a Rider-Waite-Smith deck, or go for something that is very, very close to a Rider-Waite-Smith deck, because it makes it so much easier for me to jog my memory. I can see, like, the Three of Pentacles, and I can recognize what that card means because the picture jogs the memory. That makes sense. Whereas some decks, one of my first decks, like full decks that I got, was the Wild Unknown Tarot. I love it. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. Do any of those cards jog my memory? No. I can do a reading with the deck as long as I only want an intuitive reading. But if I wanted to, say, describe to somebody what it is that the card means on a fundamental level, I would never be able to do it because I'm I find it very, very difficult to remember the meanings without having the picture to jog my memory. So unless it's something like the sun or the star or the fool or the world, unless it's like one of the major arcana cards, I do struggle so bad. I struggle so bad to remember them. So I always go for the Rider-Waite-Smith. It's affordable. It's one of the cheapest decks that you can buy. It's always going to be accessible in one way, shape, or form. And it is what most books are based off, which makes it super convenient whether you're an advanced reader or whether you're a beginner reader. I love it. Absolutely love it. Right, let's have a look, see where I am. It's pretty. I think that, I agree. I think that the Rider-Waite-Smith gets a bad rep as being generic. But I think that's only because there was such a boom in the 2010s for like cutesy tarot decks and like different tarot decks that people went, oh, well, the Rider-Waite-Smith's old-fashioned. I prefer these new. And we had like a lot of like hyper modern decks coming out. Like the Wild Unknown Tarot is a great example of this, where it's like colourful black and white line art. And it was just very, very different. We started to see this push to have like really unusual decks coming out. And I love them. I do. But there is something to be said. Exactly. Pamela Coleman Smith was incredibly talented. The amount of symbolism and numerology and colour theory that went into all of that, I think can't really be beaten. I have yet to find something for me that truly beats the way that that deck kind of triggers something in me. Right. Do you have any tips for remembering information from witchcraft books? No, I'm going to be honest. Not really. I don't know what it is. I find that the information that needs to stick sticks and everything else doesn't stick. And I used to obsessively reread books. Okay, so at the start of my practice, I have some here. Did I leave them out? Yeah, I have some here where you can see what I used to do with them. I used to obsessively reread books till I damaged them because I wanted to absorb as much information as possible. So I would obsessively go over book after book after book after book after book. And then once I sort of got the basics down, I then just stopped trying to remember things. So like when something stands out to me in a book, I will immediately store it inside my brain somewhere. And then the rest of the information just sort of disappears. And then when I need the information, it will just miraculously turn back up again. And that's just kind of how it works, which is not ideal, to be honest, because sometimes I'll be like, oh, I just realized exactly, say, the answer to this question. And then I'm like, I read this in a book. I actually don't know which one it was. For all I know, it could have been a book I read 10 years ago. But that information has just like been, I'm like a sleeper. I'm like a sleeper cell. Is that what they're called? Somebody asks a question and it like triggers this memory of a book that I've not read in 10 years. And I'm like, I don't know where that came from. Which is not useful because I kind of need to know where that came from. Honestly, I need to find a better way of doing it. But I know that if I start right, I scatterbrain. I never focus on one book at a time. I scatter. And so I tend to not be reading one book in a linear fashion. So I would like take notes, but then I'd have to have like 3 separate notebooks because I would be writing in different notebooks, different things at different times. It would be confusing. But one thing I have started doing, and this could be useful for anybody, is instead of using like this kind of sticky note, like the very old hat sticky notes, I tend to use now the translucent coloured sticky notes. And I tend to give myself a key, like a colour key. So on the packs that are like pale to dark, the pale is really, really good and the dark is really, really bad. I use it for when I'm doing book reviews. But then I also have packs that are like red and green. And so therefore all the green tabs are ones where I really want to read up more about it. And I use purple for the ones that I want to add into my Book of Shadows. And so I always now key like the books with the sticky tabs so I can figure out where useful information was, because otherwise, poof, it would be bad. And yeah, actually, that's a good point. Jada has said, a friend of mine suggested taking notes of the 3 most standout things I learned at the end of the reading session. I have this. So this is my reading book. And basically every time I finish a book, I've not updated it in a while, I need to go back through my Goodreads and like update it. I would write some of the things that I really liked about it. I would say like when I started it, when I finished it, what my star rating of it was. And then the things that I really liked about it, like a little review, and then whether I would read it again. And I do this with everything. So like, do I have any that are witchy related? I was mostly using this, I think, when I was deep in my, what am I trying to say? Fantasy reading session. So here, for a review that I did a year or so ago, I reviewed Psychic Witch. So I said, Psychic Witch by Matt Oren, 5 stars, another reread, this time for work. It's a dense book, not a light read, but I highly recommend for beginner practitioners as I did last time. And it just means that I can then fully remember sort of what I liked about a book, what I focused on. Otherwise, poof, my brain is gone. Oh yeah, the tabs all over the Cunning Fox Book of Witchcraft was intense. Where is it? It's here somewhere. I've scribbled it away somewhere. That thing was so full of post-it notes. I think it might have been more post-it notes than pages. Honestly, at that point, it was a lot. It's a lot. And the next book club will no doubt be the exact same. Right. Any book recommendations for shamanic workings or journeying? I personally don't have any that are specifically on this. So if anybody does, feel free to leave them in the chat, in the comments afterwards, whatever you fancy. Yeah, I don't have any personally, but I'm sure that people will come up with some really, really good examples and really good books. Let's have a look-see. Creating a servitor, I will be lighting a few spell candles. Do you recommend I sit with them and focus on them for the entire time they burn? Or do you think, it keeps closing the question, hang on, or do you think it's fine to get up and do something else? Okay, I think this is going to depend on whether the servitor has finished being created at this point. If the servitor is still in the creation process until the candles finish, I would say wait until the candles burn down. But if the servitor has already been created at this point and the candles were more of just a technique for getting to that point, then I would say that you could just leave the candles and move on to something else. Thank you so much from the fast. I missed this one earlier, but I'm coming back to it. Progress report on your book. Massive progress hath been made. I have been trying to give myself a day off, which I don't do. I'm always thinking about work in some way, shape or form, and I always have something to do. But I tried really hard to give myself a day off. And then I spent the entire day writing, and it felt amazing. And I have no nails so that I can write easier. And I found some real inspiration with it again. I've worked out a few kinks, a few things that weren't adding up, a few plot holes, and powering through. I'm now like 3/4 of the way through, nearly, I think, which is massive. Maybe like half to 3/4 of the way through. And yeah, it's going pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm hoping that I will actually get something finished. It's not the Witchcraft book though, so sorry. I got myself sucked into writing the fiction book instead. But I feel as though once I finish one, I'll feel driven to then do the others. I always find that that happens with me. Like I have to finish something before I have the drive to keep doing it. And so I'm hoping that that's going to work. Oh, this one, I've always, since I was a kid, wanted to be a fiction writer. I actually nearly went to university to do creative writing, and then I decided that the sciences was better. So I'm finally getting around to fulfilling a dream, which is I really, really, really want to finish a book. And it's probably not going to be very good, and it's probably going to be self-published through somewhere. But you know what? I don't even care. You know when you just have those goals in life where you're like, I just want to do this one thing. And for some people, it's like, oh, I just want to travel. Oh, I just want to live by the coast. I just want to finish a book. I just want to finish writing a book because that would be incredible. And so I really like witchy themed fantasy novels with real witchcraft in it, which is cool. I think it's a cool idea. So I love what I've written so far, so I just need to plod on and actually get something finished for once. I finished one book when I was 16. I wrote solidly for 30 days. I basically didn't do anything else like eat or sleep for 30 days, and I finished a book. Did I do anything with it? No, of course I didn't. Because I was 16 and I had no idea what I was doing. And now I need to do it. No, I think they're going to be standalone, because I think that standalone books are a lot easier for people to read. I love a good series, I do, but I'll be honest, I still haven't finished Fourth Wing, and it's been out for like, well, no, I haven't finished the Fourth Wing series, and they've been out for ages. I find that series are a big thing to commit to as a reader, and I like sort of standalone books. So I think that's sort of what I'm aiming for. When I get around to it. I'm getting there. It's like my fun like hobby, my little chill in the evening side project that is kind of stressful sometimes, and yeah, sometimes it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm determined to finish writing a character and I haven't yet. You know how it goes. But I'll get there eventually. Eventually, maybe, if I'm lucky and I don't cave on it. Let's have a look, see, where am I? I think I'm nearly at the end. Wait. Oh, I think I might be. So if anybody has any further questions, do let me know just as we're finishing up here. Have you ever thought of writing an autobiography? No. Mostly because my life isn't that interesting. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like an autobiography is for people like David Attenborough. I want to read about David Attenborough's life. I want to know what happened there. Like, I'm just a normal person, you know? I'm just a normie. And so I feel like an autobiography would basically consist of like 5 pages, and then that would be it. I can't park well at all. Are there any trad witchcraft approaches that could help me improve? I know people involved in demonology who've worked with relevant demons, but that's not my area. I'll be honest, I'm shit at parking as well. Okay, no, I'm fine at parking in every other circumstance except parallel parking, because it scares me and I don't want to damage anybody else's cars. So if you're in a similar experience to me, I totally resonate with you. It's not the parking that's the problem for me. It's the potential for damaging other people's property. And I don't like the idea of doing that. Trad witchcraft approaches. Now, the tradcraft is not really going to have that much, I don't think, that's going to assist. Mostly because it would have to be very heavily adapted, unless you could find, say, an earlier practice for the protection of like a horse and cart, maybe. Which, I mean, people do. People tied red strings around the tails of cows and horses to stop them from being hag-ridden, but I don't think that's necessarily going to apply for this context. I would say maybe a lot of practice. Obviously, I'm in the exact same boat. And maybe herbs in pouches that you can keep inside the glove compartment that can really help you on focus and retaining it. Because if you're anything like me, I get very, very, very flustered when I'm in a stressful situation. And all thought and all focus goes completely out the window. Did I remember how to parallel park 2 minutes ago? Yes, but now I can see there's a car coming towards me and I have to do it quickly. And now I can't remember how to parallel park because I'm panicking. If you are similar to me in that regard, then maybe some herbs and other things in a little red pouch that you can keep in the car to help you keep your head, for focus, for concentration, for the things that maybe go a bit out the window when you are stressed. Because I did one parallel park once. One proper parallel park once, the first day. I think it might have been a couple of days after I got my license. And it took me 15 minutes to parallel park and I didn't even get into the space. I was just sort of going like, and I was still like 90% of the car was still on the road. And it had taken me 15 minutes to get to that position, and then I vowed I would never do it ever again. And now we're here. And I still haven't done it ever again. So I think I also need to follow suit and I need to do the same thing, because I could honestly do with that. I I don't do great with parallel parking. But to be fair, there are some people that would travel out of their way to avoid ever parallel parking, and I'm not quite that bad yet. And I'm sure that you'll get there. I'm positive that you'll get there. Everybody else got there, right? Everybody else seems totally competent with parallel parking. So they must have been bad at some point, right? People can't have been born good at parallel parking. It doesn't matter, shit happens. Honestly, I need to have that mentality, because I instead have the mentality of everything matters. Everything. All of the time. And it's stressful. And it bothers me. And it's stressful. It's unpleasant. Right. Let's have a look, see if there's any others. Oh! Thank you so much, Tammy. And yes, I know it's really late. I'm gonna have to come off soon because it's like 1:30 in the morning and I should probably get some sleep. But thank you. Last one then. Last one. What is Labradorite good for? I use Labradorite primarily for spirit work. So divination, dream magic, astral projection, clairsenses, anything that requires a little bit of liminality, that like shake up, I find that Labradorite is really great for. If you want a more toned down version of Labradorite, then I would go for Rainbow Moonstone. Same stone, different colouring, slightly less intense energy, just to make things a little bit easier if you find that Labradorite is just a little bit too intense. But yeah, that's mostly what I use it for. I know that it is used for other things as well, but for me it's always going to be that kind of psychic loosening up of the spirit kind of behaviour. Process, like mugwort, but just in crystal form. That's often how I think of it. Right, let's have a look-see. Any suggestions for movies for the spooky season? Depends on how cringe you want to get, right? Because spooky season movies, what do I always watch spooky season movies? Hocus Pocus. Always the original, never the sequel. Not that it's really, really bad. It's just that there's something so special about the original. Hocus Pocus. Practical magic, obviously. The Craft is one where I'm on the fence with it. I still don't really like it, but I can see why people enjoy it. And it's very spooky season appropriate. Halloween Town. Obviously, Halloween Town is going to be in the Halloween 1, 2. Kind of draw the line at 2, to be honest. Where as soon as they replaced Marnie, I was not here for it. 1 and 2 for Halloween Town. If you remember the very... It's so niche that they don't even have it on Disney. Phantom of the Megaplex. That's a great movie. Great movie, super spooky, super kiddie. I thought it was great. I really enjoyed it when I was a kid. I've not seen it since. Twitches, if you want something cute and whimsical, Twitches is a great movie franchise. They never show that. They should. They definitely should. And then you have like the classics. I haven't seen this one. It's not a movie, it's a TV series, but people rave about it. Over the Garden Wall. I need to watch it. Apparently it's really, really cute. And so I should watch it. And then I have to say, the best horror movie ever made, and you can fight me on this and you will lose. Cabin in the Woods. It's great. It's fantastic. It's a spin on The Evil Dead, which I also love. But, oh, Beetlejuice. Sorry, now I'm just going down a rabbit hole. Okay, it's late. It's late. I gotta call it. Right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Oh, sorry, 2. Do you ever use eggshells? Personally, no, but mostly because I find eggs to give me a visceral, gross reaction, and so I don't really like touching them. So I would, in theory, for their protective qualities, when you powder the eggshell into a dust, and then you can use it for protection, but I'm also severely grossed out by eggs, so not at the minute. And how can Labradorite affect you if you wear it? It mostly loosens up astral flight, astral travel, psychic development, so it makes it easier to commune and see spirits and to connect with ancestors, that kind of thing. Okay. And now I'm really going to have to go because it's 1:30. And yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. It's been a very long stream, I know. This is on par with my streams from like 3 years ago, 4 years ago maybe. But I really appreciate everybody that comes out, everybody that sticks with me till the end on these ones. Thank you so much to all of my moderators who come on and massively support these, because the chat moves so fast, I would be so overwhelmed. I've got a screen full of chats and it would be very, very overwhelming. This will be posted afterwards, though it's going to take a little while to process. So sometimes it takes a little while. So please be patient. It will be up towards the end of the evening. I say this as though it isn't 1:36 in the morning. In a couple of hours, it'll be processed, so then you can watch them afterwards. And there's an entire playlist of now 90 live streams. 90! That's crazy. 90 consecutive months I have been doing this. How long is that? How long? That's got to be like 6 years. 7 years and 4 months I have been doing these every single month. That's... What? No way! Oh, god damn. That puts things into perspective. That's a long time. So there are 7.5 years of these episodes if you want to go back and check them out. And yeah, if you have any other questions, people in my community, I never really thought, I mean, obviously it is a community, but I've never really called anybody that. I've been here since your orange hair days. It's been a minute. Oh yeah, it's been a minute. It's been like 6 years, 5, 6 years. Everybody in the community is so lovely and they are so willing to help. And you will find that if I don't manage to get to a comment, other people will have answered the comment and will be giving you incredible advice and incredible book recommendations. And so, yeah, it's an amazing place. So if you want to ask questions, even if I don't manage to get to them, I know that somebody else amazing and knowledgeable will. And yeah, just support each other. I absolutely love getting to see it in the comments. So thank you so much for being here. I hope you're staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day. Who knows? Next month, I might have a functioning bathroom. We'll see. Okay. And I will see you in the next video. I would normally tell you what it is, but I actually have no idea yet because I've not filmed it. So we'll have to see. If you have any suggestions on videos, feel free to let me know because I can always go rogue and pick one of your suggestions and see where that goes. Okay. And bye guys. Okay. And outro.